moving and gravity and stuff like that. So at first, the first 6 months I dedicated basically on proving that flat Earth wrong. My first 6 months of my adventure. But the more I looked into it, the more I realized how many facts Flat Earth had, how many empirical experiments they had, and NASA, which is full of shit with formulas and mathemat. The gravity formula is insane. You have to be like a top physicist to even decipher it. The whole thing is just a sham. And the more I looked into it, the more I realized, wow, I can't believe there's a chance that the Earth is flat. Like the implications of that is insane. But I understand how these people reject that idea because it's such a big idea that we grew up with it. It's in our roots. So nobody likes to feel wrong. So yeah, that's pretty much my adventure. And after the 6 months, I started to really look into it and look at the details. Uh, and and this is the first time I'm actually talking to flat earthers and not just people that I converted because of just logical arguments. Um,
Yeah, I mean, it's a really good point. People think that physics, the way that's taught in high school and university, proves the flat Earth, but actually, I mean, proves the globe, but actually, it really has nothing to do with the globe. All the calculations, everything you experience on Earth, what you use, actually proves that the Earth cannot be a globe because when you put the radius value into the calculation, that's when it becomes a globe. But that's a presumption that no one experiences.
I completely agree with that. I think
Yeah.
the way that it's just a theory that's based on no fundamentals that trap people from believing something. Oh, I mean, the scientists know. Uh,
Yeah, they get the radius value from astrophysics, which is not a science because they can't actually physically prove what they believe is happening in the sky. Where the sun and moon are,
yeah,
distances and distance to the stars and sun, moon, and stars. That's where the radius value comes from. But how it applies to what we actually physically experience on Earth, you don't need the R to
yeah.
actually utilize any mathematics or physical. When it comes to physics, it's right here on Earth. I mean, you don't need the R value.
And it's actually quite simple. I mean, the buoyancy density formula. I mean, just gravity is just an add-on. I was just talking about this earlier in the
Specific
lobby chat.
gravity.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
specific gravity is specific gravity and relative density are the same thing.
Yeah,
That's right.
exactly. And gravity, just the definition of gravity alone, and the way people describe it, like Neil deGrasse Tyson, uh, they have no idea what they're talking about. It's just gravity is,
Oh, they know what they're talking about, but
yeah.
they know that it's an assumption. All of it's they're assuming that the Earth is the same size as Venus, that the Sun is 93 million miles away, 800 million miles wide, and the Moon is 238,000 miles away, and whatever. But they can't actually prove any of it
Yeah, it's
because
because they have the
it's
fundamentals
based on
wrong.
angular size. Angular size.
Uh, yeah, I agree. I agree with that. And and not just that, I believe a lot of people know, but there's a big reputation risk when you talk about flat Earth. I mean, people, I've heard of YouTube videos. I mean, I've seen YouTube videos of people getting fired from their jobs as teachers because they start discovering these things or they start briefingly teaching it and there's a risk to talk about it, but I do believe more people know, like at least the people that really look into it at a higher end in colleges or whatever. I think that's a risk a lot of people don't want to take.
Sure, but at the same time, I think it's people just don't want to step outside of their comfort zone to really like get a hold of what this is.
Yeah. Yeah, too much time invested. I mean, if you have a PhD in astrophysics, you're probably not going to want to even consider the fact that the Earth is flat. People get attached to labels or whatever.
Yeah, sure.
Time invested.
Well, I mean, and I mean, at the end of the day, some people say, can you blame them? Well, yes, in a sense. I mean, the truth is truth. I mean, if you're really concerned about the truth, then definitely you should say something about it. But if you're not concerned about the truth and you want to just kind of go along to get along, then you can. I mean,
And that's a
it's your
big thing,
choice.
especially nowadays. It's everybody just wants to avoid truth. For me, is priority. It's very important to me to find absolute truth, and that's why this flat Earth investigation has been really overwhelming, because you start to question everything, in general. If Earth is flat, the implications on that, it's massive. Like, there's so much more after that.
Well, sure. I mean, if Earth is flat, which it obviously is, I mean, no one on Earth has experienced the Earth as other than flat, right?
Yeah.
So, with these ideas about creation or how Earth came about, I mean, it's like there are trigger terms in like creation versus evolution, creation versus Big Bang, and all this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
See, the Big Bang is a creation story, whether they want to accept it or not. This is their creation story. But their creation story with the Big Bang involves balls spinning around the universe, which no one on Earth has ever experienced. This is their story.
Yeah.
It's not. You can't really validate that that's actually happened. So, but we can actually prove that Earth is a level stationary plane. It's always existed this way. And now, as far as history goes, I mean, there's a lot. Anthropology, history, freaking archaeology. I mean, there's a lot of differences. Even flat earthers don't agree on a lot of that stuff. But as far as the Big Bang theory, that's all. The ball spinning around. That's their creation story. It's a different type of creation story.
Yeah, which is not even, like you said, it's based on thin air. It's based on nothing. There's no fundamentals. There's no empirical science, and that's one thing NASA lacks. Is provable data that one can do, and with it's very practical. Anybody could just go outside and try this stuff out with very little on a budget. So it's crazy to me how indoctrinated we are. How triggered we get, because I went through that when it comes to Earth being something other than round, and it's crazy that it's so easy to prove this. It's very easy and practical, but people always mention other things, like what about comets? What about satellites? And what about the ISIS? You could see it, and they're missing the point. It's like, wait, none of that matters. First, figure out if the world is flat or round with this simple experiment. Just go test it out. So,
yeah, bro. Yeah, you get it, bro. That's what's up. Yeah. How long have you been here, Kitty Cat?
So this is my first power in this channel. I didn't even know there was a community on Discord or anything.
Yeah, we
Until I
try to
saw
spread
some.
the word, and I know there's hundreds and thousands more people that need to talk to people like us that are like minded. But yeah, it seems like you get it. I found. How did you find us?
On Google. So this guy on a comment on a YouTube video, which I don't really remember which one it was, said something about Discord having flat Earth channels, and I was like, "Whoa, no, no way, trip out." So I just Googled it, and I think a Reddit forum told me this, or Google itself. I don't remember.
You probably found
I
it on a
added,
Reddit forum that was against what we do, but that's what.
yeah, probably because there's a lot of trolls for sure. There's
Yeah, I
so
know.
many
Yeah,
trolls.
there's shitloads of them, man. Yeah,
That's why I had to go through the VC check-in. I get that, and I'm happy
yeah,
I
yeah,
did. It's a good filter because there are so many people just not even doing this
yeah.
for
We've been doing this for over 3 years.
wow, that's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, you see
Where
how many
have I
members
been?
we have. Freaking, I think almost 25,000 members here now. Yeah, so
Yeah, I was looking at that. That's amazing. That's a lot of people. Um,
we try to filter most of it. I mean, some trolls get through. It's just like you could start saying nigga, 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 and then we just mute you, and you would never be able to talk
yeah.
to us again. You know.
And
But
I was talking to Truth Prevails about the trash that there is on YouTube. When I started searching this up in 2015, I think you could look up flat Earth and you could see some legit videos on the first page. Now you put flat Earth and the first 20 videos or 30 videos are just NASA just brainwashing people into saying it's a
yeah,
sham
or
or stupid
Professor
videos.
Dave, or just like it's like top 10 reasons that the Earth is not flat, and it's
Yeah,
just
it's
like.
ridiculous.
And those guys, when we, we'll try to get them to come in here and debate us. None of those guys want to talk to us, So they're just, they have a different agenda.
Yeah, exactly. It's the intent. They don't have the intent to
They're
learn.
actually scared to talk to us.
That happens a lot, especially when I debate people. When I start debating people, um, they hear me talk about certain things, they're like, "Wait a minute, how does that work?" There's always a few people that always get like that curiosity and go like, "Wait a minute, that does make sense. Water always finds level." Uh, stuff like that.
Yeah. Hey, man, I'm
But
glad
yeah,
you found our server, man. This is a good place. It's actually the best. Well, this is the largest flat Earth server on Discord.
yeah, it's
Yeah.
it's great. Especially these live streams are really cool. So they're on
Yeah, and
YouTube.
well, that YouTube live stream. We have two live streams, and the 24/7 Flatter Discord live. That's my channel, and I restart the stream every 12 hours because YouTube won't archive the videos after 12 hours with the live streams. So I just start every 12 hours. I try to anyway.
Yeah.
Try to keep up on it. But I also live stream on Twitter and DLive as well.
Yeah, this is a great channel because it's up there. Truth Prevails was telling me about searching this up as 24/7
Yeah, if you go
because
on Google and type in 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, we're on the top of the list on every search engine.
then that's important because people get lost. I know a lot of intelligent people that really want to inquire about flat Earth and they go on YouTube and they just go like, "Ah, this is a sham," because they see the wrong video and it's a real thing.
Well,
So I'm happy that.
even you don't even have to put 24/7 in. You just type in Flat Earth Discord on any search engine, you'll find us like on the first page of any search. And yeah, we do the best we can. It's a fun place to be. If you've been like looking into this topic for a long time and you didn't have many people to talk to, this is the right place to be because we're always here, 24 hours a day.
Nice. I'm happy to hear
Good
that.
stuff. I ain't saying the room's full, all the time, but sometimes it's too full. It's just like, sometimes it gets crazy in here.
I can imagine different topics going on, different conversations.
But yeah, this is if you want to talk about flat Earth, we always try to, if like we have a good moderator team here, a good moderation team, and if a lot of new people start jumping in, we try to keep it on flat Earth because that's what people come here to talk about.
Yeah, and there's a lot of conspiracy theories out there, and it's sometimes people combine different conspiracy theories, and flat Earth it's not one of those. I don't see it as a conspiracy
they
theory.
do actually connect, though. I mean,
Yeah, because this is the king of all conspiracy theories. If you think about it, you solve this, everything just goes nuts. Oh, like the moon landing automatically becomes false, and
yeah,
so it's crazy. But
yeah, it is.
okay, so I'll probably join later today. I'm probably gonna go to sleep now. But it's nice to meet all of you, and
Yeah, hey, you sound like a flat earther to me, but you're brand new. Usually, if you're a flat earther, you come in. If you participate a little bit more, we have roles. Are you familiar with Discord?
yeah, a little bit. I mean, I'm not Discord savvy, but I could figure it out. I'm tech savvy.
What will happen? All right, so once you participate more, and you want the flat Earth role, then I see you have VC verified, which is that means you talk to one of the moderators.
Oh, so I went through that.
Yeah, you went through that. You talked to Truth Prevails.
Yeah.
See, are you looking at the live stream voice text? Like right above this voice channel, there's live stream voice text, and that's where we post pertinent information following the conversation that we're having.
Oh yeah, she told me about this. Yeah.
Yeah, cool. And so the more you participate, then you'll get what's called the flat Earth role instead of VC verified. Or nice. If you're a Globie, you can get the Globe Earth role, but we don't freaking pass that out too much. But I can already tell you're a flat earther, but you won't get that right away. You're gonna have to like participate and.
Like for example, if I join later today, right, the live stream, will I be able to talk or?
Oh yeah, you can come right back in, talk, and we have a separate role for you can type in the text in the live stream voice text, but in order to post images and stuff, you have to have a separate role for that with the flat Earth role. That's a separate role. But yeah, you'll be able to type in there. It's just like the more you participate, the more you roll up. So
awesome. Yeah, like a filter system, which is needed nowadays for sure.
Well, cool. Yeah, man. Yeah, get you some sleep or whatever. I'm gonna have to check out pretty soon too. But that's kind of the way it works.
Pretty excited.
Yeah, man.
To start talking about flat Earth. It's one of my
get your ass back in here, man. Dude, it's early in the morning here on Saturday. But yeah, at around, I think at noon Central Time where I am, we have a special. It's called Precious Metals show, which. Like after you get the flat Earth roll, if you participate a lot, and then you get silver and then gold, which just means that you're an important part of the team.
Nice incentive.
Yeah, that's what we do. So at noon today, we'll have a Precious Metal Show, and it lasts for about 2 hours, maybe a little bit longer. So yeah, get you some sleep and then come back in and listen to the Precious Metal Show, and then you can actually meet some of the silver and gold members here too, and you'll be
Nice.
able to talk in there. So
Yeah, so I was talking about with Truth about she was saying something about channel about for newbies or just I know a lot of people get frustrated with newbies because it's really hard to deal with them. But that's actually one of the things I really like to do is help new people out. So if eventually, you ever
hey
need
man,
help with that, I could definitely help you out with that.
oh cool. Oh, well, hey, that's what I'm saying. I mean, we're gonna have a Precious Metals event today at around. Are you in America?
Yeah, and Cali.
Oh, so it'll be like 10 o'clock for you, I think. 10
Okay.
a.m.
Okay, honestly I'll probably be asleep at 10 a.m. But I'll
Well,
try to
anyway,
participate as much as possible. And
yeah, when you wake up, I mean, we'll join anytime, but yeah, we're gonna have a Precious Metal show at noon today, which is 3.5
okay.
hours from now. But if you're sleepy, fine. But yeah, come back anytime. You sound like you already got your shit together, basically.
Yeah, I've been doing that for a while. Like I said, I was running solo. It's
How
really
long have you been a
frustrating.
flat earther?
So about 5 years.
Oh yeah, me
Back and
too.
forth.
Me too. About
I
five,
would
6 years.
stop
Wait,
for
there's no back and forth on flat Earth.
no, not back and forth on my belief. More like sometimes I'll like forget about flat Earth. In the sense of do other stuff. Work and life gets in the way.
Yeah, I know
But
that. Yeah, sure.
but yeah, it's there's always someone that reminds me. And like yesterday, somebody reminded me. Wanted to ask a question about flat Earth and round Earth. And I
Yeah.
answered them, and I was like, "Wait a minute, I got to get back in this because
It's
there's a
fun.
lot of. It's great, yeah.
Yeah. Hey,
It's
cut
great,
the
and,
shit.
and
Hey, cut the shit. Did you steal that meme from me? I'm just like- I think I made that one.
all right, guys, I'm gonna go. I'll talk to you guys later. Then
All
I'm
right.
pretty hyped about it too.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, jump back in tomorrow, today, whatever.
Hey, bro.
I'm not.
Awesome.
I'm not too far behind you on the going to sleep.
Yeah, yeah. I work night shift, so it's pretty hard.
Oh,
Um,
what is this, Smile? If anyone was here yesterday in the live stream, at one point we disagreeing about atmospheric refraction, dude. I think I remember this listening. For the person who said light can only bend through different mediums, this one's for you. You guys remember talking to this guy yesterday? And I drew a straight line between A and B in the drawing above.
I think it was last night when you weren't in here.
Yeah, I think I
You were asleep.
remember. Well, I think I remember hearing some. Was it? I think I remember hearing some. A basic idea behind geometrical optics is that light travels in straight lines, but there's a catch to this statement. Light only travels in straight lines in a perfectly uniform medium, like a vacuum. Why every single fucking time that these
Why I always
guys
remember that.
hold on, why does every single time they come in with an idea, they come in with our point and prove themselves wrong? Light only travels in straight lines in a perfectly uniform medium like a vacuum, but real transparent materials such as air, water, and glass always have small internal variations in their optical properties that bend the path of light. So light. I remember this conversation. I'm not sure if it was the same guy. Smile of death. Bro, the conversation was about the black swan. He's probably trying to say that the reason that the horizon appeared to be beyond 10 miles from a 1-foot observation is because of refraction. But we are pointing out that that's impossible. It's impossible. Smile, are you in this call? Jump your ass in here instead of typing in a live stream voice text. Yes, you have posting perms, but why are you posting in here when you're not actually in here? Because I can explain this shit, because I know what you're talking about. Hello, Smile. Jump your ass in here. So light doesn't quite travel in straight lines in real materials. Particularly, light doesn't travel in straight lines in air because air isn't uniform. Its density varies from place to place. Yes, I'm quite aware of that as well. Still doesn't address the black swan. It does. So smile of death. Get your ass in here. I got an answer for you.
Hey, what up, Flat Earth homies?
What's up, Wade?
Not much, man. I'm just taking the grandson out on a walk right now. But
Did you read what he just posted?
yeah, I did. That's why I was trying to actually ask and see, like, kind of what the conversation was. I wasn't in the live stream yesterday when that conversation.
Well, I was just talking to somebody else, and all of a sudden this popped up. He's posting in here, and he's not even in here. You know.
Oh, well,
that kind of pisses me off. You're not supposed to post in here unless you in here. You know what I mean?
Right.
Well, I mean, I do sometimes when I'm listening. Either you're listening, and you can respond. Anyway, go ahead, Wade. What were you about to say? I'm sorry.
No, I was trying to just get, like, a general idea, like, what he was talking about with, like, the refraction and the light bending. I mean, I don't understand, like, what point he was trying to get across to you, though, or to anyone about that, the conversation that with the light. I mean, everyone knows that it's
that's him just randomly posting nonsense that he can't back up.
That's like seeing that, like, that news.
Oh, now he's about to respond with action without actually coming in here because he's a pussy. He won't come in here and talk to us about this.
I mean, that's how some people go. Some people are fingertip warriors. You know what I mean? But what I'm trying to say though is, like, he's just trying to say that light is not bending. Here, let me look at this text real quick again. My bad, man.
No, it's all good.
Yeah, I'm trying.
Here's what he's saying. I mean, he said it's Andrew Thomas Young saying that somebody earlier had posted Andrew Thomas Young as a gotcha for him, saying so light doesn't quite travel in straight lines and real materials, whatever the fuck that means. Particularly, light doesn't travel in straight lines in air because air isn't uniform. Its density varies from place to place, especially at different heights. All right, so when it comes to the black swan,
Right.
we're talking about 1 foot.
Right.
1 foot observation. That's what the black swan is. So, Smiles, get your fucking ass in here and talk to us about this. Quit being a puss.
Because I was just watching a video, because that was like one of the biggest things that I struggled with, was trying to get what they would call getting your observations, or like what everyone always kept on referring to, refraction or mirage, to try and say, oh, I busted the flat earth, this is why, blah, here's the curvature, and it's all turns out to be perspective, refraction, a lot of things that obvious things that people don't take into consideration, and I didn't either until I really started trying to retain the information to actually learn, not just to regurgitate it, but learn what I was trying to figure out. And it made a lot more sense. It makes perfect sense now.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, it's like we're not. I mean, there is no gotchas here. We actually want to have the conversation.
Yeah.
I mean, if you really think this is true, come in and tell us how you've just like Roger said, hey, this chat is reserved for people that are in here in the chat and listening. Boom. And then he said, oh, I can't talk right now. I have to eat. It's like, well, obviously this was on your mind. I mean, can you reserve your freaking snack so you can come in here and defend what the fuck you just posted? Give me a fucking break, man.
My personal opinion, like if I'm going to throw something out there like that and try to, throw out some facts, whether I think were facts or something that I'm trying to back up, my food's going to take a sidestep real quick because this is going to fire me up. You know what I mean? Like,
so that's why I wasn't going to say shit until he posted that, and he was like, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't. Well, you don't want to talk about it now, so you freaking spammed our fucking stream, and then you're just like, I'm sorry, I'll come back later, but you probably won't because I just fucking debunked that shit.
You're gonna Google some shit and come back later, you know what I mean?
Smile of death. Come back later with something better than that bullshit.
Well, anyways, on a good note, I'm new to this community here on Discord, and I've been here the past few days, jumping in here and there, like at lunch, on work and stuff, and meeting people. I met Creation Bear whenever I come in and got.
Creation Bear's the shit.
I liked him. I had a good conversation with him for about 10-15 minutes, so that was great. But and Dandelion, she's feeding me a bunch of information, and then I can't remember the other guy's name. But anyway, people that are real regular in here, But I heard that, I think this is your actual live stream or whatever you were saying earlier.
Yeah, I just hit start and play on the live stream.
I mean, I understand what you're saying, but I just want to get myself known in the community, you know what I mean, that way, because, I plan to make myself, available in here, because I can't, you just can't go into Walmart and tell someone like, hey, check it out, man, this is what I believe in. I believe that we live on a horizontal stationary plane, and then if I say that, they're not going to catch on.
Well, is this your first day here, Wade?
No, I've been here probably about maybe a week or so, maybe.
All right, well, let me ask you this.
Yeah.
I mean, I see you have VC verified.
Yes, sir.
And seems sincere role.
Can I?
Hold on. Yeah, you do it, Roger. I mean, ask him. We want to give like real flat earthers the flat Earth role.
Well, no. I want to come back to
Good.
what Smile of Death just posted. He just because the last line, they make light travel along curved paths, not straight lines in air. So where was this ever being demonstrated? This is just Andrew Thomas Young assuming this, right? So he assumes curved air, and he assumed a curved surface. Then he made calculations for this. It's never been proven, never been shown. Refraction only makes your vision be shorter, not further. Cannot make you look beyond a hill or around a corner. But yeah, so Effie Wade, you're
Yeah. I mean, hold on. Let me say this about Smile of Death. I pretty much showed him that he can't bring that bullshit in here without some real facts. And you're exactly right, Roger.
I just wanted to say good morning, guys.
More important, Effie Wade. He's VC verified. Been here for a few days. He's actually excited, and the other guy that I was talking to earlier, another flat earther. I mean, it's like, hey, the more you participate here in the server, you found the right place. These idiots that come in here with some bullshit like Smile of Death just posted, then you'll see why we exist. So yeah, Effie Wade, since you've been here for a few days, can you answer some questions for us about flat? I can give you the flat Earth rule. Are you okay with this, Roger?
I haven't talked to him.
I'm sorry, guys, if I can interject, because I just took my grandkid on a walk, but I'm about to run upstairs, and I'm going to throw in my Bluetooth headphones and stuff so I don't have background noise and everything. But I'm not hopping out of the live stream or nothing. I'm just not going to be able to turn my mic back on right away.
All right.
Okay.
Cool.
Okay? All right. Just give me a few minutes, guys.
I just wanted to say good morning, everybody.
Who's that, Flathead?
Yeah, I was just saying good morning.
What's happening?
What's going on? Did it get right into this Discord server this morning?
Man, it's almost 9 a.m. for me here.
That's almost 9 a.m.
Oh, you in Central Time?
Yes, I live in Florida.
That's Eastern Time.
Like I'm on the west side of Florida.
Oh, like Pensacola is shit.
Yes.
I didn't even know. I thought all of Florida was in Eastern Time.
Unless I'm mistaken. I mean, I could be, but I mean, it is almost 9 o'clock. That's what it's saying.
What the fuck? You don't even know what time it is?
Not really. I just woke up.
Just play it. Well, see, you must have looked at the clock. I mean, to be honest, I mean, I'm serious. I mean, I know how Florida works. It's like west, like Pensacola areas, like the western part of Florida. I didn't know that the time zone changed in Florida. I was just being totally honest about that.
Well, I know I got back from Jamaica 3 months ago, and I know we're on the same time slot as Jamaica, so that was kind of interesting. I didn't know that until I went there, actually.
Do you have an electronic device that automatically changes?
Yeah, I
time?
do. I mean, and sometimes it.
All right. So is it 8:55 for you right now?
Yeah, on my computer it's saying 8:55. My phone.
Okay, then you're in Central Time Zone. God damn, this is fucking. How hard is this?
No, I was saying, yeah, there's got to be Central Time Zone. You had me second guessing myself because I was like,
so you're in Western Florida.
Yeah, exactly. So what?
Boom.
Eastern.
I'm in Northwestern Arkansas, still Central Time Zone.
I got you.
I ain't trying to intimidate her, but that's funny. But I thought that all of Florida was Eastern Eastern time, but I didn't know that there was a portion of Florida that was Central time. So that's the only reason.
Yeah, I wouldn't even consider Pensacola almost a part of Florida. It's so close to Alabama and stuff. So many people from Alabama.
I've been there. It's a crazy place, man. That's a freaking. I like Pensacola. It was fun. When I went there, it was fun.
I just wish there was more flat earthers around me. I mean, I have to get on the Flat Earth app and try to meet people. And I wish I could go to Flattoberfest this year, but I just, I'm so far away, and I'm getting married in a couple weeks as well. So, don't really have time to be doing that right now.
Oh, you getting married? Why? I'm just playing. I'm just playing.
That's such a brag.
I've been married twice, and so I'm kind of whatever.
Yeah. I understand. Trust me, my dad was married for 25 years. My mom divorced him.
What? Yeah. So yeah.
Sometimes that's how it goes.
Yeah.
Every relationship's different.
So you're getting married, huh? Is your wife a flat earther?
I'll be completely honest with you. She's the one that actually brought me to Flat Earth.
Really? She said, if you don't get this fucking shit, I'm not marrying you.
No, that's actually not the way she approached it at all. I mean, I've always been conspiracy based. About 4 months ago, she just walked up to me in the living room. She said, I think the Earth's flat. And when she said it like that, I was like, okay, you know what? I pushed it off. I'm about to objectively look into this shit. And then after, I'm pretty, if I really look into stuff, I mean, it took me a couple days. And after a couple days, when I was really trying to because I went about it, I was trying to prove the Earth was a globe, and trying to go through all the old proofs.
Oh, wait. Hold on. You have to back up a little bit. So she brought up the flat Earth, and you were like, the Earth can't be flat, and so
it wasn't like it can't be flat. It was just kind of
hold on, but she knew it was flat before you figured it out, right?
Oh, she was questioning it. She didn't even look into it, because she was kind of skeptical. It was almost kind of like her telling me to go do the research, really look into it.
Wait, is she in the server here?
No, she's not.
Oh, okay. Cool. Go ahead.
No,
so
but
tell me how she showed you that the Earth is not a globe.
No, I think it kind of came across when all that crap was going on last year with the the V and the freaking
right. We don't necessarily talk about it. I want to hear how your fiance said, hey, you need to look at this flat earth stuff because there's something to it.
Well, it kind of goes back to her when she was a younger child, and same thing with me. She'd sit there when she was a kid in her bed and be like, well, that don't make sense. She's talking about sitting still, how we're sitting still right now, and they tell us the numbers about how fast we're moving, and I understand what she means, because it's all we're all flat earthers at the end of the day. It's just if your cognitive dissonance is kicking in, or more than in somebody else's, and I've always thought the same thing. Right, it's a certain numbers they've told us, and then when she said that to me, it just jogged my memory of times that I'd question it, but I'd still go out at the heliocentric model, because I'm there's people that are smarter, because you appeal to authority so much, you're just in that paradigm. There's it can't be, and then I thought back, I was like, yeah, we're not moving no freaking 1,000 miles per hour at the equator, you know what I'm saying? I was like, it's this now, it's just this isn't lining up correctly, something's. And I went back and then and then once I started looking into it, I was like, God, this is even more obvious than I originally had, and I was like, God, this is by design.
You know what? You sound like the classic Floridian, because a flathead is a catfish.
Well, I'm originally from Georgia, actually.
Yeah, it might have been. There's flathead catfish there too, in the rivers. Anyway,
I just try to come up with a name that was funny.
I ask people leading questions to try to get their character and whether they're telling the truth or not. You seem genuine to me. I just do this.
Oh, most definitely. Yeah. Well, there's so many trolls out there nowadays. It's just hard to differentiate.
I mean, other people have vetted you before, but I haven't really talked much to you before. So anyway,
I appreciate it.
You just kind of remind me. But a catfish is like it's a derogatory term as far as the like social media stuff goes. But I like your flathead friggin' catfish stuff. It's like I'm a Southerner because I'm a Southerner too. Even though I was born in as a Yankee, but I moved to the South when I was young, and so yeah, I can tell.
Well, exactly. That's kind of the reason I chose the flathead for the image for the server, because it's just like, oh, he's just some ignorant Southerner, that just dicks around with electrical. Because I'm an electrician, just dicks around with flathead screwdrivers, and he's a flat earther. It's just, I don't know, just punny. I thought it was kind of funny, but
you were thinking about screwdrivers when you said flat. I was thinking about catfish.
Yeah, because I mean that's why. That's why I have my image as a flathead screwdriver. I
didn't even look at it.
Yeah, because when people call flat earthers like, stupid flathead, we call them globe heads. I was like, call me a flathead. Call me a flathead screwdriver. I think it's kind of funny.
I like it.
I'm just and when you even read my description, I'm just a random appliance you'll find in your local hardware store.
Yeah, sure. Hey, I build cabinets. I'm a cabinet builder. Have been for freaking almost 30 years now.
Awesome. Cabinetry work is very, very hard. It takes a lot of detail. It's an art, really.
It does. I mean, it depends. It really depends on. What the customer wants. You have to pay attention.
Exactly. So I've been having this idea about going downtown Pensacola, actually, sometime in the near future after I get married, actually, because I'm just so busy right now. But starting up like some type of like kind of like change my mind, like the Earth is flat kind of thing. And I'm not going to do exactly that, but I don't know, just going into some public place where speech is protected or whatever in a public area, and just like I want to videotape it. Just to try to get some reactions and maybe try to red pill some people in the process.
Oh, you're talking about going to the beaches and just interviewing people, or like
setting up like like how just a little booth, like kind of like an art gallery booth.
Get people to come up to you.
Yeah, and then have different facts and stuff. We can have some. I can have maybe some different experiences. Some like
a couple of signs, a laptop. Where you can say, "Hey, what about this?" I mean.
Exactly. It'd be like, I'm not trying to convince you of anything. Go look into it yourself, kind of thing. You know what I mean? But I just I've been wanting to do something like that for a while and videotape it and put it on the internet and stuff.
Yeah, and I've been wanting to do that too. I mean, you always want to have a couple people with you because people are fucking
most crazy. Definitely.
You want to have some lookauts. But I've thought about doing the same thing, and I live in Fayetteville, where the Razorback country. And I thought about going downtown and doing the same type of thing. I haven't done it yet. I would love to. I wouldn't be embarrassed. Why
would you be embarrassed?
I know people just like. Oh, flat Earth! I've heard about that. I'm picturing college students coming up to me, going, "I've heard about flat Earth. I'm curious." This kind of thing.
Exactly. You can just plant some seeds. And I think going out in the field is just
thousands of college students. I mean, I live like freaking like 5 miles from the university campus. Where the Razorbacks. And the whole freaking university setting, and you can set up on a public street, and I just have a table there with a couple of banners, and it's just like, hey, Earth is flat, whatever, and I could just picture college students just jump, walking down the street. But I wouldn't want to do it by myself. I want to have a couple of other people do it.
You're gonna have some other flat earthers.
Good morning, my flat friends.
But it's just like I can see like these college students going, "What? Flat? What is Earth is flat?" And I'm right outside I'm right in the middle of the freaking college.
You need to have like a big AE clock behind you or something.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, I could even bring. I think I already know where I would set it up. I've been thinking about this for a couple of years. I just haven't done it yet. And then this fucking COVID shit happened. And
Well, yeah,
most of the bars kind of shut down. You know, I was already planning to do it. You know, but I have several people. We've had some meetups here in this area, like Flat Earth meetups, and so I know I can get a few friends to come and do it with me. You know, but
Serious question, real fast. Are there
Hold
any
on.
conventions, like Flat Earth conventions, that are like?
there's one happening this weekend, starting
Serious?
tomorrow. Yeah, it's
Where
in
at?
North Carolina.
Oh,
Yeah,
fuck.
it's
I was actually gonna try to go, but I just couldn't. You know, yeah, it's gonna start tomorrow.
That's actually pretty cool. I want to attend a Flat Earth conference / convention. You know, just
Yeah, it's
kind of see everything in real
Flattoberfest.
life.
Yeah, just
Flattoberfest.
type in on Google Flattoberfest. You'll find it's going to start tomorrow in North
That's
Carolina.
absolutely incredible.
exactly. Yeah, and
I'm
it's like,
so
you know,
far away
I
from
think
the
everyone
Carolinas.
needs to be doing more field work. You know, I think getting on the server is awesome, but I think going out in the field and actually interacting with real human beings is just as important.
Dude, it's fun. I've been to several meetups. It's so fun, man. Meeting other flat earthers, man. It's so fun.
Penetrate the community.
Exactly.
I'll be right back.
Hey, Helio, I was going to say, if you got that Flat Earth Friend Finder or the Mark Sargent
Yeah,
one or whatever,
David's
you could find
David's
people
app.
to help you.
On
Yeah,
David's
you
app?
could find people to help you like that. I would think so.
Yeah, I mean,
that Mark
like I
Sargent
said,
one
I
was
mean, I
supposed
was. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Broken Curves. Go ahead, brother.
I was just going to say
Your
that
name's
Mark
John.
Sargent one's
Your name's
supposed to have
John,
like
right?
yeah.
Yeah.
The Mark Sargent one's supposed to be able to where you can put out like a request for help on it, you know, or just for stuff.
Yeah, I got you. I mean, it's just like I was kind of planning. I already have the corner where I want to do this, and it's just it's going to be so easy. There's already, if I remember right, there's already like electronic ports where you can plug your freaking laptop and everything in. You got to make sure everything's charged up. Just make a couple of banners and just sit there with 2 or 3 people. Because when the students
It's
are
that
walking
simple.
down the street, dude, it's right down from the university, and it's like all the bars are set up right there. That's where all the people go from the different clubs and shit right there on the street. And you just sit right there on the corner. Just bring a table and a banner. And say, and some flyers and just like Earth's flat, or whatever whatever your stick is. I just need a couple of people to support. It's so easy, and it's the whole. It's right down from the largest university in Arkansas. It's freaking. It's right. It's perfect. So, yeah. That would be. I think it would be such a blast, man. Because everybody's heard about Flat Earth by now, especially university students. I mean, this shit it's hot shit right now.
It really is. And a lot of people don't even know, most people's, well, here's the thing about Flat Earth. I'll tell you, to be honest, something like I was saying about my fiance, when I went and I looked back into it, it's crazy because I really feel like the the elites, the 1%, whatever you want to call them, they've done such a fantastic job with the disinformation campaign of putting that idea that it's the flat pancake in space idea with the water going over it, that most of the time you've never thought of much outside of that. So it's like when I started looking at it and then I saw the ice wall concept, I was like, okay, I ain't even thought of this before. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of people out there, they don't even that has not even crossed their mind one time. You know what I mean? It's like a lot of people need to be hit with this information at least one time. They have potential.
Yeah,
they just never had the idea.
Well, there's a lot of stuff that you already know. It's just nobody's ever pointed it out to you in the correct light to actually think critically about it. You know what I mean?
Right. And I think everyone deserves a fair chance to make, to look, because I mean, like I said, you're not going to wake everybody. Some people are just, they're done. They're indoctrinated for the rest of their life, and there's nothing you can do about it. But I do think everyone deserves at least one good chance to objectively, critically try to think about it, but they maybe never even had that opportunity ever, so.
Yeah,
One thing I think would help with.
Go ahead, John.
I was going to say one thing I think would help would be to have a blackboard behind you so you can write down their claims of truth so they can't violate it. Like whenever they say something, you point at it and say, look, you just said that.
Well,
right.
Yeah, either a blackboard or whiteboard. Oftentimes inside this survey, we bring up the top 3 claims of the globe, right? So it's just like, the curvature, the spin, and gas pressure, right? So those top 3 claims, every time, if you had a board behind you that had those top 3 claims, it's like, you can go through those 3 with every single person that walks by you, But oftentimes when I meet new people, inside here, I'm just like, so have you ever talked to anyone about Flat Earth before? Have you heard about this topic? Just kind of get them, and just kind of get them, into the vein of the conversation, and then you say, hey, well, here are the major claims that the Earth, that the globe Earth is, that there's curvature, spin, gas pressure. And just, then you kind of roll from there.
Most definitely.
I don't even like addressing spin anymore because you have to beg the question of a radius to do it.
Right. That's why you start with curvature. I know. It's just like, it's kind of strange. But it could be fun to actually stand on the street, with a few people, like-minded people, and just like have a little setup and say, hey,
Yes.
You guys ever talk to anyone about Flat Earth before? Hey, here we are.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And
I honestly think it'd be really intriguing coming from. Sorry to kind of just kind of blast in. Being a glober, I think it'd be really interesting seeing a booth put up with Flat Earth information, because that's one of the main reasons I still hang around in here, is because I've never encountered you guys in the wild. I've never seen, I've always kind of the wild, I haven't like spoken to someone with these beliefs. I haven't.
But
the weird wild world.
Alex, have you ever encountered the globe in real life?
Oh my God! No, I haven't. But nor have I encountered a flat Earth as well. But
you do, Alex. Every time you walk out your door, the Earth presents itself as flat, non-rotating. What are you on about?
What are you on about? I'm not here to debate. I was just saying that it'd be really cool to see a booth with people talking about flat Earth. I was perpetuating.
We're here 24/7 talking about flat Earth. So
I know, but
okay. Why would you?
I'm not here to talk about flat Earth.
Why would you believe you're on a globe if nothing, everything the Earth presents itself to you, right? It's flat and non-rotating. Why would you believe you're on a spinning water pair hurling through space?
I barely grasp the concept of my own existence, let alone the existence of everything else around me. So whether the Earth is flat or a globe is irrelevant to my whole day. I mean,
well, you called yourself a glober.
Yeah, because that's what you guys have labeled me. I'm literally a globe earther in here.
Okay. Have you looked into the things we present?
Yeah, I've absorbed a lot of the things you have said. I've tried to, I've Googled things, and I've tried to, find opposing opinions on a lot of things I can't, and there's just that. But I don't know. I don't obsess about it necessarily. I don't care if we live on a globe. I don't care if we live on a flat plane. We
Why,
live on
why
a
are you here
triangle
if you
for all
don't
I
care?
You guys are
Why?
cool.
Right.
I can't just hang out. I gotta be steered one way or another. Yeah, you can't just hang
No.
out here and you can't just come in here and hang out and listen.
Alex, how long have you been looking into this information or been presented with this type of
I've
information?
been in this Discord for probably 3 days, maybe 4 days now. Whenever you guys start hounding me with questions, I get on Google and hound Google. You know. Yes, I don't care. I still deny. You're very right.
What made you come? What originally made you come to the server? Like what? Yeah.
One of my friends was. All right, I told the story last night. One of my buddies, we were hanging out in our group chat, and then boom, he leaves, comes back about 10 minutes later, and he's laughing his ass off, and he goes, "Man, those flat earthers are going crazy over there." And then he invites me over there. I come over here. You guys were going freaking crazy, but then you guys ended up being a bunch of cool bunch. So I'm hanging out here.
Well, something you'll notice about flat earthers, whatever you want to call, true earthers is a better term that I like to use. Is
there we go? I like it. True earthers.
More often than not, true earther, flat, whatever. Our disposition tends to be a lot nicer than globe earthers, and I'm not just saying that. It's like it's a true thing because we're at a different mind state, and I'm not trying to come off as egotistical or better. No, I'm just saying we have a better understanding, so we know how to interact better with our fellow human beings, if you will. I don't know, because we're more connected to the truth. That's probably what you're experiencing.
I think you guys are a bunch of cool and interesting bunch. I'm not like I've said several times before. I'm not here to be steered one way or another. It's like it's like if this was a bar where all the flat earthers would hang out, I would go to this bar, like that's kind of what it is,
If nobody's gonna be able to convince you. Nobody was able to convince me. It's gonna be a very personal thing for yourself. I'd say just objectively sit, because you're so fresh in this. Just objectively sit back and listen. There's probably a lot of stuff you haven't even heard yet, to be honest.
Yeah, no, that's why I come up in here. I like hearing other people's opinions. I like, or facts, whatever. I like hearing other people's views. Yeah,
but measurements aren't opinions, Alex. So if the Earth measures flat, how can that be an opinion then?
Yeah, I don't like you, Roger. You're picking apart everything that I say, and I can't just sit here and state my claim about how I just like hanging out here. You're so focused on steering me one way or another.
I'm not. So it's not about feelings, Alex. It's about what can we prove in this reality, right? What is our observable, objective reality, right? And we're all in this objective reality, and we try to figure out what we are living on, Alex. And opinions are great, right? Everybody has an opinion. Awesome stuff, but when it comes to measurements and actually knowing stuff, right? Something you can do for yourself. I'm not trying to steer you. I'm trying to maybe open up your mind, right?
Well, I'm always open to opening my mind. I'm not in here, yelling at you guys saying whatever the hell you guys say are bullshit. I sit here, I listen, I take in what you guys have to say. I may have tried to rebuttal here or there, but for the most part, I sit here and I just listen. I don't try to dispute. I don't try to say, nah, man, the Earth is globe, or you're wrong, or I'm right. I just kind of listen. I don't sit here to debate. I don't sit here to argue or to do this or that. I like to sit here and look at the side, from the sidelines, and that's kind of how I absorb things. A person directly making it personal to say, hey, man, the Earth is fucking flat. It's not a globe. Like, you're wrong. Like, that's not gonna help my case or a lot of people's cases in general. Just sitting here kind of listening to what you guys have got to say is enough for me, is enough to kind of see, all right, well, I sit here and Google the shit that you guys put out here and etc. and try to understand where you guys are coming from.
That's a reasonable place to be, and that's usually where most of us started.
I'm not a religious person, but I've sat in church,
Hold on, I just want to say I just wanted to say that you said that you've never met a flat earther in the wild, and a lot of that is because people who understand that the Earth is flat don't want to discuss it in public.
And I can
Because there's a
understand.
lot of ostracization that comes with discussing it in public.
No, and I get that, but that's why I'm so intrigued with this group, is I get to interact with people that I don't get to see normally, and I get to understand something that's been such a wild concept to me on the internet for so long. That's my whole point in being here.
You're trying to understand it a little bit more objectively than just being made fun of. You're actually trying. You're trying to understand.
I'm trying to, because obviously, you guys probably understand. There's a lot of shit on the internet that makes you guys look like a bunch of crazies, and that's a bias that the internet puts out there. But I have an opportunity to sit here and actually listen to human beings with voices and thoughts and ideas, and I think it's cool. Instead of just like getting on Reddit and seeing someone like flaming the flat earthers, it's like, oh haha, that's funny, whatever. But then you get in here and actually listen to what you guys have got to say, and it's incredibly interesting.
That's pretty awesome, man. To be honest, I respect that. I mean, I'm glad you're listening, and that's the purpose.
Respect that too.
Yeah, of the YouTube channel. We want people to listen because not everyone wants to interact. A lot of people just want to listen. Like Alex, it's really cool that you've come in here and said, "Hey, I want to hear what these guys really have to say," and not just go watch some debunk videos about flat Earth, from Professor Dave and all those other guys that will just say, "Hey, Earth can't be flat because of this, and this, and this." You're actually sitting here listening to our opinions and how we've come to the conclusion that the Earth cannot be a globe.
Exactly. You hit it on the head there. I'm here to hear real life experiences and firsthand words coming out of it rather than things being construed on the internet all crazily.
Yeah, man, credit to you for that. So now, but since you've been here listening to us, you know that we're not trying to convince you that the Earth is flat.
I mean, there's some people in here that seems like their full-time job, but for the most part, yeah. I mean, I understand that a lot of the times it's just for the sake of debate, and whether or not at the end of this whole, I guess residency here, whether at the end of all of this I believe the Earth is flat or I continue believing with my current beliefs.
Check this out. Check this out, though. Check this out. Nobody here is making any money trying to convince people the Earth is flat.
Oh, no, I understand that. I mean,
hold on. On the other side, though, the anti-flat earthers, they're making YouTube channels.
Nice to hell, yeah,
making money off of trying to convince people that the Earth is not flat. They're making money. Kind of
shit, I can't trust.
We're not here making money. We're actually here being honest people, open discussion, and so you should consider that as well.
No, and I do. I don't think I've ever sat here and looked up on YouTube, why isn't the Earth flat, or why isn't it? I don't sit here and watch these big, multi-million subscriber, YouTubers talk about shit like this, like that. You're not going to get anything.
Not to say that flat Earth channels shouldn't make money. This one doesn't. This one doesn't. But there are other flat Earth channels that do make money, but this, mine doesn't.
I've done as much due diligence as I possibly can about this place.
They demonetize my channel, so I'm not making any money from YouTube on my channel. And Roger's not making any money either. He has a channel too.
Right.
But
whether or not you guys make money or not, I mean, that's irrelevant to me as well. It's like, I don't know. I like hearing actual ideas coming out of actual people's mouths instead of sitting there.
Yeah, so listening to us, you feel like that we're being honest. In our opinions.
You're being as honest as you guys as I could believe you guys are being. Yes.
All right, cool. I think you really kind of.
I think you're being genuine. Alex, have you? I understand you said you've been Googling things. Have you been just Googling, or have you been using DuckDuckGo? Because I mean, it's very hard to find credible flat Earth information or true Earth information on Google. Sometimes that's why I'm asking.
I just kind of, I kind of just try to reference the the material that I get presented in like the live stream voice text. I get linked things there, which is cool, and I try to cross-reference the things in the links that I've been given. I try to do my due diligence. I'm trying to be a financial analyst, so I'm trying to I try to analyze things to the utmost degree, no matter where.
Have you downloaded the Flat Earth clock app?
I have not. No.
You should really look into that. There's probably a butt ton of information on there. I'm going to assume that you haven't been presented with. That Flat Earth Dave, he's the one that created the app.
Old dude sent me a bunch of stuff too. He sent me the wiki. He sent me a bunch of Google Drive links as well that I'm kind of scared to click on because Google Drive links are scary. But
right.
But yeah, he sent me a lot of stuff.
I would go to the Flat Earth clock app personally because there's a lot of questions on there. I'm sure that they're floating around in your head, and there's a lot of YouTube links in there to videos that are shadow banned. You're not going to find it even if you type in exactly what it is into the search bar. And I highly suggest you look into that.
Yeah, for sure, I will. I'm not opposed to it.
It's like $3 or something. Very cheap.
What are you talking about? David Wise's app?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, that's on the Play Store. I mean, there's no. Yeah, I have that app. I paid $3 for it. I don't know why. Why you'd be scared of putting that on your phone? That would be weird.
Yeah, like the Drive thing, I understand, but the app itself, it's Blue Water Bays who makes it or whatever. It's a very, very solid app, and it has regular updates as well.
Yeah, it's a production company that Dave works with. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty good app. Matter of fact, DITRH was here last week. And so he actually added the Discord to the app. Link to this Discord to the app.
Did not know about that, Helio. That's pretty sick.
Yeah, it's cool. Yeah, just go on the app. You can find a link to the Discord in the app now.
So, quick question: has anybody found any curvature yet?
Personally, not.
Any evidence of bending water? I'll take that silence as an answer.
Your silence is your consent. Thank you very much. I did not say that.
That's pretty funny. Cut this shit. That kind of reminds me of that last meme. They cut the shit posted. It kind of reminds me of that meme. What's that movie with Tom Cruise? He's like, "Help me, help you." Or he's talking. There's the football guy. He's like, "Help me, help you."
Oh. What movie is that?
can't fucking remember the name of the movie. You know what I'm talking about? It's
Yeah.
Tom Cruise and
Oh, Jerry Maguire. Jerry Maguire.
oh, is it Jerry Maguire? Yeah, it's Jerry Maguire. Help me, help you. There you
Yeah,
go.
they're talking in the bathroom or in the showers.
Yeah. He's like, you're fucking this up. I'm your fucking. What was he? It was an agent. He was like, you're fucking this up. Help me, help you.
Yeah, so cut the shit's got the scene posted in a GIF.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hello.
That sounded familiar. Are you from Scandinavia?
No, I'm about as American as it could be. I'm sorry.
Okay. You sounded a little bit like a Scandinavian because
I might have like a speech impediment. I don't know.
Okay.
A speech impediment.
Oh my gosh. That might be one of the funniest things I've heard all morning.
You know what? You know what's really funny is like a lot of Americans or English people would be like trying to guess people's accents, and but I hear so many people that are foreign, you know, to America, try to say, try to figure out where they're from. It's like you can't tell I'm American. This fucking crazy. What the? I'm messing with you.
I mean, I'm in a European household, but yeah, I'm about as American as you can be.
It's all good. Always wonder. It's weird to me when people can't tell when people are American. That's just always weird.
I'd really like to hear what an American accent would sound like to anybody else without an American accent. Does it sound as unique as like someone from Liverpool or Scandinavia or et cetera, or does it just sound like normal or whatever?
I know a lot of people that do come from Europe, you know, if they came to America when they were very young, there might be a collection say, hey, I'm from this. But for the most part, I can tell when someone's American. Now, Canadian and American, it's a little difficult to tell, but if I listen to Canadians talk enough, I can tell if they're from Canada.
Right, yeah.
It's very similar.
They might just be from Minnesota.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it could be North Dakota or freaking Minnesota. You know, they they could still be American, but anyway.
Yeah, I've got a client. He's a very, very fresh Russian person. You know, he's I think he's been in America less than, he hasn't even been here all of 2021 basically, but he learned English in Russia, and so when he came here, the American, the way we say things and pronounce things are different than how he was taught we pronounce things in Russia. So it's really hard for him still nowadays. You'll say something that's, a pretty simple phrase, but he doesn't quite understand it because it doesn't sound like how he's been, interpreted it in Russia. So talking with him is definitely a little bit of an, it's not an issue, but you've got to kind of tiptoe around. Yeah. But it's super interesting in that regard where, someone with a heavy accent taught him English, and now someone without a heavy accent speaking English to him kind of confuses him.
Yeah. I thought Flathead was going to say something, but he... Go ahead, Waterball.
Yeah, so Alex Jones, why do you think that Earth is globe? What is your best proof for that?
I'm currently taking a piss, hang on.
That's a very good proof, yeah.
Did he say apparently taking a piss?
Currently, sorry.
You guys seen the Apparently Kid video?
Apparently,
Apparently,
I've never been on live television before.
I've never been on. Yeah, you've seen that. I thought you were apparently taking a piss, Jones.
No, I was currently taking a piss.
Yeah, I love that video. He's so cute, man.
What was your question, Waterball?
Yeah, what was your question, Waterball?
He's deafened now. He didn't like the sound of my urine.
Oh, he's deafened. God dang it. We're trying to produce content on here. Open your microphones and talk. They're turning the frogs gay!
I refuse to go along with this. All right, well, smoke them if you got them.
Jones.
Yeah.
Have you been? Do you still listen to Alex Jones, or have you been, listening to him for a long time? Because, bro, I was listening to that motherfucker for a long time.
I listened to him after the Joe Rogan podcast, like the first one.
What? 2 years ago, or how long?
2 or 3. It was 2 or 3 years ago, I think. I
was listening to that motherfucker since the beginning.
Oh yeah, see, I got introduced to him through Joe Rogan. Watching the Joe Rogan podcast, and I'm like, I've heard of Alex Jones. I've never listened to Alex Jones. Checked out the podcast. Thought Alex Jones is a freaking hoot. Started, I'd have InfoWars in the background most of the time. I don't
listen to him anymore. I mean, I haven't.
I don't listen to him anymore.
But
the reason behind my name is that's my name. So that's just kind of how it works.
Wait, that's your real name?
Yeah.
Are you fucking serious?
Yeah. So I had an Alex Jones profile picture, but I don't know where it went. I think I got drunk and changed it a couple months ago, but
you're lying.
No, that's
not your real name. I mean, my real name is out there. I mean, but your real name is Alex Jones?
Yeah, and I went to school with two other ones actually. One of them was a female. It was fucking weird.
What? There was a chick named Alex Jones?
Yeah.
so her. Oh, Alexandra.
Yeah, but we called her Alex.
And your name is Alex Jones.
Yeah.
Holy fucking shit.
It's a crazy common name. I went to school with 3 of them or 2 of them, Yeah.
I guess it's
the funny thing is the female one.
Well, it's just like, of course, in a platform like this, we're going to be like, hey, this guy came in with Alex Jones as his name.
Right, and my profile picture has been Alex Jones for a while,
Yeah, but that's, I still don't believe you, but you can say that your name is Alex Jones, even though I don't believe you. I mean, you can find my real name pretty easy by the with my Heliosceptic thing. Right. You can find out. I have a Facebook profile. Really I have a Facebook channel with my real name. So it's not even hard to find me. But your real name is Alex Jones.
Yes, sir.
That's fucking crazy, bro. Funny though.
Here, okay. So it's my server profile on another one.
Is it Alexander?
Yeah.
Jones? Oh, okay. But Alex is easier to say.
Yeah.
But if my name was Alexander, I would be like, call me Alexander.
No, that's how my clients address me. That's how my work.
Alexander.
That's how I'm addressed at work. It's pretty nice, but
well, yeah, that's what's up. Yeah, it's a pretty strong name, Alexander the Great.
Exactly. That's where the name came from.
Yeah,
My grandmother said, "Oh, we should name him Alexander after Alexander the Great."
yeah, it's good stuff. I was named after my father. He died when I was 2.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, well, I didn't know him. I'm sorry too. I wish I did.
That's what I'm sorry for. I didn't get to know mine really.
What? But he was alive, but you didn't know him?
Yeah, he's still out there.
Uh,
He texted me a couple days ago, but
what's up, man? I have a son. We don't talk a whole lot, but he just put an album out.
oh, nice. Heck yeah.
You want to hear it? You want to link to his album?
Yeah, I'll check it out. What kind of music is it?
It's metal.
All right, yeah. I'll jam some metal at the gym.
Let me. What? You don't like metal?
I like metal. I went through a huge phase.
What kind of music you like?
I listen to literally. I mean, I'm gonna be a head ass and say I listen to everything because I literally listen to everything.
Cool.
I've got almost 10,000 songs on my phone. That you can't tell whether or not I listen to this or that. Cut the shit. That one's funny. All right, I'll give you that one. That one's hilarious.
Let me find the link here.
If that's original content, I applaud you.
Yeah, they just my son's just put out a new album. It's on Apple, SoundCloud and shit.
Hell yeah.
Hold on, let me find it. Hold on. What platform would be?
I use Spotify primarily.
Spotify, I think it's on there too. But I don't. So.
Oh, I did pack a bowl. Holy shit. Let's go. Smoke them if you got them, fellas.
And the altar becomes very prominent.
Oh, that's J. Vernon McGee. That's Through the Bible. Have you ever listened to J. Vernon McGee Through the Bible? Good stuff. Hold on, let me find this shit. Hey, you know what? Instead of... Well, I'll provide the link to his new album. But I actually have some videos on my channel. They're private videos. Well, they're not private, but they're only shareable through private link. Hold on. This is live videos. My son's a drummer.
Drumming is so crazy.
Yeah, he's the drummer. He's a drummer. What the hell are you laughing at?
They're dogging on me here in the live chat.
I know people are
just perpetually harassing me.
People are strange when you're a stranger.
I guess so.
Faces look ugly when you're alone. Women seem wicked when you're wanted.
I think Alex Jones did a good job. I mean, he's woken up a lot of people. So he's definitely stopped the New World Order, put them back a lot. So he's done quite a good job, I think.
Strange faces come out of the rain.
When you're strange. When
no one remembers your name.
Such a banger.
What the fuck, man? Where are these videos? I know I uploaded to my channel. God dang it.
Yeah, everyone makes him out to be a bad guy, but I took him on in YouTube. I said, hey, Alex, why don't you preach the real gospel? Because you're preaching all this mumble-bumble junk, you know? You're not even clarifying anything about Jesus and the cross or anything.
Is Alex Jones a religious man? I can't really recall.
Oh no, he definitely is a Christian, but he hides the gospel. He doesn't. I believe that if you're a Christian, you shouldn't hide anything. You should tell people exactly what the gospel is, the real gospel. You shouldn't hide around, beat around the bush, and give it like a, to try and be popular and get more people to follow you. Obviously.
I respect that.
So I told him that straight in his face, and he blocked me. But I mean, I like him. I think he's a great guy. I mean, he's still a brave guy, and he's done a lot for the world. He's actually, the amount of sacrifice and things that he's done, I think is awesome because he's woken people up. If it wasn't for him, I would never have known any of this stuff. I wouldn't even have come to Flat Earth because I wouldn't have known any of the stuff before it that would have got me to Flat Earth. Because it was like a progression. Flat Earth is kind of like the last thing I would have ever thought of. But if it wasn't for
he puts ideas in your head that aren't out there for sure. He's
I wouldn't be here otherwise. Yeah, I definitely wouldn't be here. I wouldn't be even close to knowing anything. I would just be a zombie. I'd just be going through my life, working, eating, sleeping, and I wouldn't know a thing of what's going on.
That's why the man's is censored so hard as he is because he's such a provocative person, and he invokes all these different ideas in people's heads that shouldn't, that should be there, but in the broader spectrum of things, people look at it as those that shouldn't be there.
But I don't need him anymore in terms of that because I've learned so much from him that I can think like him now. I know exactly how he thinks. So I can see the same thing that he'll see when things happen. Then I'm thinking the same thing that he's thinking about what's happening, and I'm looking deeper and I'm researching like he is. So
you should change your name to Alex Jones.
But I give him credit though. I do give him credit for his work. I mean, he definitely deserves the credit. I mean, he's definitely done a good job. But he's made himself expendable, which he doesn't even now. People don't even really need him, so they just diss him. But he's still done a great job in the past. Yeah,
for sure. He's a very passionate man about what he has to say.
Yeah, I like him. But I don't think he's. I mean, he does get on with people that I like and respect as well. He gets on with pastors and stuff, but I don't think he really clarifies the gospel very well. He talks about space and going and he's got this fantasy about going into space, and he's got this fantasy about being one with the cosmos, and it's kind of there is.
He should focus. He should just go back to focusing on overthrowing the government. That's the Alex Jones we need.
I mean, he's a little bit new agey for me. I don't like his preaching because it's not about relationship with Jesus. It's about this mystical force in the sky, kind of. And I don't go for that kind of preaching at all.
Right.
Yeah.
I get it.
I'm more into relational, real, authentic, like through the cross, mystical, but mystical through the cross, through the finished work of the cross. That kind of, Protestants. But I don't believe anything the Protestants say. I don't believe everything charismatics say. I don't believe everything any denomination says. I take.
Are you more on like the Catholic side of things, or are you just more Christian than anything?
No, I take everything from every denomination that's good, and I throw out all the bad. I take everything that everyone says. I take only the good, what is real, and I throw out all the junk, because there's a lot of junk in every denomination. But if it wasn't for those denominations, there wouldn't be truths that they're holding. There's a lot of things that they hold that certain denominations have certain things that they hold that really are really good. But I take bits and pieces from every person, but I don't agree with everything that everyone says in history or now. There's a lot of things I'll throw out and say that's a lot of junk,
For sure.
So I pick and choose what people say. I mean, I'm not gonna hold on to everything that even like the Protestants or even John Calvin or Luther. There's a lot of things Luther says I like, but there's some things I don't like that he says. There's some things that Calvin says that are good, and some things are bad. So yeah.
Hey Alex, what was the platform you said you use for music? Spotify.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it's on there. Let me find the Spotify link. I think that's it. The link he sent me originally. Hold on. It's called Blast, but it's Blast as an acronym B.L.A.S.
Okay.
It's Being Loud at Shitty Times. That's the name of the band. Being Loud at Shitty Times. Blast.
Blast, found him.
Did you?
Yep.
Yeah, that's my boy. That's my boy on drums. Good stuff.
All right, that first song's pretty sick.
And the shit's on Apple and Google Play.
Hell
I
yeah, it's
listen
got
to
some
it on
great
Google
energy.
Play.
I'm gonna for sure put it on at the gym. Fucking next time I'm at the gym.
They just had their album release party last weekend. So,
Heck
my
yeah,
boy
that's
on
awesome.
drums. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll for sure give it a like and a listen at the gym tomorrow. Or wait,
Sweet, man.
tomorrow's Sunday.
Appreciate that.
Monday morning.
He's my favorite person in the world.
Hell yeah.
That's my son.
That makes me happy to hear, man. Hell yeah, that's awesome.
And he's the sweetest freaking dude you ever meet. He's so nice, man. He's not a big asshole like me. But I wish, I hope he has some of the energy, but, I don't want to, I don't really have a lot of interaction with him as much as I want to. But
something like preventing that, or is it something like within your control?
No, it's just
how it
kind of
goes.
like, during his teenage years, we were kind of estranged, and then we've connected again, and it kind of reminds me of me, just like there ain't much, I don't really have. It's like I'm on my own, rolling. So he's just rolling out there doing his thing. So, and I was a musician, which I still am, I guess. Just trying to, find my place in this world. My place in this world. You know what I mean? So that's what he's doing. That's what he's doing, as far as I know. So. And we obviously didn't come from affluence or anything like that. So, so that's what we're doing, or what he's doing, and it gives you energy, and I think that comes out through his music, and so that's good stuff. And he's when you meet him, talk to him, and he's just got a really good spirit. It's good stuff. He's a good guy.
That's good to hear. Hell yeah.
I love that boy. I love his drumming too, though. So I've always been a fan. I've never been a drummer, but when I first started hearing him play drums, he was like, I thought he was trying too hard, and but then there was a certain point. I don't know what it was. There was just like this certain point where he hit. I guess he hit a line, and then it was like, oh shit. He like took it. You know, I didn't think he would ever. I mean, this is, you know, I guess Dad's like going, you know, you can try that, but just because the first time I actually like heard him play drums, it was like he was trying, but he wasn't really this. And then a couple years later, dude, within 2 years, I was like, oh fuck, he fucking hit it, you know. So anyway. So yeah, he's freaking got it now.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, I've never been a drummer. I mean, I'm a singer and guitar player, and so you know, but you know, with the drums, he just like freaking, he owns it now.
What a didgeridoo.
It's just like when I like me, I was like, hey, I said, you know, I played with him. You know, I was like playing guitar and was like, what the fuck are you doing? You know. And then a couple years later, he's all of a sudden just like, whackity whack whack whack. I'm like, all right, well, fuck it, you got this.
You got this shit.
Yeah, so that's my boy.
Hell yeah, man.
Let's see. I shared that. Where did I share the link? Seems like he signed with a label, so I can't. I mean, a lot of people can't hear it unless they're subscribed to that service. So.
Then I got him saved on my phone now, so.
Cool. Appreciate that, man.
Yeah, for sure, man.
They had their album release party last weekend. I mean, they're not big yet or anything like that, but they're having a good time.
I've been to some album release parties at some venues, and they get pretty nice. I've been to like the silent ones where like you got your headphones on, and those are actually really cool. Those are a different experience. You focus more on the music than everything else around you.
Have you ever heard any of my music, Alex?
What kind of music is out there?
My shit's from like the 90s.
How do I find it?
I don't know what's on my YouTube channel. I have a playlist. I'll send a link.
Yeah, DM me that link. Ooh, I do not like that. I opened up Spotify on my phone and it opened on my computer as well.
See if things. Let's see if this link is good. I'll DM you this. Tell me if this link message. There we go. That link work.
Let me see. Looks like it works. Let's see.
There's a bunch of music on there. There's like freaking live shows and albums and shit.
On the on the YouTube channel here.
Well, whatever I just sent you. I mean,
Right, yeah.
There's different channels, but it's a playlist. Yeah, that link should work. Got a playlist, a bunch of shit.
I like this. This is awesome.
There's a bunch of music on there. Yeah, I'm the singer and on all of that stuff. I'm the vocalist. Play guitar on some of it. Some live shows and shit on there too.
Progressive stoner rock band. That's awesome. This is sick.
Yeah, it's me, the vocalist.
Hell yeah. You got some pipes.
I had a full tuition scholarship for vocals out of high school.
Hell yeah. I was in choir 2 years in high school.
Oh, you're in choir? You were in choir?
Yeah, I joined it. A girlfriend at the time convinced me to join it. I was really reluctant on it. I joined it and ended up absolutely loving it, and then continued on.
It was so fun, man. I mean, you get to travel all over the fucking state, you know.
Oh yeah, and so I ended up staying in. Yeah, traveled all over the place. You know, had an awesome time. Went to a bunch of guest concerts and whatnot. I was in like the men's choir.
Oh, you can sing. Awesome. You can sing too.
Quite a little bit, yeah, a little bit. But then they made it basically impossible to letter in it. Like I joined in late. It was I think I came in like sophomore year or something like that. I can't remember, but I came in too late, and so I was unable to letter in choir had I even stayed in it the entire time, and I'd have to get like a bunch of extra credits, and like it was literally like impossible. Like we broke it down, it was impossible, and I was super bummed about that. And then like my passion for it was just like out the window because I wanted that fucking letter on my jacket, I
mean, I was.
And I don't know why that was
where I was from is just like I was a choir nerd. Basically, it was just like, but at the same time, my senior year I was second chair, second tenor, and in the all-state choir. So I don't know where the letters come from. As far as that goes.
So the way they wanted us to letter is like you had to have a certain amount, you had to have a certain amount of points. I think it was like 12 points, and you got a certain amount of points per semester, but only if you attended every competition, every concert, every this, every that. And I'd already missed out on several of the competitions.
Oh, because you were skipping school and shit.
No, I just came in late. I just I joined choir a semester or like a whole year too late, and so then I couldn't, I wasn't even eligible to receive the, required amount of points, even if I stayed in it all the way to senior year and did my, competitions and whatnot. Like it was going to be a ton of work for something that wasn't going to be an accolade.
You didn't start singing choir until you were
like sophomore year, yeah.
Oh yeah, sophomore. Okay, see, I was already like in 7th grade,
Right, yeah, and I had no interest in it, and then this girlfriend of mine decided to, intrigue me on it, and and I just, I have a passion for music. I'm just not talented, or have the patience to practice.
Well, it's like I got the scholarship, to college, and I actually went on the full scholarship, and after the first year, I dropped out because I was going to be a fucking rock star,
Right, yeah.
So that's what happened to me. But yeah, but I learned a lot in that first year of college too. And I mean, with the, I was actually impressed a lot of the people in the college too. But I actually had a privilege too. Between 11th and 12th grade, I went to what they call governor school here in Arkansas, which the choir director at governor school, which was like a liberal arts kind of thing that you can do between, senior year, junior and senior year, prepare you for college or, liberal arts college, which I don't even want to get into that shit. I was young, whatever. But anyway, I had a lot of fun there. The choir director at that liberal arts intermediate school or whatever, which was totally free for me. I was 6 weeks at this college while it was down because it was between, school years. I ain't gonna lie, it was I had so much fun. It was a blast. And then he offered me a freaking full tuition scholarship when I graduated with a 2.5 grade point average. I graduated at 2.5. It's not, I'm not proud of that, but at the same time, I just never did homework and shit. It wasn't because I wasn't smart. It wasn't because I wasn't smart, I just, I graduated at 2.5, but I got a full tuition scholarship to college, right?
Right. There's a couple trade-offs.
So it's like, who gets a full tuition scholarship to a university with a 2.5 grade point average?
Right.
Me. Anyway, and then I only lasted there a year because I'm not a scholar, right? I'm not going to finish college. I mean, there's no way. I'm just not a scholar that way. I tried. Well, I will say I tried, but I didn't really, because then I
didn't even give it a solid attempt.
I did give some classes a solid attempt, and I was definitely, the choir was where I was focused. But college was so much different than high school and shit. It's just like, you know what? I'm not going to do this. It's like they gave me the full tuition scholarship because of my talent, not because of my
academia
scholarship. So it's just like, there's no way I'm going to finish this, and so that's why I left. And I was like, you know what? Fuck it. I'm going to be a rock star. And that's where I started doing that. What you're listening on the playlist, if you listen to it.
Oh, yeah, I'm listening to it now.
That's what I did.
10 minutes
yeah. And then I started building cabinets or whatever. And now I'm just...
I did some cabinetry. I cut the tip of my pinky off.
I ain't going to lie, though. I mean, I was doing a lot of drugs and shit back then.
Hell yeah.
That's, but that's, it's just like I turned my music form into something else, and I wasn't concentrating on the education part of it. But at the same time, when I was working, I started listening to like different podcasts and like news platforms and stuff, and I started paying attention to what's going on in the world. And I'm like, these political fucking vampires are trying to utilize the faith of the people in the government, which government means control. It's just like, all right, so this is that. Here's how I was put in this position. It's like I was never actually supposed to finish college that way. You know what I mean? And so it's like, hey, I've got my own university of the mind to figure out. It's like college wasn't meant for someone like me, It's like, I mean, at a certain point, it was just like, people were trying to make me feel bad for not finishing college, but I was never going to finish college anyway. they gave me the scholarship because they wanted to exploit my talent. No, because I'm not a scholar. It's like if I would have been able to go through. Say I majored in music performance, which some of those classes I could fucking ace, but the rest of the shit I didn't have a chance. I just couldn't do it. I ain't gonna lie. I just can't do it. Like English 101. I can't even fucking pass that class.
English.
I did try. Now, English 101 isn't understanding English because obviously I understand it, right?
Right.
It's like trying to write shit down, and do like writing. I've never been able to do it. It's just something I can't do. It's impossible for me. It's like, why don't you try hard? Try hard to get a C. Okay, well, fuck you. I stopped going to English 101 within the first few weeks of college because I was like, I just can't fucking do this. I don't really see what this. Even though I love to read, I love reading books and comprehension. All that shit's there. Writing, fuck that. I just can't do it. I can write songs.
Back in high school, I could probably, I was definitely a kick-ass writer. Nowadays, I don't know. I'd probably sit there and
I couldn't do it in high school.
SpongeBob episode where he writes the word, spends hours writing the word "the." That'd probably be me.
Well, I couldn't do it in high school either. It's just never been a thing for me. It's like once I got to college and they said, yeah, you're going to have to write
a lot. I watched
and I was
one of my
like,
homie streams his homework.
Oh shit! I can't do this.
Right,
and it wasn't because it wasn't because I was. I literally can't do it. I just don't. I just can't. So once I got there, I realized that I'm not going to be able to fucking pass this class. It's not going to happen.
A lot of, you were on a full ride, but it's a lot of money for a lot of people when it comes to that, and it's I don't know. For me, it's still intimidating. Even at my age, it's like, wow, I'm gonna go spend all this money and I might not make it.
It's like I was decent at math. I could pass some of the math stuff.
Yeah, I'm good with
when it comes to writing. When it came to the writing,
fuck that.
When it came to the writing, I was never going to be able to do it. I just, I don't know. And also, I've never been a scholar. I fucking breezed through high school barely. Not because I'm, not smart. It was just because I
had other shit to do.
Yeah, it was just my mind was somewhere else.
I get it. I'd like to think of myself as a pretty, I don't know, intelligent individual in my niches, I guess. But yeah, I think other shit to do, man.
I think I only graduated high school. Which I had good grades in all my classes except for English, which they call English something that it shouldn't be, in my opinion. But that's, I got a D in English, but I should have had an F. But I think my teacher gave me a D because she really
She want to see your ass again.
She didn't want to see me again in the summer. Because that's what I'm saying. The writing part is like the literary. Even though I love to read and listen to audiobooks and stuff, I love this. I love literature, but I can't write. You know what I mean? But they want you to write shit. and I just can't do it. It's just not in me. I can do math like nobody's business. You know what I'm saying? But I can't fucking write worth a shit.
Right.
I can write poetry, which I call lyrics to songs.
Right.
But those are very, very abstract. But as far as like writing an essay or shit like that, I can't fucking write an essay.
No, yeah, you don't catch me with that.
So that's why, I pretty much failed English because of essays. I can't write an essay. It's just like something in me just makes me not able to do that. I don't even know what that. I can listen and read articles. I love reading articles, love reading books and shit, but I just can't write them. It's like when you put pencil in my hand, paper, nothing's going to happen.
Yeah, I've definitely lost the touch in that regard, but I think it's just because I smoke too much weed.
Well, I've never been able to do it. So if you used to be able to do it and you smoke too much weed, then that's on you. But I've never been able to do it. I've never been able to write any kind of.
I haven't really
essays.
tried. I've never had like a need to, I guess, either. Like I didn't go to college, so it's like I don't have a need to like sit here and write an essay. But I don't know. I feel like when I got to write emails and shit to people at work, like I feel like I can get the point across pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, yeah,
I might still have it
email
somewhere,
and get my point across, but it's short and sweet.
Right. Yeah. I don't make things short and sweet. I overcomplicate things, and I don't know where that habit comes from, but if I'm supposed to send a one-line email, it's gonna have paragraph breaks in it.
I guess it depends on the situation, but yeah. Well, it's just like, I mean, I listen to audiobooks like constantly. And I'm like, how did you come up with this shit? I listen to a lot of fiction and shit. And so I'm like, where and how did you come up with this shit? Now, news articles, at least they have some content. It's just like when people write a news article, they have a background of what they're finding. A reporter or whatever, they're gonna write about what they're reporting on, what they know so far based on information. Like fiction writers come up with this shit in their brain and just write novels. Shit, that's just weird. It's like what the fuck is going on in your mind that you just. It's like I'll listen to an audiobook that's 15 hours long, a fiction audiobook. I'm like, you just came up with all this shit in your mind and wrote it down. Just made it up. But they didn't make it up. They based it on, just paying attention, to humanity and the potential of everything.
Oh my god, it's 9:30 in the morning. I gotta go get some breakfast. I'm an hour late for breakfast. But I appreciate all your conversation with all y'all.
Wait, does breakfast have a certain time?
I mean, technically, I should have been eating during my anabolic window, but that's gone out. That's gone. So,
well, help me understand this anabolic window.
So, once you're done working out, first thing in the morning, you should be intaking calories the moment you're done working out, within the hour you're done working out.
Right, because you're still burning, and then
Yeah, so your body's gonna go into recovery mode basically the moment you're done working out. So you need energy to recover. And by being on an empty stomach, I don't eat before I go to the gym. I just roll out of bed and drive to the gym. Being on an empty stomach, working out, I'm going to be burning my fat reserves for my recovery, which I'm not trying to do. I'm trying to gain muscle and gain mass. So if I eat within that anabolic window, my calories are just used in a better way. So right now, I mean, eating now is obviously going to do something for me, but not as much as it should have. I should have been intaking calories the moment I stepped in the door, but I sat down and decided not to.
I think you'll be all right, man. Go ahead and eat your bagel.
Yeah. I'll just go. No, I have a bagel. I got 2,000 calories to intake in this meal. I got to hit 4,000 minimum today by the end of the day.
What? 4,000 minimum today?
Minimum, yeah. I'm trying to become not so much a bodybuilder, but I'm trying to go and do an amateur competition at some point in the next year, in regards to bodybuilding. Amateur competitions are a lot, less crazy than these meatheads that you see in like the IFBB pros and whatnot.
It's a little overboard, isn't it?
They're overboard, yeah. Me, I don't know. I just got to get strict on my diet more so and eat when I'm supposed to eat.
You want to get involved in the competitions, though?
Basically, yeah. I want to just have I want to have something that'll push me to like work harder on my body. Like right now I'm doing like a bodybuilding program, but it's all on my own. Like I don't have a coach, I don't have guidance. But if I have like a goal and like a time frame and crunch times, like it'll help motivate me a hell of a lot more to like get my diet right, get my routine better, work a hell of a lot harder, and just kind of care about my overall bodily health, because I'm in good shape, but it's like I want to be in better shape. I'm more so just obsessed with the way I look, so that's the whole thing.
Are you pretty?
I mean, from the neck down, yeah, I'm pretty nice.
From the neck down. Well, you're saying your face is not so.
I'm a butterface, yeah. I got like a weird European Hispanic, like genealogy going on. So.
Holy shit! Hold on. Hold on, man. So it's just like you're working on your body because your face ain't so much.
Basically, yeah. You
what the fuck, man?
You gotta distract them somewhere,
What if I told you my head is very attractive, but my body isn't?
You'll probably still find a better wife than I.
I'm not trying to find a wife. I've had two, and it never worked out.
I've had half of one, I guess, but yeah.
You had a half a wife?
yeah. We didn't get quite there yet,
All right. So, hey, man, just, do your thing. But yeah, man. What? I just hate to think that you think you're ugly. That's
I mean, I don't think I'm ugly. It's just I don't know. I'm not vain, but it's just like I don't know. I care more about my body, like just for my own. Like I like looking in the mirror and going, yeah, like.
No, that's good. I mean, I ain't gonna lie. I mean, my body's disgusting. I'm a fat motherfucker.
Hell yeah, there ain't shit wrong with it. I don't care.
But my face is pretty. I get looks from the ladies just because but I'm almost 50 years old, but I got this big ass freaking gray beard. Ever since I've been growing my beard out, like I used to have like shave my head and freaking have my goatee and shit. I was like, fuck that. I'm going to grow my hair, which I've been balding since I was 16 years old. So I'm bald. Like, I have like the bald thing, like on top, I'm bald on top, but I have the wrap around, but then I grew my beard, full beard. And
It's a game
dude,
changer.
I get second looks from ladies all the time. So
Yeah, one of my buddies, we're the same
Right.
age. We're in our mid 20s, and he's got a chrome dome almost up on top, and he lost a tooth not too long ago. He lost like the third tooth to the left of his front teeth, up on top. So it's pretty obvious. It's very clear that he lost his tooth. And he keeps like growing out his beard, and I keep telling him that he's looking great. I'm like, yeah, man, like you should keep the beard. Like it makes you, it fulfills like what's going on up top, And then I think he gets like really upset because then he loses the beard and he just looks funny as hell again. But the beard definitely helps with him.
So like I've been like smooth shaving my head and just like a goatee look for a long time, and then I was like, you know what, fuck it, I'm gonna grow a beard and grow the whole beard and keep bald, and then I was like, hey, you know what, I want to just go ahead and grow my not grow my hair long, in the back or anything, but like keep it, like clipper short, like 1/8 inch, on my head, and have the bald top with my full beard. I ain't gonna lie, man. I mean, I get second looks from the ladies all the time, man. Now,
Hell yeah.
so I got that shit full.
Beards and
I got
bald
the
heads.
full beard. I got the I got the full beard now. I mean, it's gray, mostly gray, and and a little bit of black. But yeah, man, I get more looks from ladies now. But I don't even date or anything. I don't really give a shit. It's just like
It ain't worth the time.
just
They're succubuses.
yeah, I know. Well,
in
either
general.
way, I mean, it's like, but I just noticed the ladies looking at me more. It's just like, oh, that's an interesting looking motherfucker. It's just like I ain't got time for them, but whatever.
Hell yeah, man. Well, I'm gonna go make some breakfast. Y'all enjoy the
All
rest
right,
of your
brother.
morning. I
Yeah,
appreciate
get it in. Yeah, good talking to you.
Hell yeah,
Hey,
I'll take it easy. What's
hey,
up? What's up?
Earth is flat.
It might be. It might be.
It might be. Yeah, think about that. And if you have time, invite some of your friends over here.
Oh, they've all migrated. We are all here.
All right, cool.
Hell yeah, we'll be back. Peace out, buddy.
Yeah, peace, brother.
Hello. Hi there. Hello. Hello, is anyone there? Enough with kindly. See, you're flashing, Paggis.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, do you wanna the chat? I'm just like, I feel like I have not enough knowledge about like the flat Earth, and I would like to get to know more like how it works and what the some explanations and like how the flat Earth quote unquote model works. I know you don't really have a model the same way like that, but what do you want to know? Yeah, I don't know. Like, first of all, is there like a general model which most people use, or are there multiple theories about the flat Earth?
I think it's pretty individual. I guess everyone has their own belief or theories.
Okay.
I think the most important thing is to stick to what we know, and the measurements prove that there is no curve, and we don't have any proof of rotation, and gas can't exist, or gas pressure can exist without a container.
Yeah.
It's not really about the flat Earth model. It's more about the globe model, and that it doesn't work in reality, I guess.
Yeah. I guess that's fair. Yeah. But like do you know about like ionizing like rays and English isn't my primary language. I don't know the word, like radiation.
Hey, Pegasus,
Yeah?
if you're, I understand your question. You're asking if, for the most part, people that are on the globe side would like flat earthers to present a model that they can take apart and say, well, this couldn't work on the flat earth model because reasons. But but you also said something about a generality, right? Generally, we all observe the Earth as we experience it as a level stationary plane.
Okay.
The sun, moon, and stars move above our head in the same pattern year after year. That's the model. We don't necessarily have a model like the Earth claims to have. The globe Earth claims to have, because their globe Earth model, they can't even present their own globe Earth model. They claim to have one, but every time we ask them for the globe Earth model, they don't have one. So why would they ask us to present a flat Earth model when they don't even present us a globe Earth model?
Okay. Yeah, but like I guess the word model is a bit like weird because it isn't really a model as you usually call a model, like a train model or something. It's more like just all the information with all the equations and all the theory for all the explanations.
Oh, that's exactly what I'm talking about. When they start presenting their equations, we can show them that cannot possibly be true based on what we observe here on Earth.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, so why should we present an alternative model to their model that doesn't even work? What are we supposed to do with that?
You know, like, that's good question.
Yes, it is, isn't it?
Yeah. It's only that, like, if you also can start to explain stuff from the flat Earth plane, then I think a lot more globe earthers would jump on the flat Earth
No. Hey,
train really quick.
listen on that point, Pegasus. We're not trying to convince people the Earth is flat. They're going to find this idea for themselves. It's not about us convincing anyone. This is us just sharing our ideas, taking a look at the information, coming to our own conclusions, and then moving forward.
Yeah.
And anyone that says, hey, flat earthers are too dumb to figure this out, that's why they think the Earth is flat, that's absolutely not true. And you've been following this topic for a very long time, Pagus.
Yeah.
Because you're the guy that was the robot thing, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So, yeah, you already know that we're not dumb, and we're not going to come to a conclusion that's not solid. But what we do is that the Earth presents itself as a level stationary plane. That's how every airline pilot, every person that uses a car, every train, every planar surveyor utilizes their instruments as if the Earth is a level stationary plane over hundreds and hundreds of miles. How can the Earth be flat if they're utilizing the Earth as a level stationary plane? How can it possibly be a globe?
Yeah, like, personally, I still think that you can approximate to a flat plane in most circumstances, and then it works.
So how many flat spots on Earth make it a globe? I mean, it's just like this portion's flat, this portion's flat, this portion's flat, and then it's a globe.
Yeah.
Tell me how that can happen.
Like, maybe, like, if I can show, maybe a good analogy for that is, like a sinus curve in math.
What curve?
Sinus or cosine.
No, cosine.
Oh no, I can't stream here. It's just like a good analogy, I think, for how it can work. It's not a proof or anything.
Sure. Apply that to Earth itself. Apply it to Earth. Natural, observations here on Earth. Apply it. Application on Earth, not calculations.
Mm-hmm. Or like, when the calculations can describe the Earth itself, so then it's like just good.
Sure. Yeah. Well, how about you give me a real example of something that shows Earth curvature? If you want to apply these, if there's an observation of this, these mathematical things you're talking about, if there's something that shows the curvature of Earth, freaking, present it and convince me that it shows Earth curvature.
Yeah, like I do not really have that right now, and I don't know.
Yeah, nobody else does either. That's
Yeah,
why the flat earthers exist.
Yeah. Yeah, but honestly, I would very much want to just have a discussion and try to make a. I would be very interested in trying to make a flat Earth model.
Why do you want what flat Earth model? What are you looking for here, Pagus?
Well, if I can do that, then there would
you'll be the hero of the globe.
Then there would be no way of disputing a flat Earth, and you might even both theories might be as good, and I would just think it would be very interesting to see how the mathematical model for that would look, just out of curiosity.
Well, are you looking for something that? See, here's what's frustrating to flat earthers. Once we figured this shit out, we've had what we understand about ancient history. Throughout most cultures, they never had to have a shape of Earth. Earth has always been Earth, the way it presents itself. Sun, moon, and stars move in patterns in the heavens above us, right? Earth didn't have to have a shape itself, right?
Yeah.
Earth is obvious, right? We live on Earth. Sun, moon, and stars move above us.
Yeah.
Now there's this globe idea that came in. Oh, it's shit. About a little over 100 years ago, not even that long, where they're just trying to shove this globe idea down everyone's throat, through the education system, and so it's really not necessary. We don't need the globe.
Yeah. Can you in the daily life, there's no reason to promote or even
hold on. On that point, everyone, not everyone, but most people on Earth believe the globe now, but it's really only 100-year-old idea. It's a really new idea, but most people believe it. Where prior to 150 years ago, everyone, they didn't even consider that the Earth might be flat or a globe, because it was just Earth.
Yeah.
Nobody's going to the stars. Nobody's freaking going to the moon. All that kind of stuff. That wasn't even something that was considered important, I guess. What I mean. So why do you think it's important that people understand Earth is a globe or flat? I just don't understand why it's important now at this point in history.
It isn't that important, to be honest. At least not for most people. It just doesn't matter that much.
Oh, I think it is. I think it really matters to people, because when you bring it up, so most people think the Earth is a globe, or when you bring it up, it's very important to them because they get triggered really fast. They want to defend the globe, but they have no idea why they think it's a globe. That's why it's important now. It never has been a globe, never will be. But when you bring it up and they get triggered, that's why it's important. Because they have no idea why they think it's a globe.
Yeah, that's not that good.
Because they've been brainwashed.
Yeah.
Pegasus, that's exactly why.
I don't know if I completely agree with that. I feel
Well, you
like
don't have to agree with it, but that's exactly what's happened.
Okay.
There's no such thing as a globe Earth. It's all brainwashing.
That I feel like most of them.
Why do you think we're here 24 hours a day asking people to show us the globe and they can't?
I don't know.
Huh? Okay, there you go.
Yeah. Yeah.
So do you believe that you live on a globe right now?
Yeah, yeah, I haven't really seen, or for me, it feels like most things which have been brought up against the globe, I've been, for me, able to fit into and explain by the globe Earth model. I haven't really seen any clear contradictions when I've actually looked into it super deep. So that's kind of why. And also, there is some contradictions in the globe Earth model. I can give that, but I also find a lot of contradictions with the flat Earth. With the flat Earth.
Which?
All right, Pegasus. Yeah, give us one. Give us one that you're concerned about. What are the? Give us one contradiction you're curious
about. Yeah, one of the things is like when you, or this could maybe be explained, but this is kind of why I was wondering earlier about like with radiation. If you go higher and higher up into the sky, you will find more ionizing radiation, more cosmic radiation, because it can then travel through the atmosphere, and that's the explanation the globe Earth model gives. Why?
All right, Pegasus, let me ask you this: which sensors? What are you referring to with the radiation higher in the atmosphere? I mean, was there certain sensors that you're familiar with?
Just get if you take a Geiger counter,
did you say a Geiger counter?
Yeah.
I thought that was Geiger. Geiger is actually supposed to.
It's measuring radiation of some kind, or what?
Yeah. So what level of atmosphere are they using the Geiger counter? I mean, you said there was a test. Are you saying there's a test? You know, the higher you move, there's more radiation higher in the atmosphere. Is this what you're saying? I'm just trying to follow.
Yeah, the higher up in the atmosphere you go, the more radiation you will be, the more sieverts you will be able to feel, or not feel.
All right. So can you help us with the some links for a test that's been done that's confirmed that?
Yeah, I don't have any links on me right now, but I think like if you just Google, there's a lot.
You don't have any links on you right now?
No,
dude. Are you not in front of a PC?
Yeah, then you can do the same.
If you're gonna make a claim, start posting shit. And if you're gonna say, "Hey, this is true because I said so," we're not gonna freaking just take your word for it. Post some links, man. Hey, Pegasus,
Okay.
You've been here long enough to know that if you're going to make a claim, you're going to have to post that shit.
I thought this was just like a thing people knew.
You thought it was just you can just come in here and just talk willy-nilly bullshit?
Sorry.
No, that's not what we're about. If you're going to make a claim about radiation differential patterns, higher in the atmosphere, where did you come up with that? Are you just coming up with this shit up top of your head, or are you going to freaking show us where you came up with this idea? This is why you got roasted last time you were here. Come on, bro.
Yeah, I'm starting to. I'm Googling.
Show us a link that backs up your claim.
Have you actually tried a long distance observation?
But what do you mean?
Like going to the ocean and watching a ship disappear?
Oh
my God! I want him to show us a link about this radiation differential. I'm not to piss you off here, SV.
No.
But he's trying to make a claim that he's not. Now he just wants to back off of that and go on to what you're talking about. But
no.
He's actually not going to be able to do it. So go ahead and he's not going to be able to do it. There are no sensors in the atmosphere that will show the differential in radiation. I already know that's true. So go ahead and do your thing, SV, with Pagus. He just every time he comes in here, he just makes bullshit claims that he can't freaking back up.
Yeah, no, I was just curious because you said there was like some flaws in the flat Earth model and some flaws in the globe Earth model. But I mean, the lack of curve is a pretty big issue. So I was wondering if you actually tried the numbers, if you tried to make like a long distance observation.
I haven't done an experiment like that, but I have. But I've seen ships disappear.
So did you know the distance?
No, I did not.
So I would suggest that you try out the numbers that are provided in this server and make your own observation. Because if there is no curve, then it means it can't be a ball. That's a pretty big problem because everything relies on the measurement.
Sure, I could agree with that, kind of.
Do you live close by the sea?
No, I don't.
Oh.
That's a big set. It's a few hours trip.
Then it's harder.
Yeah.
Poor Pagus.
I mean, there's a lot of videos that shows the lack of curve as well, but
well, let me ask you that. I mean, specifically, Pagus, have you been on the shore of an ocean?
Yeah.
Standing on the beach?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool. So when you see a ship move away from you, which you probably haven't.
Yeah.
And I'll agree. I haven't actually been on the shore and watched a ship move away, from me and disappear. The concept is real because many people have, and I don't have to actually be there to know that it happens. A ship moves away from you it gets smaller and smaller and smaller off in the distance, and then you can't see it anymore because it's too fucking far away. Pardon my French. Now when this ship by your naked eye, you can't see it anymore, and then you pull out a high-powered zoom camera or a telescope, you can pull that ship back into view once it moves away. Now, did it go over the curvature of the Earth? Yes or no, in your opinion?
That scenario probably not.
What? Probably not.
Yeah. But I'll come back to you with the.
There's no other question when it comes to shape of Earth, because there is no shape to Earth. Oceans don't curve around a ball. That's the question, Pagus.
Yeah. But I got some company coming home right now. Some family friends, so I kind of have to go. I'm very sad about this now.
No, that's cool. Hey, come back anytime.
Yeah.
And the same question will be presented to you every single time.
Next time I'll have the links with me.
All right. Yeah, bring your links and then bring the answer to the question whether you can zoom into something you see disappear over the curvature of the Earth. Bring those answers next time.
Yeah, I'll go I'll go and do some research.
All right. You should have already done that. You've been here for a while.
Yeah, I've done research into a bunch of stuff, but I'll go look into more details.
And last time you were talking about robot sex, so
yeah, that was more of another topic.
No, it's not. It's the same thing. It's fake curvature and fake robot sex.
True. Yeah. Well, it was a lovely talk.
All right.
See you.
All right. Well, have fun with your family and your friends. All good. Yeah, Pagus is funny, man. He's a trip.
Do you have the link to the Numpty clip? I want to show it to my girlfriend.
Oh, the one about the robot sex. Yeah. Let me find it real quick. Hold on. Yeah, it was the same guy. I was just like, that's why I was giving him shit. I can't believe he came back after that shit.
Yeah, me neither.
We fucking roasted his ass. Oh shit! Where is it? I thought I freaking. Let's see. I think I made a mirror of it on. Hold on. It'll take me a minute to find it.
No worries.
Oh wait, yeah, here it comes. Here it is. I think this is it.
Let me ask you a question, Pagus.
Yeah, I have one with music and one without music.
I can take both, man.
I think it was on MacGyver's channel. MacGyver freaking originally posted it, and he posted two versions, one with music and one with no music. Oh, here it is. Here it is. Hold on. Hold on. You guys want to just listen to it? I can play it. It's like 10 minutes long. No, it's 18 minutes. What do you guys want to talk? I got it. Oh,
I don't hear any objections.
I mean, I don't see any globies in here. We might as well listen to it. This is Pagus. Hold on, let's do it. Hell, it's not playing. What the fuck? Hell? Shit.
I saw the bot jumped in there now and again.
Yeah, what's going on with the bot? Look, do you have to hold on? I think the bot is in like some type of pause mode. Hold on, let me see if I can. Look, now let me do this. Let me try it again. Fuck. Why is it not working? So I hit stop. It says player has been stopped. Queue has been cleared. And then I hit play again for this video. And now to begin playing. Hold on, let me try something. All the words right. Well, that didn't work. Just guessing it. Fucking bot. Fuck going on with the bot? Damn it. Well, it might be the video. It says this video is age restricted and only available on YouTube. That might be the problem. Let me try the other version with the music. Hold on.
Let me ask you a question, Pay. Let me ask you a question, Paggis. Let me ask you a question. Let's say you got home and I don't know, your wife is banging the next door neighbour. Yeah. Do you think it would be sufficient if your wife said, "Oh, I've got a model that explains how I didn't cheat on you"?
So technically,
yes or no?
Most likely.
Why is it whenever I ask Globus yes or no questions, I never get a yes or no answer?
Because the world isn't that simple.
He's about to explain how technically his wife could come up with a model that may be possible, and he'd have to consider it.
It could. One possibility.
Either yes or no.
But it isn't a yes or no answer.
Are you serious? You're saying that your wife can construct a model to explain how she didn't cheat on you after she banged the next door neighbour?
Yes.
This is the level of sophistry we're dealing with.
So, let me tell you this. My wife, let's say...
seriously, you're going to justify this?
My wife went on Amazon and she found this amazing new thing
This is the ultimate cuckery, my friend.
You're not, but you guys are not letting him finish. I'll finish first, though. Because he's talking about sex hold on. But here's the conclusion of his argument. The next door neighbor has been proven to be a sex robot and is not a human being that is saying. Because no, that's not our next door neighbor. That's a sex robot that lives next door.
Clearly, if your wife is banging the next door neighbour, she objectively cheated on you. The end. There's no model that can explain that away. Can't be done.
I think his wife is banging the next door neighbor right now.
Probably. She's probably sick of his obfuscation. She's like, Maggie, so are you going to have sex with me tonight or not? And he's like, well, technically I could, maybe, possibly, maybe I could build a model. And then she's like, fuck it, I'm going to do it. Can you construct a model to explain away the fact that your wife banged the next door neighbour?
Yes. Target, quickly. Tell us what you imagine that model might be.
So one possible model that it might be is that she went onto Amazon and there was one dude who has invented this new sex robot who conveniently looked like the next door neighbor. It was like an exact replica, but then she buys it, she gets it, and she's having sex with the sex robot. Then I enter the door. Then I enter the room. And I see she's banging something which resembles and is in every way looking exactly like the So,
I mean, this is what they call in America the good old college try, right?
So then look, but when I am looking at the thing, then I see, she's banging something. It couldn't be the sex robot, but it could also be the next door neighbor who just walked over and is banging her. And I have no way this is different. Like when I enter the room, both possibilities are true. But as you said, which one is more likely? Yes, more likely that my wife banged the next door neighbor, but there's still a small, very, very small possibility that it was the sex robot. But then I go over and I look at if the next door neighbor is in his house, and then I see, oh no, he's not at home. Oh, yes, this model is false. Then I have proven that model was false.
You enter that room, and what you see is your neighbor banging your wife, and you're like, holy smokes, it's my neighbor banging my wife. And then that moment goes through your mind when you're like, wait a minute, there might be an explanation for this. And you start thinking about Amazon, and you start going through the price range, you start thinking, how much money does my wife have? Is that even possible? But for that initial view, you'd be thinking, well, I'm going to be going with what I see. And what I see is that my neighbor's banging my wife. So that would be the logical assumption at that point, wouldn't it?
No, what?
Occam's razor. It looks like your neighbor. Whether or not you think it's some high-tech sex doll from Japan, it looks like your neighbor. So you're going to be thinking, oh, that's my neighbor. And then it might come into your head, but, oh wait, my wife, she's kind of loaded, she was really looking into those sex dolls, there's a small possibility. But the most logical assumption would be what you observe directly, which is your neighbor, right?
So, you can actually just verify whether it's a sex robot or not. You can just go up to it and go, oh, here's a battery. Or, oh no, it's a human.
So, what I am observing when I enter the room, if I start with that is not actually, I don't observe my neighbor. I observe something which looks like my neighbor. I observe something which looks like a flatter.
Something that it is a robot.
When you get
please, like, I can't finish the whole sentence.
Sorry, does that mean that when you wake up in the morning, you see whoever you live with in your house, you go, well, that's not actually them. It looks like them, but that could be something else entirely. Is that how you think?
Technically, yes.
Technically,
right, so, any talk of robots is stupid. No one ever mentioned robot in the example. I know that because I gave the example.
There are no robots. Let's leave the robots to one side.
And I'm sorry, man, but you sound like one of those people that, like, even if you walked into the room and neighbor was banging out your wife and you realized it wasn't a sex robot, you'd be like, well, the neighbor would be like, well, I'm sorry, man, I just fell, and somehow I just happened to wind up inside her. And you'd be like, oh, shit, that makes sense. Yeah, we can make a model for that. Makes sense to you.
I'll get that step from the front door removed so it doesn't happen again.
So, yes, that is true.
Yes,
I agree
that is true?
with that statement. Brother man, you need to go get your man card back. I don't know where
This would have been much easier for you if you'd have just said at the start, you know what, yeah, if there was a dude banging my wife, I'd be pissed. This would have been over 20 minutes ago.
Yeah, this is an area progress policy.
But I'm trying to explain my point.
I think to be fair to Pagus, we should let him explain how the neighbor could be a sex doll when he gets it off.
Robots fucking exist, and we've experienced them.
There be another model, then we know the old model was wrong. But then give him a new model.
Wait, no, this I need to get. So Pagus, right? You check the battery. The battery is not there. It is a human. Now you're saying there's potentially another model. Could you tell me what that model would be, please, Pagus?
So then that model could be like, oh yeah, he fell. He fell out. Well, actually, that's decided. So, yeah. But
It's not even Italian.
Pagus, so he fell.
He just repeated exactly what I said.
Pagus, I need you to be serious. Pagus, I need you to be serious. What is this other model? After you check the battery pack, it's not a battery pack. What's the model that could explain it?
I think your example, as you said, was very good with the folly. But then I look, what is most probable? What is the most likely? And I see, oh, it's very unlikely that he fell and that happened. So therefore, I choose to believe and I choose to use the model which is the most likely, which is that my wife banged the next door neighbor, and therefore I am divorced. I can't know that she's objectively having sex with the man next door.
Wait.
We can, because we verified it.
No, but to verify it, there might be another explanation.
What the fuck are you talking about? We verified it. We checked that the battery pack isn't there. We checked that the penis is in the vagina. It happened. Yeah.
Yeah.
And now we're constructing a model to make the cheating go away.
So the fundamental way of what I am saying is that I can't technically give you an exact model, because the whole premise of this is that it is something which is beyond my understanding, beyond my knowledge. It could have been, like say, an otherworldly, all-powerful being, like a demon or something, which then altered the visions and my memory, as well as my wife's. And
they can't see evil demons, right? Okay.
And then we look, oh, this model, it's an explanation. It's actually likely, but it's very unlikely. It's extremely unlikely.
Yeah,
therefore, we don't focus on it.
Go ahead. Pagus, you're embarrassing yourself now.
Hey, Pagus, I just have one question, okay? Very simple.
Go ahead, please.
Do you believe there is such a thing as objective reality?
No.
There you go, folks.
That's it. Nail on the head.
Yes, I believe there is, but I don't believe we can actually. We can't figure it out.
Bro. Dude, are you objectively on Discord right now talking to us?
I can't actually know that. And as Roger, as you said,
then you're a psycho.
Well, then you can't objectively know if I mute you. So I'm just going to do that.
Yeah, that's a good place to put a pause on that, I think.
Oh, yeah.
And really
Well, there you go, ladies and gentlemen. The end of the beginning. Robot sex master or M-master. That'd be I am prefix. M-master. It's like I think Pegasus is the what if master. Well, what if this? What if that? What if? He was just here. He's the champion of the what if.
I've heard a lot of Scandinavians talking like that, like almost delirious, autistic.
What's when we present them with facts, and it really like scrambles their mind, then they just go, "Well, what if this? What if that?" It's just like, well, what if what you experience as reality was reality? How about that?
It would be amazing if people could just realize that what they see every day is actually the reality.
Dude, that would be really a hard pill to swallow, I guess. I don't know. I mean, it'd be the red pill, right? You're gonna eat the red pill, and it's like, oh shit, I see the world for what it actually is. Now I can actually believe what I see. Oh shit. Somebody told me the truth for once in my life.
I felt kind of relieved when I knew I could trust my senses. When I found out about the flat Earth, it was kind of relieving.
It is a hard pill to swallow, no doubt.
He keeps coming back here. Well, has he been there like 6 months?
Oh, you talking about
Pegasus?
Yeah, Pegasus. Yeah. Dude, a lot of these guys, people like him always want to come here because they like talking to people that are genuine.
Yeah.
It's not that they don't feel. I don't feel like they think they can convince us. I just really don't understand how they might convince themselves that. I mean, just listening to that video with Pegasus, and with our prior conversation with him, where he feels like he's going to end up, on this idea, it's like, why are you here? It's just like, where do you think this is going to end up? This is like, what the fuck are you doing here? I know, it's just strange.
It can only end up in one place. It's gonna come
Well, I mean, it can end up in two places. There's only two. You showing yourself as a fool, or you showing yourself as at least a rational human being. You don't have to agree with us, and that's not why we're here. We're not trying to convince or convert people. you can come up with your own conclusion at the end of the day, and we can disagree. But Pagus is on a different level. It just like he doesn't really follow either of those formats. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's like there's not only two, there's several formats, and at the end of the day, rational people kind of feel bad for people that cannot use reason and rationality. Which I mean, I can't help someone that can't be reasonable or rational. So that's on them, and I'm not. It's not my fucking job to do it anyway. Pardon my French.
I like your French, man.
Do you like my French? I think a lot of people do, but I mean, reason and reasonable and rational. I mean, shouldn't we make that a priority in as far as like coming up with the truth? I mean, when we're sitting here for hours and hours on end trying to come up with the truth of what we experience, shouldn't we use reason and rationality to that should be a part of determining this, right? So would I be irrational to require that? And somebody like Pagus coming in, and he's just like, I mean, he might be a kid or whatever, and I mean, this is the internet, right? It's like, Pagus, bro, you're putting yourself out here, and to be honest, we all warned him not to do what he was trying to do, and so even though we took the piss out of him, it sounded like he was a little more humble this time when he came in, and so hopefully, he'll be more reasonable next time.
Because I didn't recognize his voice because he sounded so calm at first.
I recognized the name, and he wasn't banned, and it's like all these Globers like, oh, you just ban anybody you disagree with. No, we don't.
Oh.
And Pagus sounds like a cool kid. I mean, it sounds like he's very young, but he sounded more reasonable this time, and hopefully next time he'll be a little more reasonable. So it's all cool. I mean, hey, I've had the piss taken out of me by fucking Globies, even by flat earthers too. So I don't freaking hold a grudge. So whatever, do what it do.
Yeah. The truth doesn't care anyways.
Yep.
I think.
That's exactly right. Dude, I'm wrong a lot of times, So, I mean, it's not even about being wrong. It's
admitting.
And
admit when you're wrong.
Go ahead. I'm sorry, brother.
I'm sorry. I said being able to admit when you're wrong to yourself, so you can be right instead. No. A lot of people they can't let go of the pride. A lot of times they come in here and think people are stupid, and they think they're much smarter when they realize that they are the stupid ones. It's hard to let go of the pride.
Well, I mean, it's like, yeah. I'm not going to say what I was going to say. Never mind. You're right. You're right, because I was going to say something out of pride. Well, I mean, it's pointing out prideful people can be prideful, at times, and so then you're both prideful, so it's not necessary. And that's why, you know, I was like Pagus. He doesn't sound prideful. He sounds insecure, but at the same time, he feels like he can just say whatever the fuck, you know. And it was like weird, you know, that. And he's not the only one that does that comes in here. That's still welcome here, you know. But it's just like there's, I don't know. I mean, I guess there's all kinds of different people across the world. Maybe I'm sheltered. It's like, where do you come up with these weird ideas? You know, I just don't know where people come across these ideas. You know, it's just like I'd still find it really interesting. It's like, so I actually want to hear them like give their whole spiel. You know, it's like, ooh, did you just come up with that? I mean, that's pretty creative. If nobody told you that, but you came up with this and you said this, you know, with the sex robot thing. You know, I was just like, because if I remember right, I think I was listening live at the time, and then we all caught on to it, and then freaking made videos about it. But that was pretty creative. I ain't gonna lie. I mean, you know, for him to come up with the sex robot thing, even though it was completely wrong, and we made a video about it. But he has balls enough to come back in here and talk to us. But now he's probably making a good dinner for his family, and shit, he said he had to leave because he's making dinner for his family. But dude, if you're that creative, fucking, he's probably got some good ideas. So, and like I told him, you know, we're not trying to convert him. The sex robot thing is fucking hilarious. And MacGyver captured that. That's where I got the video from. Is MacGyver? He's one of the members here on the server. He put it up on his channel. I didn't have. Maybe I was at work or whatever, but MacGyver recognized it. He said, "Oh, I'm freaking downloading that shit." He put it up on his channel, and that's where I got it, and mirrored it on my channel. That's where we got that from.
Yeah, it's a good catch.
Yeah, it is.
Even if it turns, I mean, hopefully you can laugh forever.
Well, I think it's actually good that Pegasus actually comes back, even though we took the piss out of him with that video, and he's probably watched it several times. So I mean, props to Pegasus, man. You know, bro, come back. You know, I mean, you're welcome back anytime. He's a decent Globey. He's fun to talk to.
Very entertaining.
And that's the end of my thing, you know, spiel on that. But, yeah. What do you get? You guys want to listen to something else? Anybody have any suggestions? I think we should do What is the World? And Chocolate saying, what is the world?
That's a good one.
Yeah.
Chocolate the Sun.
I just don't have the link. Oh, fuck. What is the world?
Is it to the YouTube? Do you need a link to the YouTube?
Well, I mean, no, not really. Hold on, let me find it. Chocolate sand. Just the world. Shit's in my head right now. Chocolate sand. I mean, if you can find it before I can, send me the link, so, because...
Wait 1 second. I found it, but it was to my channel. 1 second.
Yeah, it's like YouTube fucking sucks. It's like when you're inside our server, we're gonna good.
Live stream voice text, bro.
All right, cool. Thanks. Check. What is the world? I love that song. All right. Here it comes. Boom. Shalak, lock, boom.
What is the world that we're living in now that we know we're not spinning? What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now we know curvature's missing? What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now we know flat earth is winning? What is the world? What is the world that we're living? It's like a brand new beginning. We know that most of y'all sitting there wishing, probably just itching for us to go away, completely dismissing things that we say like our minds have gone missing. Meanwhile, you're really the only one shifting reality as if it was switching, like it was some type of fantasy pitching. Next up to bat, but you wind up just whiffing. Nothing but air, you just can't do no hitting. Running around saying that water's sticking to outside the balls, your logic is slipping. I understand that you might think I'm tripping. Pay attention to the words that I'm spitting. Only thing that really needs any fixing, your view of the world and the way that you're thinking. No need to go always screaming and kicking. No reason to think that Earth might be tricking. If it was spinning, then we would see drifting. If it was curving, the ships would be sinking. Logical fallacy, keep on insisting. Probably just listen. How about you try some form of consistence? Ship disappear due to angular distance. Makes a lot more sense that the curve's not existence. Why the persistence? Why the pursuit of unending persistence? Fighting a war like a soldier enlisted. Really seems as though you got it all twisted. Why not just be a bit more optimistic? Lies you've been told, the veil has been lifted. Now you've been gifted, given permission to take a position. Not in opposition to the world that we're living. Create ignition, start up the engine. Choose to accept it, now this is your mission. Tell us why the damn curvature's missing. Maybe just call up a mathematician. Give him a listen. Have him tell you about his presuppositions. Talking about how it's not superstition. A vacuum and air pressure juxtaposition. Make a decision. Tell us how this model came to fruition. You have the right to enact your volition right up to the day of mental acquisition. All I could do is provide ammunition. Can't take the heat, stay the fuck out the kitchen. Judgment Day or to the last demolition. You can see this is an act of attrition. On the condition that after admission, do you a favor and start the forgiving. Then go out and share your newfound position with everybody who's potentially victim. Falling for the global prisoner system. So many flaws, no woman can list them. Shout to my beautiful parents, I missed them. Taught me to think for myself, I could kiss them. Now to the day that I'm able to whisk them away in my arms, I will reminisce them. Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4. I told you so. I told you. I told you so. I told you. Remember when I told you about 9/11? Remember when I told you about Building 7? Remember when I told you about the fluoride in the water? Yes, I did. Remember when I told you about the New World Order? Remember that? Remember when I told you about the chemtrails in the sky? Remember when I told you that NASA was full of lies? Remember when I told you about the ultra mind control? Well, I just want to say that I told you so, yeah. Remember when I told you about 432 hertz, that is, and what 440 can do to you? It hurts my ears. Remember when I told you about the vaccine agenda? Yes, I did. And that Michelle Obama is a transgender. Yes, he is. The dinosaur fraud, the climate change scam, and yes, Sandra Bullock is also a man. Remember when I told you that there ain't no globe? Well, I just want to say that I told you so. 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 Yeah. Remember when I told you about the TV flicker rate? And how it puts your brain in an alpha state? Remember when I told you about germ theory? Remember when I told you about gravity? Remember that? Remember when I told you about Paul McCartney? Remember when I told you about direct energy? Remember when I told you about Monsanto? Well, I just want to say that I told you so. 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 Yeah. Remember when I told you about the mainstream media? Your so-called celebrities and pedophilia. Remember that child trafficking and adrenochrome. Remember when I told you about the Georgia Guidestone? Remember when I told you about the false flag operation? Remember when I told you about 5G radiation? Remember that I told you that? Well, I just want to say that I told you so. I told you so. I told you so. I told you so. I told you so.
Well, here's another one that, since nobody's talking, I can play this one. This is when Mick West joined here on 24/7. Pull it up. You guys want to listen to it? Do you guys want to listen to it, or you want to talk? Because I mean, it's a long video.
Hello.
Hello.
The seal is back.
Who's back?
The seal, yeah.
The seal. Shit, I guess that's gonna be a classic now, isn't it? Give me. I mean, it's just like I have this video saying, the Mick West thing.
I wanted to ask, who is Mick West?
Who is Mick West?
I'm 100%. I don't know him by his name, but if I see his face or something, I probably. He made Flat Earth videos.
No, yeah, he's an anti-flat earther. He's like got this huge debunk channel and shit. But he actually made it. He found his way here to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord one day, and he talked to freaking. I think he talked to Crypto and freaking all the moderate, all the admins and stuff. Yeah. And
he got crushed, huh?
Well, yeah, he got crushed. Yeah.
So cool. I mean, when I heard Crypto, that's by default.
Yeah, Crypto's one of the best, and freaking, I think he talked to Meme for a while. But yeah, let's see if this works out. Hold on.
Go ahead. Play
for the 200th time. Zanuck.
Hang on. He already destroyed this argument for himself earlier today by claiming that you can't leave reference frames. You can't leave reference frames. Like, he's already destroyed himself numerous times on this.
I love you, Chocolate.
I don't know why.
Jump in.
Yeah, go ahead.
Mike West is in the house. Mick West, even.
Oh, I seen him in the check-in. I didn't think he was real.
Yeah, no, he is real. Bev has been talking to him on Twitter and has managed to get him in. So, just so you all know that he's probably going to come down to the live stream soon.
Oh, fantastic!
Oh, that would be way better than fucking.
Yeah, behave yourself, Zanuck. You'll be the first.
Is he like famous?
Zanuck was in there, and then Mick West came in.
I'll always behave myself.
Yeah. The vote got muted a second ago.
I'll be the judge of that one.
Hey, Chocolate, can we just talk about one thing before we let this topic go? The leaving of reference frames?
No more reference frames, please.
No,
my ears are bleeding.
There seems to be a misunderstanding. I just wanted to explain it in case there's ever a question.
No one.
Maybe you could DM.
No one cares? Okay, I'll leave it out then.
Yeah. We are fine. We cannot eat any more reference frames because they are not healthy.
Yeah, if you confuse me more, I might actually start believing in the globe again.
Hey, I just realized that my Precious Metals is about to start. I don't know if I should play this.
Yeah. When is it going to start?
It's supposed to start in 5 minutes.
Oh, that's quick.
Yeah. So to make sure that they're going to be here.
Not enough time to play that video.
Yeah. I mean, it's a 3-hour video, so we need to make sure. Precious Metals, are you guys here, ready to start?
Well, I'm here.
Well, I know you're here. Of course.
Yeah.
But it's like the host is Redford Bear and C most of the time, but I don't see them here. So, So I just want to make sure they're going to be here before. I don't want to take up their time.
They're in a different VC. If they're at the bottom, probably discussing what they're going to discuss in the silver.
Well, that's cool. I mean, I don't want to start the video, but I posted it, in the live stream voice text. So if you guys want to listen,
I seen that, Helio. Yeah, thank you.
If you haven't listened to it before, it's golden. It's good stuff.
I'm gonna give it a listen. Yeah, I will.
But yeah, I won't even. I won't start it. If precious metals are coming in, I won't do that.
Yeah. Hey, talk while
I'm usually on Saturdays. I'm sleeping right now. At this time, I'm sleeping because I usually have a long Friday night and then I'm sleeping. But yeah.
Oh man, I missed last night, the ladies' night. I got to sleep.
Well, ladies' night was pretty much kind of a dud. There was a couple ladies came in, started it, and then Mary Mom had to go, and then the guys kind of took over, and then some other ladies came. I didn't know, so a ladies' night was kind of a dud last night. But
I heard that.
That's all good. It's all good.
Yeah, and I think they changed the schedule. It was like back in the days, it was earlier for me, like in daytime. So I was.
What are you talking about? It's always the same time.
Yeah, really? Oh,
yeah.
I don't know. Couple of months ago, I think it was a different hour.
Well,
it was starting
it's 4 p.m. Central, 5 p.m. Eastern. Yeah. That's pretty much where it's always been.
That's matter. What I remember. It was like 5 p.m. for me.
Well, it's like I started at 4 p.m. Dandelion was in here, and then I was doing something else, and I came back in, and then I heard a bunch of guys talking. I was like, "What?" It was Hank and some other guys. I was like, I guess ladies' night fell apart, last night, which is fine. I mean, we can't expect all the ladies to be available every time.
Of course,
it's fine.
Nobody's getting paid, Yeah.
Yep.
It's not a job. It's
fun though. I mean, it's so fun. Yeah. Ladies' night is a blast.
They ended up taking the conversation back from Hank and them for maybe another hour or so.
Yeah, and then Jenny and Damsel Medic came in for a couple hours too. That was good. So it's just like it wasn't a standard ladies' night, but it still ended up happening. And, Wolfgang came in. Wolfgang Hope came in for a little bit too. It was good stuff. Because I mean, it wasn't a total but I'm not going to post it as a ladies' night because it was mostly.
I like it.
It was like ladies for an hour, and then men for a couple hours, and then a couple ladies for.
I like it when there are Globers too.
Yeah.
Where are the Globers?
It doesn't always happen the way we want it to. It doesn't always happen the way.
Are they?
But yeah, Precious Metals is supposed to start in a few minutes. So somebody said, hold on, let me see. We got lovers. Yeah, the hosts. I don't know how you. Hostesses. Well, if it's a female, you can say hostesses. Host, but I'll say host of Precious Metals are C and Redford Bear for the most part, but I don't see either one of them in here. And that's
I learned a little bit of English grammar. I can teach you, Helio.
Oh, can you help me out here? Because English, I wasn't even though I was raised in America, English wasn't my best subject.
Yeah, I can give you that. School is no fun. Yeah. I was also going behind the school. I learned smoking and stuff, drinking.
Hell yeah, that's what I learned in high school.
Yeah, I was like every day I was going to the bar next to the school, and yeah, play poker.
Okay, well, I wasn't there. There were no bars around my high school, but I definitely was out back smoking with. You know what's funny though? Like the year before I started my high school, they actually had a smoking ramp, a place where the kids could go smoke. But then they got rid of it the year before I got into high school.
Well, in high school, I couldn't bother. I was smoking on the hallway inside the school. So yeah.
Yeah, well, it was allowed the year before I joined, or before I hit 10th. Well, it was 10th grade for me. The year before that, they had a smoking ramp for the students.
Yeah.
And then they passed the law, and you have to be 18 to smoke and shit. And it's just like you couldn't smoke at school anymore.
Yeah,
but I did, and that's why I was, it was like I did smoke at school, but I had to be careful.
Yeah, somehow the same in Romania, but it was very weird because you see, we had a regime change in 1989 from communism to democracy, but we were not part of European Union and stuff like this. Despite that,
let me ask you this:
the word Europe has been invented in Romania.
Well, let me ask you this: so prior to that, Romania was under the USSR, right?
Yeah. We were not part of USSR. We were communist, and it was dominating over us. It was,
Now wait, so it went from communism to democracy. I mean, what's the difference between the two? I know
it's huge difference. Yeah,
I know it. As far as definition goes.
Yeah,
but as far as the politicians, how is that? I mean, can democracy? I mean, I can see where they can help, but democracy is actually 50-50, right? Whereas a republic, is at this point, is Romania a republic now, or is it still a democracy?
It's a democracy.
Yeah, well,
it's not a republic.
Yeah, but do you understand the difference between two? I mean, I know communist country,
I know, yeah.
That's government control completely. So how can like me growing up in America as a republic, a democratic republic, which is, the way they describe it, doesn't actually, it's really a corporatocracy or all this kind of weird shit. So how is Romania different than that? I mean, like people in America, they're so dumb that they think America is a democracy.
For us, it meant that the godfather, Nicolae Ceausescu, the communist president, dictator, blah blah, has been taken down, has been shot dead, executed. Justice has been made. But after that, there came this party, National Salvation Front, something like this will be in translation. And
so going from communist to democracy, there were parties involved.
Yeah, and now it didn't exist before this party. It has been made right after the revolution. You know.
Oh wait, how can it be a democracy? Hold on.
Shit. Yeah.
How can there be a democracy if there's one party? Is there only one party?
No, there's more parties in Romania now. Yeah. We have liberals. The liberals were also in the communism, but they were like just for show off or something, you know. Nobody was a member of it.
Yeah, because they're a bunch of freaking.
You need to have balls to stand.
Yeah, they're scared. They're scared.
Yeah.
They're scared. They're scared. Well, anyway, but how did it go from communism to democracy? Which democracy doesn't work, you know, in any way, you know. So, what do you have now? I mean, is it
free speech? We can swear at anyone we want, you know, nobody cares. And
hold on, I mean, do you have elections?
Yeah.
All right, so you have party.
Now it's clusterfuck. Let's let precious metals begin.
Yeah, let's
well, I wasn't sure if precious metals were here.
Right on. Okay, Steve, take over.
Okay. Oh shit. Oh fuck. Things just fell over. While I pick up my stuff, show must go on. 7 minutes late. My fault. Whatever.
No, you're good. You're good.
Okay. I am announcing before we do the typical intro thing. I am announcing my return. I'm back. I'm still getting over my stuff, but I'm back. So, any silver concerns, DM me. I'll help you. I'll be your advocate. Precious metals, right? I'm not gonna talk as often as I usually do.
Why not?
I still have a little bit of sick. Anyway. Unless you guys don't mind me hot miking with my coughing. Okay, Precious Metals. Welcome to Precious Metals, the program where silvers and golds and the voiceless will have a platform to speak. Me and Redford are both the hosts. I don't like using the term co-host anymore. That's kind of dumb. Me and Redford should be equals. How did I used to do the intro again? It was just something like, hello, welcome to Precious Metals. I sound dead inside. I'm sorry.
That's okay. It's nice to have you here. Thank you for joining us.
How are you? And I feel like is there a point to asking this question? Because there's like a social response. There's like a social response bias to that question. Because if you don't say good, then you feel bad. And then everyone gasps at you.
Yeah.
It's like, how are you?
I know. No, I get that. Sorry, I'm just trying to, because I think the ping went through that MJ did, right? Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Because that's okay. Yeah, that's good. Okay. Yeah, I know it is, because most people, when they ask, it's just like a reflex almost, and people, I just assume that you're gonna say good, because most people, they're like, oh, I don't have the time to oh, you're not okay, what? So that's kind of a problem with society.
Well, it's important that we check up on the community, because we're real people with real jobs, with real responsibilities, and sometimes people drop out and need help with things outside of, the server 24/7, and it's important to check up on people. And as much as PMT tries to praise positivity, sometimes not everything can be positive. I mean, it's kind of hard to be in a good mood if you have a cold or maybe someone close in the family is struggling with something. So just because people aren't positive doesn't mean they shouldn't show up. I mean, sometimes people are very important and don't realize the impact they have on others. I mean, that's something I realized while I was gone. Truth be told, I forget how much impact I have on the community. I don't really view myself as a person who really has a lot of influence, but I do, and that surprises me. It really, really, it really, really surprises me. Like, people, like, okay, I know, like, this is a really weird intro, but, like, I haven't been here in a bit, so I'm sorry.
No, sorry, necessary.
Ugh, fuck. We both say sorry too much. But something very important, okay, is people should not exclude themselves just because they're in a bad mood, because people have more influence than they think. Maybe they're not like a big name in the server. Maybe they're just the type of person who posts gifs or stuff from time to time. You still have influence because you're adding commentary to live stream. And other people may find your stuff funny. Everyone has impact, and everyone has a specialty. Even if you don't think that specialty is important, it really is. Everyone has a purpose. Not just in this server, but even in real life, you have impact on your family and friends, whether you recognize it or not. So it's important to look at yourself and realize that you have people that care about you, and you have people who you impact. And sometimes there are people who really, really admire you, but you just don't even realize it. And then once you realize it, and they're gone from your life, or you push them away by accident, then you feel like a piece of shit because you're like, oh my gosh, this person actually liked me, and I pushed him away. So I had to deal with that while I was sick. One of my best friends just, I don't know. One of my best friends, I really like him, and I feel bad because I've been kind of ignoring him because, like, my social battery has just started draining, and I really like spending time with him, but I'm just kind of tired of people as well. But I still will spend time with people even if I'm tired of them. Anyway, I'm monologuing.
Oh, it's okay. And I think that that's important too. What you're saying is that, well, what you said before too, that people come here, and I know I've come, like, I just come every week regardless of how I feel. And it, like, the community makes such a difference. And if I'm not having a good day, right, and just to see so much love from people and just to see us all come together and have such good conversation, it definitely can pick you up in your spirits. But I think that with your friend, that's the other part of it. We're all human. We get tired, right? Your battery gets drained. But as humans and as friends, we should be able to recognize that and try to provide support and space for that person. And if they don't understand that, well, how can you control what they understand or not, right? And you shouldn't feel bad because they can't fathom what you need. It's not your problem, unfortunately.
Well, it's not that he's not the type to resent me, which is why I feel guilty. In fact, quite the opposite. He's extremely loyal to me, and I feel like I'm abusing that loyalty in a way because I'm not.
Have you tried to communicate, though, how you feel?
No, I'm letting it out here first, and then I'm probably going to talk to him after this, but
because I think that well, I mean, as we know, I'm all about the communication. So I think that that's part of it because people make assumptions all the time.
Really similar to you, actually.
Oh, okay. Well, he might appreciate the communication then.
He's very similar to you, actually. He's like you if he was like 16 and male.
Oh. That's interesting.
Well, he's not 16, but he acts like it in a good way.
Oh, right. Okay.
Yeah. It's weird. There's like a relationship where like we both really admire the other one's musical ability. Because like, oh, crypto, cool. Sorry, I'm looking at live stream voice text. We both really like each other and admire each other's musical ability, but he thinks I'm more musically inclined than him because I actually make stuff and I just go for it. And I feel like he's more musically inclined because he actually can play a bunch of instruments and he's perfected the manufacturing aspect of it. So he can like play very quickly and play like difficult pieces. But he only does it because he's ordered to and not because he's actually passionate about it. And he feels like his passion's been stripped away and mine hasn't. So it's weird because we both look at each other for inspiration. That's why I'm saying, like, in this server, people don't realize the impact they have on others. Even if you only have a close circle of people you talk to or actually trust, if you're gone, how are those people gonna feel? If you're gone, how are those people gonna feel? Okay, I've been monologuing. We should probably get to the question. I apologize.
To apologize. Okay. Flatman Can, are you there? Yeah, but you didn't say sorry. You apologized, but do we count that as the same thing? See, I don't know.
Shake and bacon.
Well, we have a question today. I gotta find. I want to make sure I get it right. Okay. Would you rather be deaf or blind, and why?
Wow. Well, I suppose deaf would be easier, I would think. But if I was blind, then I couldn't see how people are ignorant. You know what I mean? I don't know. That's a tough one.
I know.
I know when I was living down in Windsor, I had some deaf neighbors living across the street from me.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess they ended up separating, and one of them was there to pick up the kid because they had a kid together. And I suppose they were in an argument because the hands were flying pretty fast. And my buddy says, someone should go over there and tell them to keep it down. Like they were a deaf couple arguing, you know?
Yeah.
Anyways, yeah, I think I'd go with deaf over blind.
Go with deaf. Okay, why? That's the most important part. Why would you pick that one?
Oh, then I'm not walking into walls, I guess.
Oh, we could get a dog, right?
Yeah. No, I know. I don't know. I don't know. Deaf just seems. Then I don't have to listen to all the bullshit, right?
Yeah, that's true.
No. I guess I don't know. I think it would be easier. I don't know why. It just would be. And then I've had a few people come up to me doing the hand sign thing and like with the cards with the little pins, and I take donations and this is how I make money, and they leave. You know, I'll give them a few bucks and they'll leave, and I'm thinking, is that person really deaf, or did they just sell me a card with a pin on it, you know? I don't know.
Well, that's good. Okay. So, no, thank you. I know it's a tough question. And Sasha, I'll ask it again. And yes, you just posted it. So Get, I'm on the edge of my seat. You got a great answer, apparently. Are you there?
Hello, guys.
Hey, how are you, Get?
Oh, I'm good, thank you. I was having a pizza,
A
vegan pizza. Yeah.
Very nice.
So, yeah, I said I have the. My best answer is I would prefer to be blind.
And
But,
why?
yeah, because knowledge is actually very much like when you see. When you go inside the house of a blind man, you will see him doing cooking, cleaning stuff, because he knows where everything is in his house. He knows the order, the place. He doesn't really need to physically see them, where things are. And to understand the shape, he has the touch feeling to recognize objects. But being deaf, I think, is very important sense, because the spoken word is the tool, the main tool of creation, and it is very important to have the ability to hear people, because that way you can choose to believe them, to understand them. Without this ability, everything becomes very, very hard without hearing. And through light, what we see with our eyes, a lot of lies are coming. So I think there are less lies when we hear. It's not that easy to be lied to when we have the ability to hear. So.
Well, thank you. Thank you for that answer. Get?
You're welcome. No problem.
Anybody else that wants to volunteer to answer?
We should call on Sasha or maybe someone like Truth Flat Earth or something.
Oh, do you want my answer then?
Yes. Hello, Sasha. Let us know. Which one would you rather be?
I prefer to hear and to see, obviously.
Obviously. So why? Why would you pick that one?
No, you didn't hear me? I prefer to see and to hear.
Okay.
To be healthy in every case if I can.
All right.
But if I can, this is difficult to choose. I will choose maybe opposite, but it's if I say reasons, the both things are bad. It's not good.
No, I know.
That means it's not good to choose. Let's choose bad. Let's bad things, but it's not. You cannot put that on on scale and say, okay, this with this. But I think I on the end, if I need to choose, I think I will be deaf. I don't know. Somehow I think doesn't matter. Maybe I will not hear people or voice. Music, anything. But at least I can see. I think to be in the dark or life, it's I don't know.
Yeah, I know it's a tricky one, hey? Because
that's for me. But like I said, I prefer to be healthy.
Well, thanks for answering, Sasha. Only K Manahan? Are you there? I'm so bad with pronouncing names. Well, would you like to unmute your mic, only K-Manian? Are you there?
Hi, sorry, yes. My name is Only Kimanian.
Welcome! Are you new to the server?
Not necessarily, but I just wanted to ask a question because I wanted to see what people's responses would be.
Okay, so yeah, you can go ahead and I know you asked it in the voice text, but you can ask it here if you'd like.
Well, it still applies. How do we have gas pressure without a container? Because so far I've seen two answers to this. Okay, I am a flat earther, I'm gonna say it. But I've seen two answers to this. It's gone from being gravity to now I'm confused about atmospheric pressure and gas pressure.
How something what is never proven do something, anything to be something?
Wait, what?
Talking about gravity.
Gravity, it's doing like it's container. What was your question? I don't understand gravity. But if you say what is gravity and that is thing what is never proven, that means it's doing something. And how? And my question is how something what is never proven doing something.
Oh, well, okay, no, for me, like, I've asked, I've said this, like, I've asked this in another group. It's on Facebook, and I asked is like, how is it that we have gas pressure without a container? I've gotten answers going from gravity to I'm confused, apparently, about the difference between atmospheric pressure and gas pressure. So in my head now, I'm reading up on both of these, and I'm just like, what the hell? Like, I'm not confused. It's just that I don't understand how they came to that conclusion that I'm confused about atmospheric pressure and gas pressure.
Well, that's the whole issue, right? Because they claim gas pressure without containment, but you can't replicate that anywhere on Earth, right? You need, that's a prerequisite. Like, gas pressure needs containment, so there has to be some sort of containment.
That's exactly what I am saying. And then they come back and they'll say gravity or I'm confused.
Then they need to prove what gravity is. They're making the positive claim that gravity exists. How can gravity contain gas? Like, it doesn't, again, that goes back to what Sasha was saying. They first have to prove that gravity actually exists, and they can't. So throw that at them.
And even if in narrative gravity exists, in that narrative you don't have anything that gravity is affecting something that gravity can affect gases. You don't have anything written about that. Even in narrative, what they had about that two pseudoscience gravity things, Newtonian and Einsteinian, they're all both pseudoscience, you know. In both, you don't have any effect on gases.
Yeah, at MIT University, they say that gravity belongs exclusively to astrophysics, not to physics. So,
does that help you at all?
It helps me feel more secure in a sense, you know, in my own belief, my own feelings, my own knowing of gas pressure, because, you know, I'm reading and I'm listening to what everyone's saying, but it's like when you try to explain to other people, it's not like they're, because, all right, I am new to flat earth. Like, my brother was telling me all about this for years. And when I say years, and I'm very open. I'm a very open person. And I'm sorry if I sound echoey. I'm outside on my porch.
Oh no, you sound fine. That's awesome that you're on your porch. Nice.
Also, if you hear any birds squawking, it's because I have a lot of parrots in my almond tree. Right now, I live in the tropics. I'm in the Cayman Islands, so yeah, sorry.
Don't apologize. That's awesome. Wild parrots, pretty sweet.
What is atmosphere for you?
Sorry?
What is atmosphere for you?
For me?
Yeah, how do you understand atmosphere? Like, how would you define it? You know what it is?
I haven't gone into everything. For me, the atmosphere is just there, but it's not like.
Listen, this contradiction in terms.
Yeah.
That's what. Atmosphere. Gas sphere.
Yeah.
All right, so you need a sphere to have atmosphere, right? It's called
Gas make
sphere.
the shape of the sphere. Without
gases do not have a shape, correct?
Yeah.
The word itself is a paradox. It's a contradiction. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I understand that. I can agree with that.
When you use this word, actually, you acknowledge that you are obedient to this religion belief system. And you're not talking about science, you're talking about a religion when you use the word atmosphere. Yeah.
Is it that atmosphere for you big or small?
You mean on a whole? Or where am I? Because I'm looking at them as like.
On the whole atmosphere. Is it big or small for you?
I would hope it's big.
Okay, now think how big that atmosphere is comparing to all this vacuum of the space universe.
Wait, sorry, repeat that last bit again. You kind of chipped out for me.
Imagine now how big that atmosphere is comparing to all this vacuum of the space where we are into, where we are. Yeah. And then imagine now this gas pressure, what we have, we are like an electron, some small point in some big space with the low pressure. But we still have this gas, it's around us, nothing's happening. And plus, we are going 66,000 miles per hour. That means all this gas is going together with us.
Yeah, I know.
With that speed, through that low pressure medium, through that vacuum. Is that... That is everything I have to say. After that, you need to use your brain and think, okay, this is really possible.
Because for me, I was asking, I was like, because I brought it out there into the discussion, and at this point, I was like, so gravity is a theory, it's also a force, and then it's also a container. How is that possible when gravity is literally only a theory?
Exactly.
Gravity is not a force. Because it does not meet the basic requirements to establish a field.
Well, that's what they say, though, that it's a force. It's a downward force.
Oh, no, man, they're saying
a force.
They're saying that it's passing the next time now. It's not anymore force. It was force 100 years ago, but it stopped to work now. It started space-time to bend.
Yeah. Can I answer to Sasha?
Yeah.
Yeah. So a force can exist and manifest only inside a field, and the construct of a field requires binary charges or polarities, like North and South Pole for magnetic field, and positive and negative in the electric and electrostatic fields. But for gravity, you don't have such a thing like positive and negative. You don't have anti-gravity. If you search academic literature explaining why anti-gravity is impossible to exist, you will understand that it's just a nice story,
Because so like when people bring up the whole like theory of gravity, I've watched a few videos from this guy. I don't know, maybe you guys have heard of him. I'm not sure how well known he is. From what I've gathered, like a lot of his videos have been like silenced for like decades upon decades.
Yeah.
And I think he goes by Nigel Cheese. I would have to look that back up. I think it's Nigel Cheese. And this guy is autistic, and he was a part of the Navy, he was high up there with people, and he literally took out everybody, like all of Newton, Einstein and shit. Like, I'm just like thinking, like, I'm watching the video because it's like an hour long where he like literally wipes the slate on these things, and I'm like, holy shit! Like, we literally can have cancer-free lifestyle. We can have clean energy, and we're down here working day in and day out, shitting ourselves, trying to pay bills for fossil fuels, polluting our air.
The concept of clean energy is actually a doctrine. It's evil propaganda. It's monopolizing the energy, itself. The methods you can achieve energy. Back in the days, like for thousands of years, people warmed themselves in wintertime using wood, firewood. This was the main energy source for thousands of years. And nowadays, it will become forbidden because it's not a clean energy, right?
No, it's not clean. That's what he was stating, was like he did everything with literally, like, I think it was one magnet with a north, and he had it written a north and a south.
Yeah.
And he literally like took out, like, wiped the slate on everybody with any laws, any physics. He even talked about gravity. And I was like, holy shit, because he's like, gravity does not exist. Like, I just showed you, gravity does not exist. And I was like, what the fuck? Like, I watched this over and over, and it like, I wanted to make sure I wasn't going nuts, a little cuckoo, because living on a 14-mile long island will make you kind of insane. I'm not gonna lie, but it just made sense. Like, ionizing water, so it's basically a cure for cancer. Like, come on, like, why isn't this shit like brought up out into the open? Oh, then he goes on to explain that they fucking destroyed his career in the Navy. They took his kid from him, and he's had to restart and live off of charity.
Yeah.
They took all of his evidence, all his experiments, all his papers and whatnot when they raided his house. Like, who the fuck does that?
They do. And I know for a fact, I was watching in the early 2000s a video about a doctor in Italy who discovered that injecting soda bicarb solution into cancer tumors was actually killing, destroying the tumors, and healing the people. And this doctor got killed, was assassinated, and he vanished. He disappeared, and yeah, nobody knows how he died. It's just, yeah, they can make people disappear just like that.
Because
They're
like
gonna
I know
take you down and family and stuff, and yeah, because they represent the law. They are the law, and
If you discover something, do not go on mainstream television. Come here first.
yeah.
Don't tell them anything.
But, yeah, to return back to your question, you were asking how can you have gas pressure without a container, right?
Yeah, that's
yeah,
also
because that's
Yeah.
something I posted inside of another flat Earth discussion Facebook group.
So,
And I literally have people like I could screenshot this, have people coming at me saying that I'm confused between gas pressure and atmospheric pressure. I'm just like, what?
So, do you know of any kind of setup where you can have a higher gas pressure without a container?
Yeah, the bottom of a building and the top of a building.
Yeah, it's the same pressure.
No, it's different. There's higher pressure at the bottom
Matthew,
than the top.
one moment. At the bottom, you have the higher, and at the top, you have the lower. Correct?
That's right. Yes, that's right.
Yeah. I mean, how can you have a higher gas pressure at the bottom where you already have a high pressure? Or to have a higher gas pressure at the top where you have a lower without a container?
How you can have all these gradients without container?
If you go to the top of a mountain and the bottom of the mountain, there's no container, but yet they have different pressures.
Matthew, you do know that the world gas is contained, and it means we are already inside a container. Yeah, we don't know what that container is, where it is, the edges or its walls or whatever, but that doesn't mean it doesn't exist.
Okay, fair enough. Carry on.
And by law, we are forbidden to navigate, sail away too far away from the north.
Well, that's not important yet. Because we have container for the gas pressure. At least that.
Yeah.
What is science saying? I don't know. Matthew, are you against science?
No, I'm for science.
Why can you present then the gas pressure without container?
Yeah, the atmosphere.
Okay. What is?
Well, my.
Well, good. Sorry. What is the scientific method for that? What you said now.
I guess I don't understand what you're asking, but I don't. You guys.
Science is not saying what was the scientific method for the atmosphere realizing that it's not a container.
None has ever been found or measured, and so if it isn't found or measured, then we don't assume that it exists. We don't commit a reification fallacy and say that container exists.
Okay, so Matthew, do you know of any?
You are saying like this. Look at up. This is proving that is no container there.
Yeah, you have to. It's prove the thing that you're claiming without using the thing you're claiming as proof.
Exactly. So I'm looking forward to a proof that a container exists, measured or demonstrated that it's there. Like nobody's ever.
Yeah, that's your breeding here.
Yeah, it's a burden of proof reversal. we've never seen
Yeah.
gas pressure without a container, so it's not, the burden of proof doesn't rest upon us, it rests upon you to show the existence of this thing that you're claiming, which we've never observed. So without using that as proof, show us the evidence that this kind of thing can exist.
Well, okay. I was asking. I was willing to answer. What's the name of this guy? Only.
I want to hear Matthew answer that.
Only Caymanian. He asked. Yeah, you asked that question about the gas pressure, and I wanted to ask you if you know of any setup or something where you can have a higher gas pressure without a container. Do you know, are you aware of any demonstration like this?
I've been working at an airport for 10 years. I have not seen anything.
Yeah, in a room where you already have gas pressure, or outside, you already have a gas pressure, and to create a special spot in the air where you have a higher gas pressure. Than the rest outside. Do you think that's possible?
Wait, can you just repeat yourself again? My internet connection is bad.
Yeah. For example, in your room, you have a overall constant gas pressure. Yes? Correct? Yes. Yeah. Now, in the middle of your room, can you have like in a space or in a volume of like 1 cubic centimeter to have a higher gas pressure without a container in regards to all the gas pressure from your overall room? Do you know of any such thing set up?
No, I don't.
Do you believe it's possible to have?
Yeah.
How could you achieve this then?
I have no clue.
I can give you a clue, and this is sono levitation, acoustic levitation, where you use a speaker to emit these sound waves, and on the top you need to have a acoustic reflector, a reflector screen. And when these sound waves, they bounce back, they interfere at certain positions, levels, and that's where you will have higher gas pressure without a container, but it requires already a gas pressure, and it's a special setup, so.
Okay.
Yeah, but it's not a physical container, it's just using sound waves. Yeah, so we do know, we do look into these things, and it's very good to know, very important to understand the physics, the reality, but to say that like Matthew did. His example to my question was quite silly, because gas pressure gradient comes with gas pressure. I mean, when they teach you the gas pressure formulas, equations, etc., they will start giving you these formula and equations with ideal gases. And those kind of gases, they don't exist. All we can work with is the real gases. And when you put a real gas, oxygen, hydrogen, nitrogen, whatever, into a tank, the gas pressure inside will not be constant overall. You will also have a gas pressure gradient from the bottom to the top. When the tank is small, like your room, this gradient will be very small, but it will be there. And you don't notice it, like if you stand up on a chair closer to the ceiling, you will not feel that the air is more rarefied because the gas pressure gradient is very, very small. But there is.
Well, okay, put it this way. Would it still be the same as in for me? I am currently 144 feet above sea level. So that's where I live. I live on top of my island, so to speak, like from the mainland, which is going around us, right? Well, the island is going in a circle, so to speak, not really. And when we drive down to go to the mainland, because we're on the top of the island now, because I live on what you call the bluff, which is just a raised part of the island that goes directly down the center. For us, well, for me, at least for me, I can feel the difference in pressure because down below, I do not have any sinus issues whatsoever. But as soon as I come home or I go to sleep or wake up, I have sinus issues. But as soon as that pressure, so to speak, is released,
This is something, a hypersensitivity, which is common also to asthmatic people, and when they change air pressure and stuff, they encounter some breathing difficulties.
I'm not asthmatic, and I've lived here my entire life. That's the thing that I don't understand, though.
Yeah, so.
Because, like, right now, I am sick because I just came off of work, and work for me is on level land because I work at an airport. So I just came home and I have a deep voice anyways, but I am sick right now because my sinuses are draining, my throat is sore, and I'm just like, this is what I deal with every day, and I refuse to take medication for it.
Well, one thing that worked for me very, very well is olive oil droplets through my nose, in my nose, and I pour them straight in my nose, going to my sinuses, and I felt instantly how they are cleaning. In the beginning, it gives you a stinging sensation and stuff like that, but it's nothing that it's unbearable,
Okay, because I have 2 bottles right now. I have Havana Club and Captain Morgan spice rum, filled with coconut oil. I get freshly made coconut oil every month because we do it on a full moon down here and whatnot. That's the best time to make it, yada yada. Would coconut oil still work instead of olive oil?
Coconut oil is also good. It's very healthy, and it has these cleansing properties. Try it, but you have to make it warm to be liquid so you can pour it, Yeah. But even so, when you put a little bit of it in your nose, it will melt by the contact with your skin, So, yeah. I don't advise you heating it up and pouring hot oil. Yeah, be careful.
Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna do that.
Yeah.
Just a quick question. Are you the same guy I was talking to that one time?
I'm not sure when. Like,
we were talking about ladders, if you remember.
Ladders. Maybe. I don't remember.
Before you go to sleep, say I'm not on a ladder.
I don't remember, to be honest.
Then
what
do
kind
you
of
drink?
ladders higher? No, I don't.
Well, there was someone I was speaking to that sounded just like you, and we were talking about something that apparently he doesn't talk about often. So if it's not you, then I guess it's okay. But then I don't want it to be you, and then be like, okay, well, I'm ousting him, so to speak.
Yeah, I don't remember us talking, to be honest. But
because you were like, well, you or the other person was like, have post-its around the house saying, I will not climb a ladder.
No,
no,
I don't think I said that. No.
Okay, because there was someone talking about.
Yeah, when I heard you saying about ladders and stuff, I was thinking maybe something like hierarchical ladders, like.
No, like a literal ladder.
Yeah.
Because they were talking about, simulation theory. So.
Yeah. It wasn't me, so no problem.
You sound a lot like this person, but maybe they're from another channel. I'm sorry.
Well, I don't know how my voice hears, like on the other end.
I understand.
I just wanted to let you know too. Well, thanks for joining the server. It's really good that you were able to join us today. So there's an event that we do here in the live stream called Ladies Night, and that runs from 4 Central till, I don't know, can run for 3, 4, 5 hours depending.
Okay.
So I don't know the time zone difference, if that's something that you would like.
My time never changes.
Welcome
It is currently 1 o'clock, almost 5 minutes, 1 minute to 1.
Oh, okay. So then, yeah, you're good. So then that's not too early or too late. So then, yeah, you can definitely come and join us on Fridays if you like. There's a ping that goes out as well. So if
I know, I get in all the notifications, but I really don't be on my phone like that. Like I come on my phone literally once in a while. I've been on vacation for a really long time, so I'm just like,
oh, nice.
I'm not trying to be all up on my phone too much because I'm trying to,
yeah,
detox myself.
It's a great show, yeah.
But yeah, the offer is definitely there, and it'd be nice to have you to join us. But I do want to I'm going to butcher this person's name. Medeli? I don't
know. It's all good.
Okay.
You may just call me May.
May, okay, perfect. All right. Welcome
Hi,
to the
hello.
server. How, I guess you've been here before?
Yeah, I have been, and I haven't really had the time to look into it. I heavily moderate another server. And yeah, it's been, I've been trying to free
Flutter
up some
server?
time.
Flutter
No,
What server is it?
it's a vegan server. It's like the biggest one, I think.
Fascinating.
Mm-hmm. So yeah,
I'm a vegan
when it
too.
comes to you're vegan? Oh, great.
Yeah.
Send him the invite. I'll take an invite.
Yes,
Come
me
check
too.
Oh, is it okay if I send an invite here?
Yeah.
Send the invite, yeah.
I'll take one as well, but I'm not vegan. I'm pescatarian, but I am slowly, in essence, transitioning.
I'm sorry to. I feel like I'm being a little bit rude that I'm taking this opportunity to advertise our server. But if you are, I'm sorry, and thank you for this opportunity. And
No.
Oh yeah,
sorry, I'm pretty
don't
flustered.
apologize. We always look for like different places, right, to go.
Yeah.
And I mean, we can even go and talk to people in your server about Flat Earth if they're interested.
Yeah.
So that's
Yeah.
definitely nothing wrong with that.
I mean,
for sure.
yeah, we do encourage a lot of topics other than veganism there, but a lot of our conversations do circle around animal rights and veganism in general. I'm not I mean, like they're all like we users are free to talk about other stuff, and we just really want like the focus of conversations to focus on animal rights most of the time. And yeah, if anyone is interested in joining,
I am.
we do welcome non-vegans in that server. It is a great place for resources, and we try our best to help people with transitioning. And if you are vegan, we do have a really strict verification process, which is really easy if you are actually vegan. And we don't really discriminate on people there, whether you believe on like globe earth or flat earth. There's not like, unless it's like infringing on human rights or just troll content in general, we don't really like deal with that. So yeah. Hold on, let me just get the invite. I'm really flustered right now.
Take your time, yeah, and then we'll get to your question after. So yeah, thanks for joining.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, I'm sending it in the live stream voice text. There you go.
Oh, perfect. All right.
Yeah, anyway. Like I feel like my tone whenever I type is a little bit snarky because my conversational English isn't really perfect in the first place. I'm not a native speaker. I'm from Southeast Asia, and yeah, I'm sorry if some of my semantics would be I guess a little bit frustrating or insulting. I never mean to be any of those words. Because like the first time I went here, someone got a little bit upset that I described this server as bizarre, when in actuality I'm just really it's some sort of interest that I really want to know more about. And yeah, that's pretty much it. So like the first genuine question I had is like, how long did it take you, like, and any like I hear that you folks do like some sort of test to see for yourself, right? So like, how long did it take you to like be convinced of this truth of flat earth? I would really accept like personal anecdotes, and I would encourage that. And I'm just really curious.
Maybe Golden Lemur wants to answer. Oh no, see, you can too. I was just gonna give somebody else a chance. But
by the way, I joined the server.
Oh yeah, please just ping me in verification, and I will be happy to verify you.
Oh, awesome.
Anyway.
Okay, yeah, I'll do that. Okay, so Golden Lemur, did you want to answer her question?
Yeah, the question is, how did we become a flat earther, or how did we get into it? Is that right?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. Well, I think I was curious, like a lot of people are. I came to the subject asking the same kind of questions you're asking, like, what's this all about? How could somebody possibly, for me it was in 2019, how could somebody possibly believe the Earth is flat? And so I was listening to it more or less to kind of understand why these people were so crazy. But then I started to hear the arguments, and mainly for me, the thing that was fascinating was globe geometry. So NASA tells us the Earth is a specific size, as we have a radius number, a radius value, and then you can use that value to do predictions, long distance predictions, how much curvature should exist between 2 points, or where the horizon must be. And I started to notice that everywhere we did long distance observations, we see too far. We see far beyond where the horizon should be, and that we don't notice any curvature. And then I did those observations myself, and I realized that globe geometry was wrong, and that's what really was finally what convinced me was that. And it took me a long time because I made sure that I understood the calculations for the curvature and the calculation for the horizon. And I'm okay at math, but it took me a little while to do that on my own. But I did it, and I became convinced that we see too far. And then I showed up at this Discord after that.
Oh, yeah, that's amazing. I like. Is there like can you give me like some sort of time frame? Like a.
Well, I suppose that it started to dawn on me that the world probably wasn't a sphere after a month. I mean, I had moments of that. Maybe right away, I started to realize, oh, wait a minute, this isn't right. And then, but the way that it was for me is I didn't allow myself to believe in anything. So I would get glimpses into the fact that the world is probably not a sphere for months. But I think it was about 6 months or something, because I was trying to work out the math and do long distance observations and look at things. And I finally fully allowed myself to say, yeah, I'm convinced, even though I probably realized it a lot, well, before that. You know, probably a month or two of looking, I started to realize, oh, the globe geometry is wrong. But then it was a few months later that I finally just let myself say, well, I'm a flat earther now because there's no other choice.
Okay.
Mine wasn't as long.
Oh,
yeah, I'd actually like to hear yours because you said 2 months, right? You just started looking into it.
Me?
Yeah.
No, not 2 months. Mine didn't even take 2 months. Like, my brother, okay. I kind of put it off because, all right, put it this way. My brother is who got me into flat earth. And he's been talking about, the seed of the world and all this for years, like years. But, when you're just all up in the mix and, you're not really, you're young, you're dumb, full of cum, and you just want to spread your seed, that kind of shit, you really don't pay attention. And I'm the youngest of 9 siblings, right? I'm the only child between my parents. So I was always, living for the world, put it that way. Like, I wasn't really paying attention. I was just going through the motions. So, he would always bring up these things and whatnot. And then COVID hit. And I was just like, all right, cool. Let me just, take a little sneak peek. And then I was like, okay, got a little sneak peek. It did about 15 minutes. I was like, this shit is ridiculous. I'm out of here. And then we got locked down and we reopened and we got locked down again. And I was like, there has got to be some shit that is going on out here. And I said, you know what? Fuck it. Let me go and research flat earth. Because I have nothing else better to do. Like, I work at an airport that is not flying anyone in or out unless you're essential. And I'm bored. Let me find something to do because I can't go out nowhere. That everything's locked down. So about like 2 weeks, I was just like, holy shit. Yep, that's it. And I was like, I literally went to the end of my island and I looked out around me. I was like, look at all this fucking horizon. Where is the curve? Like, I'm just looking for miles.
Can I ask what you watched?
My brother actually showed me, because when I started to get into it, it first took me to the Flat Earth Society, and I was like, that's why I was like 15 minutes. I was like, okay, this is shit. This is actual like bullshit. So I don't need to get into it. Then I went back to my brother eventually when the lockdown happened again, because he's a police officer. So he was, dealing with all that too. And I said, give me someone to watch, because I have nothing else better to do, bro. And he's like, David Weiss, Bart Sabril, Nathan Oakley, Matt Long. And I was just like, oh, hold up, let me write this down. So I have a notepad, and I'm just like, got people's names written down from like a year, 18 months ago, basically. where Pyro was just like, oh, okay, let me go. And I started with Bart Sabril, I think it was. With I hope to God I got the name right.
Astronauts Gone Wild.
Yes, I started with that, just that, and I was like, "Oh my God, these guys are not trying to touch the Bible in any which way or form. What the hell? If you did something, I would have been like, smack that on the Bible and said, God knows I'm telling the truth. That's me. And anybody who has done something should have no problem doing that. None. So I was just like, yeah, there's something bigger here. And it took me 2 weeks. I was done and I was hooked. And ever since I've been talking at my workplace, because I work at an airport. So I've even spoken to pilots. And it was, but it's been like 2 weeks? 2 weeks ago. Yeah, I've been on vacation. So 2 weeks ago, I spoke to a pilot and I was like, hey, Reagan. I said, do you ever have to tip the nose of the airplane to follow the curvature of the Earth at all? And he's like, no, that gravity does that. And I'm looking at him. I was like, Reagan, like, gravity is only a theory, buddy. Like, it does not exist. I said, we only have density and buoyancy. And he's like, wait, hold up, what? And I was like, yeah. I said, look at your manuals. Look at how, for when an aircraft is built, they clearly tell you, assuming a non-rotating Earth, a flat, stationary, non-rotating Earth. Like, I can show you this. And he's like, hold up, V. Hold up. You're telling me that the Earth is flat. And I was like, yep. And he is like, nah. And he's like, okay, so if we leave our island and we go west, are we going to end back up here? And I was like, yeah. We're going to end back up here. Like, you can circumnavigate the world east to west, but nobody has ever gone from north to south, around the south, go back to the north. Nobody. And he was like, holy shit, V, like, are you shitting me right now? I was like, nope. Like, you can go and research this. And he's like, you got me questioning. I was like, yes. And I said, because when you think about it, if you're following our atmosphere would have to be circular, spherical, if you're following the curve of the Earth. So you would have to dip the nose of your aircraft. Gravity. He's like, that's what I was taught. And I was like, yes, I know that's what you were taught. We were all taught the same shit, all the same lies. And I said, the Earth is flat, buddy. Go and research it. I'm not even joking with you. He's like, you got me thinking, so I'll probably do that. And I was like, all right, one more. Because it's good, because he's a pilot. You know what I mean?
Pilot told you that some natural phenomena is doing something to aeroplane. Don't just oh my God. If pilot told you that gravity is doing something when he's flying the aeroplane, this is incredible, you know.
Yeah, I know.
You wanted to say something, sorry?
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. I took up a lot of time. My bad, guys. Sorry.
No.
I was actually going. I was actually going to answer Mayday.
That's May. May is good.
Okay. I was going to answer your question and also tell Only K-Manian a story. Like, kind of like addressed to both of you, if that's fine. I told this story before, but I think it's very interesting. Sorry, I'm getting over like a sickness.
I get it.
So, first of all, do you know? Okay, so Only Comedian. First of all, before I answer May's question, I really appreciate your contributions. It's really awesome. You have passion in your heart. That's what we're looking for. That's what we really like. Some people in the community don't really like have that, and other people have it and they like make it very out and open. So it's like everyone has their own specialty or how they communicate. I think it's awesome that you're very passionate and excited to share your findings. I think that's amazing. And I had an experience like that, actually. It was while like my passion was kind of dwindling a bit, and I found something out that kind of sparked it again. So, May, to answer your question, yes, I have had personal I've had personal experience, and I've observed this stuff myself. And it's like there's a difference between knowing something and living something. And once you live something, that's when you're 100% sure of something. Like, people will say they're certain about something, but they're really not until they experience it. When they truly experience it, like, there's a difference between trusting the experiences of others and saying, yeah, that makes sense, and actually experiencing something. And I had an actual experience with something. So basically, there's something called specular reflection. This is one of my favorite points. This and Marconi are like my favorite things to talk about when it comes to the subject of the Earth. So specular reflections are basically like perfect reflections. They're very rare. I'm going to post a diagram. And it's basically the idea that, like, perfect reflections. Yes. I don't really like most of the photos people post of specular reflections because most of them honestly are photoshopped. Okay, I won't say most. A good few are photoshopped. But so, like, I was a little skeptical of it. But if you think about it, specular reflections prove flat Earth because you cannot have perfect reflections on a curved, smooth surface. They will always be distorted. And clouds are also flat and they level out. Okay? Now, this is a really cool, like, idea, right? Because reflections do not curve. Okay? Now, while my dad was driving, okay? Now, my dad was going like 40, 50 miles an hour, okay? And I saw specular reflection and I said, Dad, stop. I got to take a photo of this. And he was like, what are you talking about? And I said, it's specular reflection. And he's like, what? And I was like, what are you talking about? And I'm like, this is like a rare thing. I got to snap a photo of this. And unfortunately, the car is moving. But considering how fast we were going, I think I got a pretty good photo. I caught a photo of specular reflection. This is my photo. Look at how clear that reflection is. I experienced this. So when people say, oh, specular reflection doesn't exist, bullshit. I've experienced it. I snapped a photo of it. That's my photo. Incendiary claim? Did I say something bad? Okay, it's not like super rare, but it's like, it's cool, right? The fact that I've experienced this. Incendiary claim.
Yeah, when you
You
say
have me
that
feeling all
the
types of
images
ways
are
now.
CGI, and
Oh, I
most
didn't
of the
say it's
images are
CGI.
CGI, that's an incendiary claim, and you should
that's why I corrected
mention
myself.
that to the person who's posting the wrong image and not say all of our images are CGI.
I didn't say all, and when I said most, I corrected
It
myself.
sounds that way. That's why I'm mentioning it.
When I said most, I corrected myself because I realized that was an absolute statement or kind of leaning close towards one, so I corrected myself. And I said some of them, or a handful. That's why I corrected myself, because I realized that was dishonest.
Yeah, I was also just mentioning, like, if you see an image that is wrong or a CGI or not correct, then let us know so we can remove it.
Okay. I was just trying to say, like, I think it's cool that I was able to experience this, because May asked a question saying if we've actually experienced this.
Yeah, I think that's really cool too.
Because most of the things we talk about aren't really like something we individually experience. We may experience like one or two of them and contribute to the giant like portfolio memes or whatever, but we don't actually, like, we can't experience every single one of these. I mean, there's just not enough time for the average person to really do every single one of the memes. So we kind of just say, okay, well, that makes logical sense. We're just going to take our word for it because we can repeat it. We can do it if we want to. But I actually experienced specular reflection, and I've never seen it before in person. or at least if I did, I wasn't paying attention to it. It was just diffuse reflection. So the fact that I saw specular reflection and this clean reflection, and I was able to get a photo of it while we were moving. It was just really cool because I'm like, oh my gosh, this is something I can say I've experienced now. And if someone tries to say my photo is fake, I can say, no, I snapped this photo. This is real. There is no curve. I can say that confidently now. It's like when I experienced it myself, it's like a confidence building. So
Yeah. Yeah, I really appreciate that you shared like your personal anecdote, your experience, right? And yeah, I actually was asking like another question in lobby a while ago, right? Because like unlike other social issues such as feminism, veganism, maybe fighting for human rights, LGBTQ rights, all of that sorts. Like I was curious, like how can me knowing this sort of truth like benefit from, like how can I get any sort of benefit from this? And and from hearing from your stories, it's great.
This is easy
I would
question.
I would like to answer this first, and I'll make it quick.
Okay.
Sorry. It tells you about yourself. That's really why this is important. It tells you about yourself, and it tells you where you belong in the world. And it also lets you know that you cannot trust information unless you can verify it. It's okay to be a skeptic. It's okay to understand that not everyone has your best interests. That is a very important concept. Like, it's not about the shape of the earth. Some people say it is. In my personal opinion, it's really not. It's about the idea that some people can lie. And it's important to know that you can't trust government. That's really the big picture message. And I like telling this to people who are like, well, why would I care about the flat earth? Who cares? Right? Because that's how most people think. And that's a perfectly reasonable thought, though. So it's really not about that. That's what I try to tell people. It's really about not trusting government and doing research and understanding where you belong in the world and what it means for literally everything else. Get, I think, wanted to answer.
Yeah. Actually, the knowledge of flat Earth is very important in man's life, and this is because it is the place where we live, where you live, where I live, where C lives. Everyone, it's your home. And when you don't care about your home, then it means,
Anyone can come in and destroy it.
You know, yeah. How could you know who you are if you don't know where you live? You know.
No, the thing is, like, I was hoping to get answers concerning, like, how will my knowledge... Oh, sorry. How will my knowledge of... sorry, like a while ago, sorry about that, Roger. I know that my responses in the lobby were snarky. Or at least I perceived them to be a little bit. I really apologize for that. I never mean to be snarky. I'm just genuinely curious. Like, how can I apply like the concepts of like your studies on how you prove your theories and all this sort to, for example, maybe environmentalism, right?
I have a question, if that's fine.
Oh yeah, go on.
How is my observation of speculate? And I'm sorry to bring syntax into this. I just think it's very important. How is my observation of specular reflection a theory when I was able to verify this?
Oh no. I'm not going to say that it's like yeah, okay. Like your observations are valid, right? I'm not saying that it's like I'm sorry, it's not. English is not really my native language, so I'm so sorry for the semantics and the complications that I'm bringing by using terms that I'm not familiar with. Okay.
No hard feelings. Don't worry. I'm sorry.
Like there's like common concepts, like such as like how do you explain gravity, and then there's like water buoyancy, and then I heard a while ago you were talking about Boyle's law, air pressure, and all of that sorts, right? And I would say I have like some sort of knowledge when it comes to these things because I study pharmacy. I'm currently studying pharmacy, and I do know these laws because, chemistry, and then we have to touch on physics and all of that sorts. So, like, can you give me some practical applications of, like, your knowledge from flat Earth that I can apply in real life?
Okay, you study gravity.
Well, that's it was really not something that we touched upon. I wouldn't really go on more of the physics side. Rather, it's more of like I'm more knowledgeable in chemistry, I would say.
Okay. Do you think that we have experiment for the gravity?
Oh, if you're willing to tell me about it, I would be happy to listen.
Me, like a human being, I can tell you one thing. I'm 50 years old. I don't know till now anybody who presented anything about scientific evidence for gravity, whatever that is, and you can only say that word, gravity, but that for me doesn't mean anything. You can say whatever word you want now. It's the same. If it's not something what is like in chemistry, you said you know something, water boiling, for example, why? Because water, you put the heat and boiling, that for gravity you don't have, you don't have scientific proof for the gravity, you have the word, you have pseudoscience. You know what is pseudoscience? You must know what is pseudoscience if you're working in chemistry, of course.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, they're using pseudoscience to explain gravity.
Can you define pseudoscience for us? Or would you like me to do it? I can post here.
Oh, see, can you DM me what you sent? I would like to listen to that later. Systematically conceptual, incompatible with the scientific method. So, okay. Can anyone tell me which part of the scientific method did gravity fail? For it to be considered as a pseudoscience.
The experiment.
Yeah, can you tell me about these things? You cannot hear me?
The experiment implies three variables.
Can we try like this, because she's saying, can you tell us what you think that gravity is?
Well, as I've told you, I'm
only what you think. It's not a question of your knowledge, only what you think,
Okay, as far as I know, it is
a force.
Oh yeah, a force, and then there's this 9.8 m
acceleration, downwards acceleration.
And then it's constant, and the rate on how an item falls depends on its mass. And in a vacuum, when you test gravity.
One moment.
No. Hold on.
You already made quite some statements, positive claims, and
these are what I've learned in college. Yeah, I'm willing to listen.
Take them one at a time, because you think you understand what you just said. That's
I never claimed to understand these concepts. I claim to know them.
Yeah.
Knowing means you have experienced and understand them. If you just have the information, that's not knowing.
Knowing the story is not knowing reality.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah,
you can make that claim.
Yeah, we can learn poems.
Oh, sorry, what was that? I wasn't able to hear that. And there have been
learning the backstory to the gravity means that you've already got a satisfactory answer that's crushed your suspicions of any other possible outcomes of why things fall at a certain rate.
Yeah, the way that I learned gravity is like there have been like experiments shown to us by our professor, like in a vacuum chamber, for example, take an item with different masses, right? And you know, when in a vacuum, there's supposed to be no air resistance. So
Yes, and
like
pretty
with
much
differing
all the
masses, like
objects fall at the same rate.
yeah, that's pretty much what I
Okay,
do.
but I can tell you that if you have you ever played with magnets?
Sure, I've done experiments.
Okay, so you know that they have poles, and when you put the same pole together, they repel each other. You have to press them quite hard to put them close together, to touch each other, correct? Yeah. Now, if you glue together two magnets which repel each other, and you drop them next to something, a piece of metal, which is pretty much the same size and shape and weight. And
Sorry, can you repeat the last statement? Sorry, I wasn't following.
put them,
well, what he's saying is the magnets you glue together, right?
Yeah.
And it's some of that replica of a piece of metal that's a similar density and similar shape dimensions. Both of them are getting dropped. They're identical in weight, but one obviously is a magnet which has the two repelling that's been glued together. There you go.
Yeah. And these magnets, which are glued together, when they repel each other, they will fall at a slower rate in comparison to all other elements of nature.
Wait, hold on. So you're telling me, okay.
Yeah.
Wait, can you explain that again, like in simpler terms? I'm so sorry.
Manipulation of magnetism, magnetic fields, directly affects the downward fall acceleration.
So what he's trying to say in a nutshell is that the gravity, when you're in a vacuum, you drop two similar objects and you say they both fall at the same rate. He's saying that if you manipulate two battery magnets, put them north to north, and drop them, they'll drop at a different rate to 9.8 meters per second.
Yeah.
It's also we showed you pseudoscience and the definition of that. It needs to follow the scientific method. So now let's look at what your teacher was doing. He evacuated the chamber, so the only thing he's wiggling or changing here is the medium. So the medium is the independent variable.
Sure, go on.
And then the effect or the dependent variable is the drop. You change how fast it drops when you affect the medium. So this does not help gravity at all.
Well, I disagree because I think you have to isolate. You have to isolate. Taking the air out doesn't mean it's an independent variable because you do have to isolate your variable.
No, you don't take the air out. You just lower the air volume inside.
But you said that manipulating that.
There was a vacuum.
Manipulating that makes it the variable.
No, vacuum is not achievable. We can only achieve very low pressure. But we never achieved vacuum.
But you said taking the air out makes it its independent variable. That's what you said.
No, as you change the medium, you are wiggling your independent variable. That's the only thing you're changing in this experiment.
How do you isolate an independent variable that needs? You need to remove the air around it in order to isolate it to make it an independent variable. To make it an independent variable, you need to take away the other variables in order to make it.
Yeah, that's why you have a container.
But taking out the air is taking out one of the variables to break down for your independent variable.
You just wiggle them.
You're changing it. You're manipulating it. That's the thing that you do. You vary the independent variable. That's it.
Yeah. But you have, first of all, the independent variable. To make it independent, you have to get rid of the other variables in order to make it an independent variable.
Can I cut in?
How can you make something an independent variable if you don't make it? If you don't make it independent?
Cut in?
Yeah. Go ahead.
I feel like this is starting to turn slightly more aggressive and more about semantics. I kind of apologize for starting the semantics trend. May is not a primary native speaker. She's also newer here. I feel like we need to slow down the pace a bit and not talk about the advanced semantics. we understand the vocabulary, we understand the concepts and very specific terms, but I feel like we have to dial it back because we have newer people here who aren't familiar with how we do things. I'm sorry.
just I was just explaining like what was taught to me, right? So like it was an experiment in a vacuum chamber, which one of you have claimed to be like does not exist on Earth because it's like just an environment of very low pressure, right? But that's that's not really like the point that I'm trying to make here. Rather, like there was a variable of like air resistance that was removed that was able to prove that there's like constant acceleration of gravity. That's why, like, even with different, wait, hold on, okay. This is what I know, okay? So if you want to make a claim that disproves my knowledge, you're very much welcome. But I do really appreciate if people stop cutting me off. Because as much as I'm trying to approach this topic with very much like a lot of skepticism and still with respect, because I know that I'm ignorant. Like for you people, I'm very ignorant about this topic. And yeah, I just really
That's
don't.
okay though. That's why you're here. Sorry, I had to step away for a bit, so I missed what happened. But yeah, please. I mean, just
welcome back.
Not overtalk. Thanks, Skip. You get. But yeah, we're glad
I'm not trying to.
Of course.
Yeah, like I'm not really trying to jump from claim to claims, right? I'm just sharing what I know. I'm allowing for proper conversation to challenge my arguments.
Yeah, I know that, and I have also been told the same, like you. And I thought I know. But actually, I did look, you see. When you started explaining what you think gravity is, I mean, what they told you it is, and you said that this is what you know, you started from calling gravity a force. The problem of gravity, of being a force, is that is Newtonian gravity. And Newtonian
so what's
gravity.
the concern about this? Mm-hmm.
Newtonian gravity says that mass attracts mass. And Newton's laws of motion, which we all learned in primary school, elementary school. But when you go to high school, this gravity, Newtonian gravity, has been superseded and debunked more than 100 years ago by Einsteinian gravity, relative gravity, which is the bending of space-time. And it's not one and the same kind of gravity. And Einsteinian gravity has no scientific theory as a backup.
Mind explaining why?
Because it's just a story of a beautiful unicorn, you know. And we don't have a control variable, you know.
Like what we had 4.5 billions of mass attracts mass, and then we have 100 years of bending of space-time.
What he's trying to say in a nutshell, right, is that the gravity you learned in school is like mass attracting mass. But what's happened is they've been teaching that in the schools for a certain level, and then when you get to a certain grade, you actually learn in physics that mass actually doesn't attract mass. What actually happens is the distribution of mass in space, basically the large body of mass in one area, like warps the space around it, and kind of like creates like a kind of a field that kind of like, you know, so it's an effect. So it's not actually a force pulling you; it's the effect of the large body of mass warping the space time around it. So it contradicts mass attracting mass, which means that they're trying to have their cake and eat it. So basically, what you learn at school is actually a contentious topic That's what he's trying to say, I think.
Yeah. And also, space and time are not physical stuff which can be bent.
Mm.
You know,
Okay.
I mean, time, for example, is a concept for us to better define and understand motion or life itself. You know, the ongoing of life.
Comparing time and freedom, they are the same in that concept. That
if we can bend the time, we can bend the freedom.
Yeah.
Okay.
So when it comes to gravity, right? We're taught mass attracting mass and the bending and warping of space-time. We're kind of taught both of those. One allegedly superseded the other. But what you'll find is most people, the average person you speak to, thinks that gravity is basically the effect that we see in nature, right? We see an apple fall from a tree. Everybody thinks gravity, but what they're saying gravity has only gotten to the first step of the scientific method, right? We're observing the phenomenon.
Yeah.
So when we observe the apple fall, if we were to do science and apply the scientific method to that, what we would need to do is prove the cause of the effect that we see in nature, right? So then what hasn't been done is proving the causal agent, but people are taught gravity pulls things down to the ground at such a young age that it's very hard for them to wrap their mind around the fact that we've just applied a word to an effect that we see in nature without actually proving the cause of the effect. Does that make sense?
Yeah. So.
And I would like also to give you another hint about Newton's laws of motion, which say that for every action there is an equal reaction, and that is fake. And you can find that it's fake in quantum physics, in the study of superfluid liquid helium, which is the liquid that has two flows in opposite directions in the same time. So it can flow in two directions, opposite directions, in the same time. And also, it is a frictionless environment. So if you were to have a lake of
Can I stop you for a second, Get? Are you following what he's saying? Because I can tell that you're making little. So I don't know if you have questions before he continues, or are you following?
Yeah.
Make sure, because maybe that's a little too involved for right now.
When it comes to liquid helium,
it's a little too much right now. Okay.
I could go to the chemistry part of it and explain why they two flows and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But I think I'm more interested in learning what's the causal, Napalm did mention, or what causes this phenomenon that we observe, which is commonly known as gravity for the majority.
Oh.
What is the causal agent? I want to know about that.
I can tell you why is that happening.
Yeah, go on. I'm willing to
That's
listen.
happening because apple is more dense than air, and apple is falling down because of that. Nothing else.
Yeah, what causes the fall?
The you know that it's time when apple is growing on the tree, and in one time that apple, that kind of, how you call that where it's stuck to the when it's stuck to the, yeah, when that's stuck, it will fall down, you know. But
so is it just the inherent property of density of every object that makes things fall?
Yeah.
Is that it?
Well, it's what we observe, right? So I like to give this example. I stand on the side of a river. I have a stick. I drop it on the ground. It falls to the ground. I throw it in the water, and it floats. Same stick. So what have I done? I've changed the medium that the object is in, and it reacts differently, and that's how I observe it.
Okay, question. If you take the apple and drop to the...
Wait, Sasha, what was she saying?
Sorry.
So you would say that you adhere to the concept of density versus buoyancy, considering the mediums where these objects are in. Is that what I'm hearing? Is that correct?
Not only the density, I will say, if I can interject and add this explanation. What is important, it is also the state of that element, the state of matter. You see, water is usually liquid. That's how we experience it and know it, but it has a gaseous state also. And when it's in a gaseous state, that's a very different kind of fluid.
Yeah, I know.
Not liquid anymore, yeah. It has different behavior.
So how does this add to your...
You see, how does this add to my explanation is, I'm telling you now that they have made graphene aerogel, which is 7 times lighter than the air that we breathe, 7 times lighter. But aerogel is a solid. It is not gas, so it does not rise above in the air, above the air. It will fall to the ground because it is solid, and solids belong to the ground, to the negative plane of existence. The first is the solid, then come liquids, and then gases.
Okay.
And plasma, which tends to rise. But yeah, when there is energy loss, entropy, and all that, the plasma turns into gas, hot gases, and they rise up. So,
Mayday, I want to try simple. If you drop the apple, what causes that apple fall?
Well, I know it's gravity.
What
How
causes?
do you know it's gravity?
Listen this. I have ball on the floor, and it's not going through the ground. It's staying there. If you take the ball, if you move the ball from equilibrium, and if you drop the ball, who caused it that drop the ball to fall?
Sorry, are you can you repeat the...
If you take the ball from the ground, the ball is not moving, it's on the ground, If you take the ball from that equilibrium and move from 1 meter, let's say, and drop, who causes that drop fall?
I applied external force on it.
Yeah, that means you. You took to one thing from the ground, what is more dense than air, and then you drop things through that medium, and that thing will go back because of it's more dense than that medium. That is my answer of anything. Yeah, I don't see any gravity. You are pushing your energy on that. For the apple example, that is nature. It's doing. In one moment, apple will fall down, because it's how to say, it's fresh to fall down, and it fall down.
Okay, but let's I'll challenge you with some hypothetical, okay? For example, there's sure. Go ahead.
Well, I just would like you to tell me, how did you know when it was gravity? When Sasha, I think it was, asked you when you dropped the apple, you said it's gravity. How do you know it's gravity?
Well, that was the concept taught to me, and I am just adhering because you know, like
No, I just
I would
wanted
like
to. I just that's honest, and that's a good answer. So thank you for being honest, right? Because it's just something that you've been told. It's not something. Have you proven it?
Well, I would like to ask a question. Like, would you correlate like the mass of an object to its acceleration when it comes when it falls? I mean, yeah, sure. Hypotheticals are not reality, but it is like one way that we can assess these situations. Right?
No, we're here to discuss facts, not hypotheticals, not made up scenarios. That's what we do here.
Okay, thank you for informing me that you do not recognize hypotheticals here. But okay, so how is it that in, let's say, in a space, for example, with my room and within my room, right?
Yeah.
With the lack of air resistance, how is it that a feather and maybe a steel ball can fall at the same rate?
Are you telling me that the things with the same weight are falling down on the same rate?
Falling down the same rate, in which I mean that like they have the same.
In a low pressure system.
This is question.
Yeah.
Are you telling me that
Hey, one at a time, Sasha. Go.
Yeah, but I want to know. She said that it's falling at the same rate. Are you telling me that the things with the same weight?
Let me just.
Only to understand.
Can I just add something quickly?
May I simplify my terms first?
But the
please?
misnomer of a feather and a metal
May
ball
I?
falling at the same rate only exists in a vacuum. So I'm just correcting you on your assertion, but now go ahead.
Okay, so based on what you've told me a while ago, vacuum cannot exist on Earth. Therefore, this is like an actual experiment that was presented to us, and so in
vacuum chamber.
In a vacuum chamber, in which you claim that does not. Okay,
we need to stop over talking each other, you guys. I don't know if there's a delay or what's going on, but Sasha, can you let her finish her question? Thank you.
Sorry, this is getting a little bit exhausting. And I'm not saying that we live in a vacuum, right? But these are like the scientific method that we also value. So I'm just
you were
trying to
sitting
explain.
in your room though, and now you're talking about a vacuum, so it's a little bit.
I was trying to, it's a little bit different, but I would just like to know what your take is on like the experiment that I saw.
Have you ever heard of rigged dices?
But come back to that point. What she want to ask now?
Yeah, I am on that point.
So after I explained to you that a feather and a metal ball will not fall at the same rate in your bedroom, and that it's assumed to only be take that effect when it's in a vacuum chamber, when the air resistance has been removed, and the only place that they assume to have demonstrated that is on the moon, is where they tried to drop a feather and a metal ball. So as Get was trying to say,
I don't really want to have the conversation regarding the moon landing.
It was a camera trick. It was a camera trick.
No.
I don't want to engage.
Stop.
I don't want to engage in that conversation. And that's why I'm not taking that example wherein they did the experiment on the moon.
No.
I'm asking for like the controlled condition wherein there was like very low pressure with no air resistance, and with very minimal error, the feather and the steel ball were able to fall at the same time. It was shown on camera and it was on slow-mo. I just want to hear your explanation on that. That's it.
And you saw the feather be weighed and the ball be weighed separately, so that you could confirm that they were different weights.
Yeah, the mass is different.
How did you see that confirmation? Or did
Yeah, it
you
was
simply
weighed.
see a prop that looked like a feather and a prop that looked like a metal ball being dropped on TV? And you believe that what you see on TV is true?
It was done in like the dropping of the two objects were done in two separate conditions. One wherein the vacuum was not, one wherein it was held in like a area with normal air pressure and with air resistance, right? So obviously the feather would sway back and forth before it lands, and then was done in the controlled area with a vacuum. So there you go. It's the same feather, nothing was switched. I was there, 2 eyes. It was replayed on slow mo.
As I
Tell me
told you in
anything.
the beginning, they didn't show you the magnets.
Okay, but
Correct.
let's put like this.
But
Oh,
let's not
Sasha,
talk
I
about the
didn't get her
magnets.
answer first.
I didn't talk about the magnets, right? I'm talking
Yeah,
about.
I know, but in that vacuum chamber, yeah, they presented you a special setup. This is not an experiment, it's a special setup.
Well, there needs to be variables
Can I make
that
a point?
Go on.
I think they put helium in that ball, so it falls slower.
Okay, but that's
It
a
was-
claim too, right? Can you validate that?
No, I'm just saying. Just like you said, it was a setup. There's no way you can validate that it was a real experiment.
Yeah, so that's the whole thing. Sorry, God.
And that would not happen in your room, by the way.
Yeah, but if we get that things falling on the same rate in the vacuum chamber, what we will do with that?
Oh yeah, I was just like asking, like, how do you explain the acceleration of the fall of objects with differing masses?
Well, how you explain? Yeah, I can ask other people. This will be a joke. Sorry. How you can explain that why dog of the breath is not raising?
Sasha, don't answer
the
with
thing is,
questions.
yeah, please don't. I'm asking genuinely here because I want to engage in
Yeah.
proper conversation. And I'm being met with a lot of skepticism and challenging the variables of the experiment. Okay, fine. I'm clarifying things with all of you. And now I've clarified everything. I just want to hear like your explanation regarding this matter in this controlled experiment. How do you correlate, like, for example, I'm asking if you equate like the rate of the speed of like the falling of the objects correlates to the mass.
Yes, I will tell you what they did.
Okay.
What they did is a scam. Why?
I was there.
Because the
It was
feather,
something that I experienced.
the
I saw
feather.
with my both eyes.
I know, and it is as it was presented to you. It does happen like that, but you have to understand what's going on. The feather has its own density. Its mass per volume. It has a big volume and very little matter inside. The iron ball. I said the feather has a big volume and very little matter amount. It's less dense.
Yeah. I said that.
The iron ball is metal. It has a high density, and it is very much matter inside a small volume.
Yes.
Now, in the medium of normal breathable air, 14 psi, the feather will encounter a lot of drag because it does not have the same force like the iron ball has.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
The feather does not have the same weight in comparison to the volume, so it encounters a lot of drag in the air.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah. Now, in the vacuum chamber, so-called vacuum, it's a very low pressure chamber. The feather encounters very little drag now, and it will be falling almost at the same rate with the iron ball. And you can take any other kind of elements. I told you, they will fall at the same rate, except when you put two magnets that oppose each other, if you glue them together and you drop them in a vacuum chamber, in comparison to anything, they will always fall the last. And this is what they did not told you. And pretty much people didn't even know until 1970s, when this guy from Martin Lockheed discovered this effect, phenomena, and patented it. It was a Martin Lockheed engineer who discovered this property of magnetism. That by controlling magnetic fields and forces, you can affect the downward acceleration rate.
Okay.
Despite,
sure, I will believe that.
Despite the medium you are in. You can do this in water, you can do this in air, you can do this in vacuum chambers. You will get the same result.
Wait, so is this like?
Okay. I think that I would rather move on to like another topic.
Perfect.
Because
Okay.
this has gone very circular.
Yeah. So this is we're at 2:02 p.m. Central. So Precious Metal Takeover is now done. So thank you to everybody who joined us today and participated. And anybody, do you have any or no? Well, thanks to you for joining us and everybody else. And yeah, so May, if you want to ask another question, you can go ahead.
Yeah, May, you see, you said you learn like to become a pharmacist.
Yeah, but I'm trying my best to understand like the arguments that you're presenting me, but not like I believe that I haven't like gotten an answer regarding like the conditions that I presented. And like there's like skepticism in the live stream voice text, like saying that they don't believe me. Okay, fine. You may say that my personal anecdote isn't valid, but as much as like I acknowledge the experience that like Sai experienced a while ago. So yeah. What else?
Yeah, like it's
Maybe something else that
but it's just a trick. I don't really.
Sorry, I can't.
Can I try? Can I try to answer?
Yes, Godric. Okay.
There you go.
Hey, how are you? I'm not a silver, so I couldn't talk earlier. So, yeah. So we don't believe in gravity per se. There is an up and down, but not gravity. And mass doesn't attract mass. You can never show that. Okay. So when you're talking about your feather and your ball, we do expect that to fall downwards in a vacuum. So what is your question about that? What is your issue with that?
Yeah. So why do these objects with differing mass or density or whatever, in a vacuum, they fall at the same rate here on Earth?
They would do that because they have nothing to resist them falling down, right? So if you have a regular medium like air, right, the feather would go back and forth because it's bouncing off the air, right? But let's say iron ball will go straight down, right?
Why?
So what's your question with that? Without the medium, there'd be nothing to bounce the feather around, so that would go down. That would go down faster than if it was in air, right?
Okay,
Makes sense.
So why does the feather experience air resistance and the ball doesn't?
Well, if you drop them, you see, if you have below an ocean, you drop them in the air, but they will be landing in an ocean, the feather and the ball. The moment the ball makes contact with the water, it will slow down, but it will still fall down through the water at a very slower rate in comparison to the air. Correct?
Yeah, I agree with that. But I never. There's no water in the situation I presented.
The feather will fall on the water, but it will not fall through the water down to the ground, but it will float on the water.
Yeah, but that's not really like the condition.
To answer your question directly, it's because the bowling ball is heavier than the feather. So the bowling ball will fall quickly through the air, and the feather will fall slowly through the air like a piece of paper because it's got a lot of air resistance on it, but not a lot of weight. But the ball has a lot of weight, but not a lot of air resistance.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you for answering that. There you go. Simple as that.
If you make a boat out of that iron ball, then
wait, hold on. Well, let's not talk
will
about
still fall through the air, but it will not sink anymore in the ocean.
Yeah. Yeah, but this doesn't really explain why they fall at the same rate, at the same speed in an area without air resistance.
Okay, I give you this one then. You see, at MIT University, one of the most prominent universities in USA, at physics classes, the physics teacher is teaching the students incoherent electrostatic acceleration for the down vector, and he's saying it's not gravity. He's saying that what the students have learned in high school, that the down vector is gravity, he's explaining to them that gravity actually does not belong to physics, but it belongs to astrophysics.
Okay.
And it has nothing to do with the world outside of our bodies. You know, what we experience in this reality. Gravity belongs to what you see in the sky.
So your question is, why do things fall at the same rate, like a feather and a bowling ball in a vacuum? Well, the thing is, we're not really about why questions here. Like, that's a question you'd have to answer for yourself. We can't answer that because that's a why question.
Maybe it's no. Maybe it's a how question. How does that happen?
We already explained that a second ago. It's just because, out here in the regular air, this is a medium, and in a vacuum chamber with very little air, that's also a medium, so a slightly different medium. And in that slightly different medium, with very little air resistance, just about anything, I think, would fall at the same rate. There's no air resistance.
Can you tell her how that's not gravity, Orion?
Yeah, and that's not gravity. That's just objects finding their equilibrium in the medium that they're in.
Okay, there you go. Finally managed to answer my question. Yeah. Thank you.
There's also a methodological misunderstanding, I think, frequently with people who come in to the Flat Earth server. I don't accept something that doesn't have a proven cause. So, globe earthers, obviously, as I once did, would claim gravity, but there has been no experiment that proves the cause. You can't manipulate the independent variable showing that this concept of gravity, say the bending and warping of space-time, is the cause of the phenomenon that you're observing. So I wouldn't accept that explanation because there is no causation. There's no empirical causation that can be shown by the scientific community of this phenomenon that you're describing. So that's one of the things that sort of is dismissed out of hand. If you don't have an experiment showing causation and a careful that's in a carefully controlled experiment. You don't have the empirical foundation to make the claim that this concept of gravity, the bending and warping of space-time, is the thing that causes the thing you observe. So you might say to yourself, well, these flat earthers aren't giving me a sufficient explanation for the thing that I observe, while simultaneously you can't provide an example in the scientific community of the strict cause of the phenomenon that you're asking us about. You see, so
Yeah,
that like it's a methodology.
Yeah, so an example of this would be if you could somehow have a box. If you could somehow have a box and then put a bowling ball in that box and have it, held in the center of the box by a string or something, and then if you could somehow, some way, we've asked lots of people to do this, but it's understandable you can't do it. If you could somehow, some way, take this alleged gravity, because they claim gravity makes the bowling ball go down. If you can remove gravity from the box and then let the bowling ball just float there and observe it, and then put gravity back in the box and watch the bowling ball fall down in the box, that would be an experiment proving gravity makes the bowling ball go down. The problem is gravity is not a real thing, so you can't remove it from the box. So it's not an experiment and it's not a real thing. I mean, you can say the same thing with invisible unicorns. I can say invisible unicorns make the bowling ball go down, but I'd have to remove invisible unicorns from the situation, let the bowling ball float, and then put invisible unicorns back in the situation, watch the bowling ball go down. So you see, you can't do an experiment to prove gravity, so it's just all pseudoscience.
Yeah, also
Point is taken. May I speak?
Yes. I wanted to add something because I tried to tell you earlier about the independent variable. The independent variable in the experiment is the thing you're wiggling, is the thing you're changing. So that would be the medium.
Controlling.
Okay, well, I would like to move past this conversation. I would just like to say that there is very ableist language in your live stream voice text right now. And I do not appreciate the ableism being done towards me, calling me insane and psychotic when I'm just not informed about this topic. I think that's very disingenuous.
I don't know who said that, but
that's just one person's opinion. Please don't try to paint with a broad brush all of us.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not generalizing it, but if you're allowing it here, that's just a bad look for your server. Just saying. But thank you for having this conversation with me. Definitely will encourage me to look more into this.
I wanted to give you. I know you have this more chemical in-depth knowledge.
Sure.
And I wanted to ask you something in regards to our anatomy and stuff. But also in regards to Einsteinian gravity, that one makes a claim which sounds something like this. Would you agree?
Wait. I would really like to hop off this VC right now because I'll be honest, it's 3:15 a.m. in the morning here.
Oh, okay.
And I never really intended to stay for this long.
If I can only add very, very fast.
She's leaving, Sasha,
Where is the curvature? You need to ask that question. When you find out that things in nature, and then you will find all answers. Curvature.
Okay, you know what? I never really challenged the curvature.
Because Earth is sphere, and must be sphere because it's sphere. That means in nature must be sphere. That's obvious, and that's it. But if it's not sphere, what could be that? But it is sphere for sure. But if you look into that, it's for sure it is sphere. Doesn't matter, chambers, rays, everything. It must be sphere. It's there. If you look into that, you will find it, and then you will know all answers. That's it.
Okay, but I would just like to point out too that this conversation really. I don't know, like one of you folks really asked me my understanding of gravity, and I just,
1 minute, would you give me 1 minute to ask you
I would
Something in your
from...
area of expertise.
Okay, go.
She wants to leave.
Go make the pitch. Yeah, go make the pitch. Last one. Come on, let's go.
Yeah, thank you. How can you prove that hemoglobin has 4 iron atoms? Contains 4 iron.
Oh, I have a very, very interesting, like, new art, like, from my own archives. Let me just check that. Where is it? I think it's here. Yeah. So very recently, there has been a recent discovery in science wherein they are able to see like chemicals, like actually see the structure of chemicals under some sort of imaging. Like, I'm not sure what machine they're using, but it's called atomic force microscopy. And I'll be honest,
Electron.
yeah.
Electron
No.
microscopy. Or
No. It's different. This is different. Electron microscopy. I've studied all of that. This is very different. It's called atomic force microscopy. It's a really new discovery in science, and sorry, I would really love to explain the heme and hemoglobin, all of that stuff, but I'm really exhausted. But I still appreciate like, everyone for this conversation.
Sure, I appreciate
and
you.
yeah.
Do come back here and yeah.
Thank you.
I
Good
wish
night.
you get to meet more of us. You'll find that we have amazing people inside here, and yeah.
Yeah, I just wish that you would, like, people here would know how to monitor Evilist language, because it's really discouraging to talk here. Honestly, I'm
Yeah,
just
I
trying
don't
to
like
learn.
that either. I also don't like that, but yeah, try to ignore it. And you know, we live in the world where we are all here, all kinds of us. So yeah, you know.
Yeah, I just don't think that like these discriminatory like actions shouldn't be like promoted or like ignored in such spaces. But anyway, it's been such a pleasant conversation.
It was a pleasure. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me here, for letting me advertise like the vegan server that I'm in. If anyone wants to
Tomorrow, I
get
hope
verified,
you verify me. I hope you tomorrow verify me in your server.
just please do ping me. Like, just
Sure.
at me in that server. You know my username. Just note it down. Oh, wait. Discriminatory language. Oh, well, people are calling me psychotic and insane, and just like I mean, that's very discouraging.
Don't take that.
Honestly.
Don't take that to your heart. Ignore it.
And the voice text and the text.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a handful of people in here that, don't talk to people on here like they're talking to someone face to face, but they should.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm curious, who did that?
the EXO.
Oh, EXO. Oh.
That's inappropriate for you to ask that. It's obvious. It's right there in writing. We don't discuss the moderation of server on the live stream.
Yeah, sorry.
If you had a bad experience, I gave you a link to the complaint department. You're welcome to type us a whole page essay if you want. We're not discussing it here. Topic over.
True.
Okay.
Sorry. Good night, May.
Good night, everyone. Thank you.
Rest well.
Bye.
Likewise, I'm going to resist the urge to comment. If anyone wants to know what I think about the last thing that just happened, you're welcome to read the live stream. Locker room, my last post in there. Oh, Indio is shocked by my last post. Thank you, Indio. All right, continue on. Everybody being silent. Did I just kill the conversation? I'm not going to yell at you. I got my thoughts out. It's over. Just talk among yourselves.
Honestly, I think we didn't answer her question about gravity. I was trying to explain to her, but I was interrupted.
People are sensitive. There's no way around that. We could all work on our attitudes, but I actually do think, given what I've heard the past few years, that conversation, everybody was really trying to give her the benefit of a doubt. So I don't know what else to say. It ended up not being about flat Earth at all. So take that as you will.
Yeah, vegans are particularly sensitive.
Well, regardless of that, I'm just saying it ended up not being about flat Earth at all, and it ended up being about the way we handle things, which everybody can always work on that. That's, you know what I mean? Like, the point is flat Earth.
Granted, she was trying to make it about that this whole time, even before in the lobby. That was what she was about.
Yeah.
Any small thing was always tried to spin into that, and it was just towards the end she just got an excuse that she was like, this is the excuse. This is good enough.
She doesn't understand that see, here's the problem with us. No matter what kind of trolls come in with what kind of attitudes and how they present themselves, it doesn't matter. We have to keep our calm. Otherwise, we're dickhead flat earthers, right? Doesn't matter what they do. We have to be the adult all the time. And that does get frustrating.
We gotta hold the high horse. We gotta sit on that high horse like our life depends on it.
I just don't want to have to do that.
I gotta say though, these little confusion, misunderstanding things or whatever that we've all witnessed so many times here, I think they'd go a lot faster and a lot smoother if we did our best to answer simple, direct questions with simple, direct answers. Just saying.
Yeah. There's always too many people trying to talk, and I'm guilty of it. But I also think this should not be talked about on the live stream. I think this is all administrative stuff that we can take care of in private.
Yeah.
Yeah, we should probably say that and remind them of that fact more often.
Yeah.
The irony of it is that I'm yelling at the non-glober. I'm yelling at the panel to go, why are we allowing these questions? I mean, we all witness things fall down. Oh, I had no idea things fall down. Okay, we live on a ball in outer space. Is that the question this person expected? Or can we say, yes, I've seen things fall down too on a flat surface? How hard is that?
Well, if you want to talk about the ins and outs of the way people do things here, then yeah. Anyway, go ahead, Orion.
I wasn't here for the whole conversation, but I heard her say towards the end that she wasn't claiming that the Earth is a ball. So I'm just saying, like, XO, what you just said, I wouldn't say that like that to her because you're putting words in her mouth.
You weren't here. Your first part of your comment was I wasn't here for the conversation, so that was your second mistake. The issue is she said, I've seen things fall with my own two eyes. How do you guys explain that? If you think that is an intelligent question, you have serious mental issues. Yes. Serious. How do you guys explain that? How do you guys explain this?
Just keep doing that. Keep putting words in people's mouth. Yeah. You were just like, oh yeah, so
Princess Cupcake. Princess Cupcake. Yes, little boy. You weren't even here for the conversation. Thanks for playing.
Okay, we're gonna end this again for the third or fourth time. We're having a discussion about it in the locker room. If anyone wants to discuss it in there, maybe we should have a locker room audio channel. That would be fun. But yeah, what's the next topic? Anybody got one?
Well, I've just been continually asking for curvature Earth rotation detection and gas pressure without a container demonstration. I think those are the ones we should stick on just because they're really simple to talk about and they're not begging the question for these globers whatsoever. But that's just me.
Well, Glatflow,
Yeah, I don't know if that person. I mean, not to rehash that conversation, but what you just said. Hopefully that person. I didn't hear the beginning of the conversation, but hopefully that person was at some point presented with the direct measurements or the laser test, because that's one of my goals: is to never let anyone leave here as a new person, never having seen that, because they will dance around and try to get away from that. It's almost instinctively. And so hopefully at some point that occurred. I don't know if it did or not.
Right, and as you can see, she took advantage of our jumping all over her, didn't she?
Yeah, well, it doesn't help with X opening words in people's mouths.
Alrighty, Jesus. Let's move on, please.
Didn't you guys already say we're moving on? Come on, man.
So if somebody asked you, Glad, how do black holes work on your flat Earth model? What would your answer be, Glatflow?
Demonstrate black hole.
Very good. There you go.
What'd you say, Shinji?
Oh, never mind.
Oh, please. Are you sure?
I mean, I asked what I missed. I joined and people were yelling, and I was wondering what happened.
Internet tough guy activity, Shin. Nothing to worry about.
There's all the tough stuff. So yeah, XO, I would say demonstrate black hole. Otherwise, we can't talk about it. Can you and I go and look at a black hole and watch what it does? No. So we can't talk about it. Next.
And then the answer, well, that doesn't answer my question.
Right? Well, too bad. The question you're asking a question about unicorns. Unless we can go find a unicorn and watch how it behaves, we can't talk about unicorns.
Unicorns are more real than black holes.
yeah, because you can find a horse with a horn. That's funny. Demonstrate black hole, and then they'd show a picture of Snoop Dogg's joint and be like, "Oh, this is it." See the end of that joint? It looks just like a black hole.
Yeah, what are you talking about? How do you explain this picture if there's no black holes?
Take me to where that that photo was taken. Let's go there. You and me.
It is by the liberalism or the very nice attitude that a lot of people give here that allows people to run into that deception back to their magical outer space religion, and we let them run back to it instead of going, can we just talk about the shape of the Earth first?
Well, you can be nice and still keep them to subjects. You just have to be strict. Nice.
It's a fine line, but yeah,
exactly.
Agreed.
Yeah, I did apologize to get big in the
robot
black room. If anybody sees him, because I think I scared him away. Just tell him. I'm sorry, I was harsh with him, but
she was roboting.
The one thing I really don't like, and I don't want us to continue, is the Globers still here. It's like, come on, guys. This kind of thing calls today. It was just illustrated. Somebody else who actually, is a mover and a shaker in the world starts like falling all over themselves to apologize for existing. And then, they slink away and we're still sitting here putting swords into each other. We don't owe these Globers anything. What were you going to say, Dre?
You were just roboting in the beginning of it, and you were talking about the locker room.
Oh, yeah, I was just saying, I was trying to apologize to get Biget in the locker room because I think I scared him away. So if you see him, tell him to go read it, please. Because I don't want to make him feel bad. He is very kind. He's much kinder than me.
Yeah, and I think we can also just, if we have comments about the conversation that's not constructive, we can put it in the locker room
or DMs. There's plenty of places. We don't have to do it on the live stream. You're right.
Well, the locker room keeps it away from diverting away from the conversation, because they will use anything to try to like run away from the actual point. So we don't need to give them excuses.
Yeah, I agree. Unfortunately, it's become mostly not about evidence, and what we're doing instead is we have to like mold and shape the conversation so that these people even pay attention, let alone engage and say, here's my evidence of a globe Earth. Here's when I went out and measured it. Here's when I observed this. We don't ever get to that point because a lot of time, well, not never. There's been some people recently that we've had some good success with, actually. But yeah, we still need to handle things differently, I think. And I don't necessarily know how to do that in a group setting. I know what I can do, but I can only control myself, right?
I think the pace is important, because you got to think, if somebody's coming in here for the first time, you got to make sure not to give them information overload, and start by, like, with 3 points. Start by checking out where are they at and what kind of thinking do they do. Are they based in emotion? Are they based in logic? And if they're based in emotion, yeah, you can start with logic and explain to them why logic is important and how it works, so they can get why the black swan is a black swan. Because if they're based in emotion, that won't resonate with them, because they don't understand why
they won't even,
how it works.
You're right. They won't even start to think about it. They'll just be focused on how butthurt they are about something. And like I said, it's a two-way street.
Yeah, and their proofs will be emotional as well. They will be fallacious and like this feels right to me, therefore it must be right. So
yeah, and that's a big thing.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I just want to say that's why it's important to try to approach it from where they are at, instead of like logic. You can't shove logic down everybody's throat because everybody doesn't understand logic.
Right, and they think that what they've learned and the thought process in learning those things is so ironclad that it's almost embarrassing that there's people out there that think it's flat, right? So they come in with this, like, I guess it's a presupposition, it's a stigma, and like they're like, no, we need overwhelming evidence from the flat earthers. You need to convince me everything I've ever learned is wrong, and you need to replace all of my beliefs. That's a big problem.
I just wanted to say, yeah,
we can't do that.
You're right, but at the same time, like, it's kind of unrealistic to ask for that, because once we start actually doing what they're asking for, they just start panicking. They just don't want to hear it.
Yeah, exactly. Well, that's not on us, though. But the only thing we can do is, like I said, control our outbursts. Try not to jump on them, even if they get offensive. Just, deep breaths, man. If you got to mute. A lot of us just go, ugh, and jump all over it, and it's like, well, we're not helping the situation then. We're stooping to their level.
Yeah, it's also a question of how were they convinced to begin with, because if they got convinced with emotional appeals or like fallacious logic, that might be the logic they're applying, and that's the thing that convinced them. So you need to kind of like dismantle that, or in some cases, because it's emotional how they were taught this, and it might even be a trauma for some people, you might need to resolve that emotional tangle first by being like, even ask them like, why is it so important that it is a globe to you? Like, why is it so important? Like, what's the worst thing that can happen if the Earth is flat? And like, let them actually think about it and realize it's not that bad.
Right. Well, that's the thing. It's just pride. That's all it is. These people are smart enough by leaps and bounds to get it, but they just won't allow themselves to get to that point where they're admitting, gosh, maybe I was fooled. Let's just see if I was fooled, right? Let me go investigate. They won't even do that.
It's also, if they're the only person they know or in their immediate vicinity that is questioning this, there's also maybe the fear or the conformity part where they're like, oh, I don't want to be the only one, and isolate myself for being the guy who doesn't believe in the state religion. Because then sometimes those people just need to see there are people that are like, hey, it's okay, you can chill with us, it's all good. You still have people willing to talk to you and it's all good, and you don't have to go out and scream, the world is flat to everybody. It's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the 3 points are really useful, and the black swan. I mean, I understand, like a lot of us, some people get kind of tired of that because it's been done so many times. But in retrospect, I wish that I had just gone right into the black swan with her when I was speaking. Because that's really what convinced me, was a long distance observation, and that is, I mean, it's as plain as anything that we could possibly say. We just see too far. And if we did that and confront these things at the most concrete level possible, it kind of helps to take it doesn't take the emotion out of it too, because people start getting worked up about that. But I think those are good tools.
I agree.
That's also why it helps to not give them the whole me versus you, flat earthers versus globers, you're a glober, we're flat earthers vibe. It's important to be like, bro, we all grew up thinking it was a globe, being told the same thing you were. And when I thought it was bullshit, and then I tried to prove it, and guess what? It didn't fucking work, because the globe doesn't work. And then you show them some of the reasons why you realized, like, just get them on the same side somehow.
Yeah, and I like talking about methodology too, because frequently, they come in hot with all these stories and explanations and assumptions, and if you can just cut those things out, what can you prove? Where's the independent variable? Where's the thing that shows causation or measurement? And that just removes the stories, or at least it provides the possibility of them letting go of all of their Narnia assumptions.
Yeah, taking the words of QE and walking around outside with a positive attitude, minus all the cuss words and all that, and just being regular with people, being a regular person with people. Just taking the words of QE and going out to the public and talking to people about, gas pressure and how you can't have it without a container, and axial rotation. How did anyone ever prove that? And, curvature measurements. Did anyone ever make a curvature measurement? It's direct from the ground or over the water, not staring up in the sky, making absurd ideas out of what's in the sky. What I'm saying is, what I'm saying is, if you do this face to face with people, just randomly on the street with some spare time of yours, it makes this here on the Discord so much easier, in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree. I was listening to, is it a Scottish fella, the construction worker, who he talks with people on the street. I think he does a great job, provides a good example of the thing you're talking about. Just be natural with people, treat them as a human being. It's and you can't do that with everybody, because a lot of people, you'll have anti-flat earthers, and you can't deal with those people. So
I think at the end of a day, especially if I've treated anti-flat earthers way better than they're treating me, I feel like it's been a good day, right? If I've been able to keep my cool talking about these subjects, then it's like, okay, that was successful, and I'll just try to do that every day from now on, and I won't let them get my goad, because that's, most of them just want to do that. And if they don't want to do that, they're coming in here to, hopefully for them, reify the globe. And right, so they get really worked up when we start saying, well, actually, it's not true, and here's 100 reasons why. They get overwhelmed, right? I think it's overwhelming, and so moving around from topic to topic, yeah, I feel like there's almost should just be like 5 topics that we stick with, so that it's easier to maintain. You know what I mean? Like, it's easier to make progress that way.
Yeah, 100%. And I think a lot of people are super skilled at talking about the intricacies of the heliocentric model and showing and using that to show people why it doesn't work. At the same time, it can get so far away from the core issues that then you're kind of playing into the theoretical trap. You're stuck talking about this fantasy instead of really bringing it back to what can be observed, what can we show through direct experimentation or measurement. Even though those things are fun, and I really do respect. I mean, the level of knowledge and understanding at the server just blows me away. So I totally respect that. At the same time, I think it can be difficult.
Exactly. I mean, we just in my opinion, and I'll stop here. We just bombard people because we know so much about this, and it's like, no, wait, here, look at this. Okay, well, here's another reason, and here's another reason. Like, that's why I said, if we stick to a handful of things, and because we've got these arguments nailed regardless of what the topic is at this point, keeping them focused without overwhelming them with, even if they do ad homs, don't respond with an ad hom, that kind of stuff. But even outside of that, it's got to be that they're willing, that they want to know something about this, right? How is it that, so we got them here, now we need to keep them here with their curiosity, their genuine curiosity, because that's what was sparked in me when this whole thing went down. When I started to realize this, I was like, man, okay, I'm super curious. Now I got to go find some stuff out. So I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I totally agree.
Yeah, I agree with you. Like, if they make an ad hom, the worst thing you could do is just make an ad hom right back. Far better is to explain, like, this is my argument, not my personality, so that falls under ad hominem. So can we please discuss the argument in question? Just bring them back to topic.
Yeah, I thought that was a really good point, because this is the same thing when you work in a store or customer service. If you have a really rude customer, and the more abrasive and abusive the person is that you're dealing with, and the more polite you are, the contrast between will often make the rude person realize that they're making an ass of themselves. And maybe even after the conversation, after that, like, obstinate guy's left, he might be thinking, like, we kept our calm and were polite and nice the whole time. He's going to be thinking, okay, they were actually being very civil. I was not. And then he'll have to go at it a different perspective, because he does not want to be that person. Then he's going to have to calm down and show up and be like, hey, okay, I wanted to ask about this, and be humble. Right. And that's one of the few ways to get one of those obstinate types,
Oh, yeah.
I think that's true if the person is openly obstinate. I don't know who we're talking about anymore, but if we're just talking about theoretical people, hypothetical people, when the person is being passive aggressive, which is what was discussed earlier, when the person's obvious goal is to kind of draw out aggression toward them while continuing to act the victim, then actually the goal they have, is to make people say things that they can then sit there and use these, modern terms to, say how they're now an official victim. That's what they want, isn't that obvious? So like the people who are being nice to these people, it's like, oh, you're not giving them what they want. Like, that's fine. You guys can continue to do that, which is like what Karma was saying. Don't give them what they want, because what they want is for you to, lash out at them, because that's what they're looking for. That's what they want. That like gives them validation. They exist. They might be able to go back to their little victim club and say, I got 20 victim points today. A person called me this name and that name. They were sexist, racist, homophobic toward me. Give me 20 victim points. I think I'm the head victim. But yeah, if you treat them nicely, they'll be like, oh, gosh, these people are boring. I might actually have to pay attention to what they're saying. But, but at the same time, that is like the whole modus operandi of the world, isn't it? Like, just to push good people to their limits. That's what we're experiencing on a worldwide level. And it's kind of like, how much more do we have to be the good guys? How much longer do we just have to sit here and take it? I don't know.
That's true.
But the thing is, what you're describing is kind of like with kids when they're pushing boundaries. And you see more and more in society today where people aren't as grown up because they're not being brought up properly. They're just in schools and things, and that's not actually teaching them how to be people and how to deal with their emotions and all that shit. I work in an after-school program where we're helping teach this to kids, because it's glaringly obvious that with the limited time that parents have with their kids nowadays and the way society is set up, that they don't have the time to teach the kids what they need to know to function as people in society. And pushing boundaries like this, when people act like this, you need to act like a grown-up, like you were talking about earlier, like Drayson was talking about in you guys. Because you have to be the adult in the situation. That's when you have to be firm, and you don't need to be like aggressive or loud or anything. You just need to put down the foot and be like, okay, hey, this is what you're doing. This is not acceptable. And in this case, since we're in Discord, we can be like, you're getting a first warning here. And if you keep on doing this behavior, you might get a second warning, but third strike, you're being put in timeout and you're going to be put on mute for a little bit.
Yeah.
And just treat them like
That
kids.
is
Because
good.
honestly,
Yeah, because
that's
it's
what we need
yeah.
grown-ups nowadays.
The boundaries,
And
yeah, because it definitely is attention-getting behavior. You hit the nail on the head there. Well said.
And then people act surprised and they're like, "What's wrong with my kid?" Well, you haven't been paying attention very well, have you?
Or at all. Kids are raised now by the screens. What's up, Flathead?
What's going on, guys? Thought I'd jump back in.
Yeah. We're just talking about how to deal with this.
Well, it's going to be a little bit more than "Let's Go, Brandon."
Right.
Funny, but is it constructive, or does it just keep you in the same place? I've been thinking about this a little bit. Anyone had any proof of curvature yet?
I keep asking.
It keeps you in the same place because the Earth is stationary.
They keep telling me that basketballs are proof of curvature.
Huh. Oh, got you. That's a fascinating notion, right?
Yeah, proof of curvature of a basketball.
That's what I keep telling them.
I thought a ball had to have curvature by definition to be considered a ball, but maybe I just have the wrong, image in my head. Yeah.
It is a ball. It just can't be observed anywhere.
Right. Just can't show you any actual proof, of said ball.
That's right.
Yeah, it is a ball, but if you squint your eyes just right, it looks kind of like a frisbee.
Right.
I'm thinking more flat, like a chocolate chip cookie.
I guess the chips are mountains.
Hubcap Earth.
Right. Well, I think that's definitely, a lot of Globers and people in general are just ignorant. They go to that space disc floating in space with the water falling off the edges, but I don't think anyone really is in that mindset. Who is objectively looking at it.
I was just thinking about this the other day, but if their globe is correct, which we know isn't, but if it is, then every single flat on the globe would hold the water. It would essentially be like a bowl for water. Like all the water would just collect in the middle and form a puddle from there outwards. But it doesn't. Especially obvious.
That's not how...
Sorry.
I was going to say, that's not how it works at all.
Yeah, especially obvious when you look at the salt flats, because they get flooded, and instead of there being this massive bulge you can slowly walk into until it covers your head, like, it's equal altitude from there's equal thickness of the water the whole way over the entire flatness. That doesn't work on a ball. There would need to be a water bulge.
Also, I was thinking, they claim that the Earth is 4.6 billion years. So in all this time that the Earth has been spinning, wouldn't the water of the Earth have been gathered around the equator because of inertia?
In relation to your still image there, you're just not using your Sharingan properly to see it, man.
Yeah, I only have opened one Tomoe, that's probably why.
There you go.
I don't have the Rinnegan yet, so...
You just have to get Madara, exactly. Anyone here who doesn't know anything about Naruto is probably like, huh? What are they talking about?
Funny thing is, with the centrifugal thing, Neil keeps talking about this, and he's calling the Earth hamburger-shaped now because it's flattened out due to the centrifugal forces. It's flattening out the stone apparently, but not doing anything to the water.
Yeah, right. It's just acting on what it wants to. It's just cherry picking, right?
That's how it works.
Hamburger shaped? How hamburger shaped? I mean, what are the dimensions? Because I look at the occasionally I'll go over to NASA's what do they call it? The Earth data sheet. I think the data sheet. So there's numbers there, and I think there's a difference of diameter of something like 16 miles on the horizontal versus the vertical. So from north to south, NASA says that the Earth is 16 miles less in diameter than along the horizon. So that's 16-mile difference, but it's hamburger shaped? I mean, come on. What is it?
It's so bad. He also said that eventually, because of centrifugal forces, it's going to turn into a pizza. So if you a pizza, and then if you look at the stars, they also tell us that all the stars and all the planets and all this stuff, it's all like you're looking at it in the past because the light is so far away. So it's actually probably pizzas right now. You just see it as balls.
I thought you were going to say taco. But I got to say, if the Earth were a hamburger, in that example or whatever, in that idea, that silly idea, would the ketchup be hot lava, magma?
That's the magma. Yes.
See, it's in the center, just like Earth's core. It's just hot magma.
You mean the core that we can't actually verify because we've essentially barely went into the surface itself, which is like 6 or 7 miles, as we're told, which is the equivalent of like going into the edge of an apple, not even all the way through the skin.
Yeah, not through the skin.
You've got to have faith in the hamburger.
But somehow that there's a core there, right?
Yeah, and as Earth turns into a pizza, the crust of the pizza will be the crust of the Earth.
The most updated model they presented is the geoid shape, but which makes even less sense because a geoid has like flat surfaces at some points, but then curves drastically at some other points to make up for it, like to make it like a whole ball-shaped thing. So that in theory that would make the curvature to be seen way more clear, but there's nowhere we can verify that, so they dig themselves another hole. Yeah, another grave.
Yeah, I think Neil is looking at the ellipsoid and being like, that kind of looks like a hamburger, because he was hungry.
They're not even claiming ellipsoids anymore. Like, since a few years ago, they say it's a geoid. Like,
I know.
I'm gonna put an image. Like this is what they claim, basically. I'm gonna post it in voice text.
Yeah, I have B up there, which essentially just shows that they have it all over the place. They also claim gravitational anomalies are causing these flat pieces, which is really hilarious because they claim gravity is a constant, but all of these gravitational anomalies prove that it isn't. And in the first place, it's not even a constant. They admit it's an average. So...
Yeah.
They just needed to be a constant for Einstein and all this junk, so they make it a constant. They did the same thing to the speed of light. They don't know the one-way speed of light, and the two-way speed of light isn't constant, so it varies based on the directionality it's going on the Earth. So that's why we have a Sagnac effect, and that's how optical gyroscopes even work. So it's hilarious to me that everything only works on flat Earth and doesn't work if the Earth is a globe. It's just crazy.
Yeah.
Grace, what were you just saying then? Go back a little bit. You were talking about one-way speed of light.
Yeah, I was talking about how they need light to be a constant, but
they also need it. Yeah. Sorry, go ahead. Yeah, they need it to be a constant.
They need it to
this
be
is important.
They needed to be a constant for Einstein's equations to even make any sense. They don't even make any sense in the end, but to even start making any sense, they need that to be a constant because that's part of the equation.
And
so,
for it to be a constant, that would also mean it would need some form of a physicality to it as well. It would deductive reasoning suggests that it needs some form of physicality to it. That light itself has some form of a physicality to it also. That sounds a bit weird, but what scientists are using in terms of pseudoscience to try and prove now shows that they want it to be that way.
Said scientist, I mean, just because they call themselves scientists doesn't specifically mean they are, especially when they're teaching.
That's what I said. That's what I'm saying.
Interesting. I hadn't thought of that angle. I like that.
Right, so what I'm really alluding to, Trace, is this, right? So effectively, what I'm talking about is, I'm just going to pause this video for some reason. Let's just start playing them in the background. Is of recent, right? So obviously we have so for instance, for time travel, right? Wormholes, right? String theory, all of this attaches back toward warping and bending the space-time as well, right? Because obviously if you can bend time by warping and moving the fabric of space itself, right? And you attach these physical attributes to these conceptual abstract ideas, right? You then have to have certain things, right? For you to travel forth dimensions or to travel forward in time or back in time. What would we need? First, we need light. If everything in their theory is made of light, right? Like literally everything is made up of light. That's why light needs a form of physicality, right? That's why it needs photons. So we are light beings in their mind, that we were made of stardust, right? It's all looper. It's all the same thing rewritten in a different way, right? So they add this physicality to light. And then recently, they then start to talk about how light itself has a crystalline structure. Well, why would they need that? Why would light need a crystalline structure that is on a quantum almost level, right? And they talk about this, and then they do this test where they basically bodge it in a pseudoscientific experiment to say that the speed of sound is now faster than the speed of light, or can be faster than the speed of light, or can be the same speed as the speed of light, right? Think about it. Like, they need it that way, right? Because if they want to time travel, for instance, or they want to create some sort of way of having, an AI consciousness upload or uplink, right? What would they need, right? They would need the capability to almost freeze time. In order to do that, they would have to effectively shoot data forward, right? Using light, using cables, potentially using optical cables, shoot the light forward. But then shooting light forward is fine. That gives you your imagery, that gives you your material. If you hypothesize that, light is what we are and everything is made up of photons and that light is some form of physicality. But that doesn't give you sound, does it? Where are you going to get your sound from? So then they start to talk about crystals, a crystalline structure that's left after light itself, that it resonates with light, that there's a form of a, like literal quantum crystal on a level sort of thing. I can show you the articles for this. It's ridiculous, obviously, at best. And then they start to do these like stupid tests where they manipulate the test so that it comes out that the speed of sound is actually faster than the speed of light, right? when really all they're doing is effectively using a vibrational wave as a way of moving something and then measuring the end of the thing that moved that was physical, i.e. a crystal, for instance. You put a sound wave into a crystal, it hits one end of the crystal, the other end of the crystal moves after the other, at the front end, it's going to move. It's like if you push a pencil on a desk, the moment you touch the one part of the pencil, the front part of the pencil is going to move, right? That doesn't mean that, all of a sudden sound is traveling at that speed. It just means that sound hits something that is one physical object, right? So obviously the front of it moved straight away, as did the back, because it physically touched it with enough force to move it, right? So it's like they're misequivocating sound to vibration. So it's like they're trying to basically rein everything in towards this idea that sound is somehow going to be able to be passed along with the speed of light by adding this idea of a quantum crystal attached to the light flow itself and a physicality to life with the photons, right? And that could be then the thing that projects the actual the reality that we live in a new dimension. They've got everything then needed, and they're effectively trying their hardest to prove all of these things so that they can, get people on that wavelength that they can have everlasting life.
Funny thing is that's all super interesting, but
Zero Globo, yeah.
I'm forgetting the thing I was going to say. It was super interesting. You totally blanked me out.
Sorry, though.
I'm gonna look at that though. It's super interesting.
I'll send you some stuff on it, mate. But basically, right. So, all right. I was going to tell you where you were going. Yeah. Sorry, I never stop anyone. Yeah, sorry. Go ahead.
I'm just gonna real quick throw it out there. Essentially, they're working within the framework of Einstein, where the speed of light is the fastest thing, or something like that, and that dictates the flow of time, or some stupid stuff like that. So I see where they're coming from with their stuff, but it's still within these broken conventions.
Yep. People really need to look at the ridiculous level and nature of it, though, as well. Like how far they're going to assert their theories. Now, they're really taking it so far, and I just don't see how the average human isn't seeing it. It doesn't take a genius. That's my point.
I mean, at this point, it's so blatantly obvious in the media and whatnot, just like you're saying. You should evidently see it. It's so obvious at this point.
I think it comes with the lack of actual education, because these people haven't been educated in logic and fallacies, and they haven't been educated in what the scientific method is and how it actually works. So they are not qualified to dismiss absurd claims as pseudoscientific claims when they're claiming that it's science. So they can't dismiss the fallacy because it's not logical. It sounds good to them.
Yeah.
Right. So it's a mixture. It's either a mixture of indoctrination with ignorance, or it's just one or the other.
Yeah.
Sorry. Oh, Drace, can I interrupt real quick? Are you guys in the middle of something? I just wanted to apologize to Get Bigot because I saw he's here. I'm sorry I was mean to you, Get Bigot. It's not you. It's just in general I was trying to avoid, just things being discussed publicly. But you didn't do anything wrong. You were being very kind and patient and gentle, as you always are. And you have many more of those qualities than I do. So I appreciate you very much. And I'm sorry that I was harsh with you.
Get Bigot, you deserved every bit of it.
Did you hear that?
I wasn't here. I was joking, really. He knows I love him.
No, he's gone. He's run away again. It's fine. Maybe he really is mad at me. Gosh, if I could have gotten Get Bigot mad, that's got to be an accomplishment. Right? I've never actually seen
that's some serious stuff. I didn't think he could get mad, so...
He okay. I'm happy. It could just be a coincidence. Okay. Go back to what you were talking about.
I'm just going to say,
we were actually talking about, you offending him and how much you offended him. No, I'm joking.
Apparently so, because he ran away when I apologized to him.
Yeah, if anything, she didn't say anything offensive. It was just she had a strict tone. That's all.
Me?
Yeah, you. You were just being nice,
thank you.
strict, and just being like,
yeah, you.
Like, we don't want this on the stream, so please stop.
Okay, thank you for your outside opinion. I do appreciate it.
I forgot what I was going to say though.
Oh my goodness, Crackville, another achievement unlocked. I just made Crackville speechless. Gosh, I'm just racking him up today. Do I get to move on to the next level now?
You can. I think that's level 3 now for you.
Yeah, it's actually a cube.
I think you just turned me into a fucking glober. Shit.
I don't think there's anything that powerful to make me go back to that.
Yeah, I don't think that's
making me speechless is sort of like equivalent to like someone becoming a glober. It's sort of, yeah. You should know me long enough to realise I'm rarely speechless.
I know that. What were you talking about, Drace?
Talking about the religious nature of what they're doing with science. Well, scientists.
I know what I was going to say now.
Yeah.
I know what I was going to say now as well. Thank you for that. That really helped. So effectively, Drace, if you notice this, just to point this out to you is, you might have heard me say this already because I've said it once or twice. The pattern that I'm noticing is like, for instance, right. So, like, I've spoken about Ted Wazinski in here and how Andrew Murray in the program he was involved in, and how he was given a scholarship into Harvard, and that program was used to create the torture techniques for the CIA Black Ops centers for torture techniques, basically, effectively, right? For MK Ultra, the real form of MK Ultra, not some sort of conspiratorial things. I mean, I could back up with documentation if anyone wants to challenge it, but so. He went in as an intellectual, came out as someone that was an environmentalist, but they needed to add a sort of face to the environmentalist and toward libertarianism as well, for instance, a violent face to it. And I feel like they used him as a tool to do so, and also as an antecedent relationship toward the writing of the Patriot Act, because I think the FBI grew by about 60% in size under Ted Wazinski, under the Unabomber, right? So he went into Harvard, right, as an intellectual, comes out as a violent man. And then we see a lot of this opposite with these intellectual types. We have Bill Nye, the science guy. They use the term science as a deified word that puts man up on a pedestal. He's not a scientist at all. He doesn't even have a science degree. He's the guy that teaches people that boats go over the horizon on, national cable and television and all these types of things and broadcasting. Nothing to do with science at all. It has nothing to do with science. This isn't a science question. Michio Kaku as well, for instance, another pattern I noticed. He goes into the theoretical, but what is it that he's really actually was interested in? Apparently, he created a particle smasher that was 21 miles long of copper cable and steel cladding, where a 14, 15-year-old managed to receive 21 miles of copper cable. I'm yet to figure out or even dissect where that could have even occurred or how it could have occurred. But isn't it weird how there's this sort of pattern toward these individuals, right? They're involved in hands-on things with Michio Kaku, who's involved in the hands-on form of science of building things, tinkering, and then he becomes one of the most renowned speakers for science as a scientific explainer in the realm of the theoretical astrophysics, right? And then we have Bill Nye, the science guy, someone who's not involved in science whatsoever, but portrayed in media as involved in science. We have people like Ted Wazinski, intellectualist, and now violent person. I just find it very funny how all the people in media and all the people that affect our culture the most seem to go into things one way and come out in a different way. And to me, it seems like someone maybe got hold of these people and rattled their cage and changed their directive and in their own agenda and their own form of pattern of thinking.
Yeah, I think that's a great point because the pattern coincides with the modus operandi of how MK Ultra operates, and the more you look into this, the more you see that trauma-based mind control is used and even used unconsciously by some abusers. So it's not like this is something new.
Exactly. But like, you know, some people would laugh at that as a suggestion, as a form of like, you know, like how would I put it? It's even Stephen Hawkins, for instance, right? Even look at his life story and what the things that he was interested and involved in, and then what he eventually becomes, and you sort of start to think that these characters are realistically cultivated through these universities and through secret societies that are attached to these universities. It's almost as if this narrative is already drawn out, and they just choose the actors as and when they come along, and the best person that fits the bill is chosen as they come along. You know, Ted Wazinski was literally picked out of a small town for his high IQ.
Haven't you heard this argument made with movies before? Where they don't actually have to, you know, get a think tank to sit there and come up with all these different ideas for movies, or hire all these different people to come up with all this. Basically, it's the writer, but they don't actually have to do that because they cemented their propaganda into people when they were young, and all they have to do is approve the people that are doing the message that they want to get out. So
yeah, it's game theory.
Yeah, it's genius, to be honest. But
yep, you'll have people that are organically doing exactly what you want them to do through the thought of their own free will. As in, they will feel as if they're enacting. It will be their free will to do so for you. They will choose to do so via the very world you sculpt around them. The choices that they'll have will be limited toward a directive of them eventually choosing to do that which you wish them to do, or at least a certain number to do so. You know?
You ever ask the normie if they actually have free will, or if they're just being persuaded by everything all the time, and if their choices are actually theirs? Their brain starts to melt and they start to freak out.
I still think your choices are yours, but I think you'd have to understand the very advanced, sophisticated things that are out there to guide your choices. It's like
that's what I'm saying. The persuasion.
Sorry, go ahead.
I was saying that the persuasion, that's what they can't understand.
Yeah.
The last two American presidents are a great example of this idea, I think, too. You know, you have this this bombastic buffoon and then a demented guy that's just decomposing in front of our eyes. These are not...
And as well, he's also everything they said Trump was. He literally is the epitome of everything they describe Trump to be. That is what Biden is, Golden Lemur, which is funny, isn't it?
It's almost like...
Yeah, what do you mean?
It's almost like Biden believed everything they said about Trump, and then he was like, oh, that's what the president can do, right?
Oh, the Russia collusion and so forth?
No, not just that, you know, the racism, you know, we're talking about, you know, comments about Mexicans, you know, his comment about black people. He was voting to stop, you know, black children from being mixed with white children in schools. He was, you know, he campaigned hard for very racist legislation going back a very long time. He's a genuine, true racist that's very good friends with lots of people in the KKK, for instance. He's friends with lots of people that are leaders of white supremacist movements. This is all stuff that's not like, you know, this isn't even controversial. This is shit that's like out there in the public spectrum. Like, you can very quickly look into it, and you'll find very quickly, like, literally him having speeches saying how Obama was the, you know, cleanest, most intellectual and eloquent black man that he'd ever met.
Yes, 100%.
Things like that. Like, imagine, like, what?
That's part of the deception. You know, it's part of hiding the plan in plain sight and keeping people's minds off of, you know, the non-existent curvature and things like that. You know, it's that illusion of choice. There is no real choice in the system. Voting does nothing. Presidents are controlled opposition. Compartmentalization is real. And, you know, most of us in the server are aware of this. That's why we're having these conversations.
Or as well, something to be very careful of, guys, is the feeling of organic research. Organic research no longer exists, okay? So, and I like to try and say this to people, so this is how we end up with very extremely weird forms of people when they say they, like, you know, I'm a non-binary, and I'm not taking the piss out of people that have problems with their gender or gender dysphoria. I'm saying how media influences things. So someone could somehow be a right-wing, gender, non-binary, anarcho-communist, for instance, right? And I've heard someone say those exact words. So that means that whatever algorithmic formula they were taken down, it was able to swing them into, you know, anarchism and communism. But no, they were capitalist anarcho-communist, sorry. Meaning that they believed that fully putting everything toward capitalism would be the quickest way toward the downfall of society into anarchism. So they were basically working on both, so that then eventually, when the chaos ensued with the anarchy, they could then instill the communism, right? So it's like, you see how these like arms swing and then swing back out, and they felt like this is their own self-discovery. But the point is that algorithms, even though you're on the internet, it will make it feel as if you have a form of organic research that you yourself are putting yourself through. But the problem with these algorithms is that they're effectively pushing you and hinting you towards sort of directives and modus operandi that you don't even understand are going on. So research can feel very organic when in fact it's actually very cultivated. It's just that it's cultivated from behind the, you know, the curtain, like in Wizard of Oz, right? People pulling strings from behind the curtain instead, but really it feels like you are the one walking up the yellow brick road, and really you're not. You're being dragged along the yellow brick road.
Exactly.
Yeah, I was thinking about that Wizard of Oz analogy just the other day. It is so relevant today, like, because these people, you know, they're pulling the strings. They are like, they really are just like little old wimpy men, like sitting behind the curtain, like making this big show of stuff. And really, there's nothing special. You know what I mean? I mean, yeah, they got all the weapons and all that. I'm not denying that they have, you know, physical, secular power. But, you know, as human beings, as persons, they are like shriveled little, you know, trolls of people. Just, you know, they just have access to all this showmanship that they can, you know, they're just wizards, right? They're just wizards, but they're ugly, ugly, ugly people. And more people are seeing their true face, which is what I think we have to keep doing, is exposing them.
Exactly. It's kind of like the way I see the idea of the devil. It's like, if you were to ever actually meet the devil, see what the devil is, it would be this like tiny shriveled up man who has like a great costume that makes him look like a strong, you know, well-groomed and well-dressed, beautiful individual, but really it'd be like a shriveled up, like weakling sat in the corner, and he just had a load of little like strings that he could pull on to sort of make a fake sort of image or hologram of himself, you know?
Yes, yeah, and that's why the spirit of envy, I mean, the spirit of envy is the strongest motivating spirit for these characters.
And also, in the Bible... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say, what Crack just said reminds me of when I first defeated my nightmare. When you go through a nightmare, it's generally like the more you fear, the worse the nightmare gets. And I learned how to deal with nightmares just by finding the creator and learning to love unconditionally. So once I loved unconditionally the nightmare, instead of being this dark giant thing, it shrunk down into a shriveled little pathetic creature, which just ran away in horror at my shiny love. So
yeah,
since then I have never had any problems with any nightmares because that just happens and then it's over.
It's like sleep paralysis, Drace. You know, you reversed your polarity. That's what you did. You reversed your polarity from a negative, right, and seeing it as a negative. You turn something around, and it's basically a hermetic principle, really. And you effectively used the hermetic principle, maybe even subconsciously did so, just via the way that you had a consciousness shift in your own mind that allowed for, again, like you said, a shining of a light that would basically drown out and make a privation of darkness shrivel up so much that the thing that was in the dark no longer could even begin to be something that would be seeable, right? Because it's so dark now. Because it's been outshone. It's darkness that's been created by a shining of light. You know, something can be blinded and hidden by so much light, also, as well as so much darkness. That makes sense.
I grew up in a troubled home and had not the best childhood. So for me, nightmares were a common thing, and I spent most of my young adulthood trying to figure out why and how deal with this. So I fought them. I tried everything I could, and while fighting them, I developed all sorts of powers in my dreams. I could fly. I could move things with my mind. I could regenerate. I could become close to invulnerable and teleport. And so over time, it became a fun thing for me to just fight the nightmares because I felt like I was in a movie. But when I found the creator and I found this love for everyone and love for myself, I just tried it as an experiment because I considered this entity not me. Like I've considered, because in our Icelandic myths we have an entity called Amara, which basically goes and
it's like a demon or a sleep demon.
Who goes and lays on people who sleep to try to feed on their fear and energy. So
it's called the one who sits on your chest, right? Yeah.
So that's what I basically just imagined it as and considered it as. So a foreign entity. So I fought it that way, and that worked for me and was fun. But once I loved it because I love everything when I go into this oneness creator mindset where I'm thinking like the creator must love everyone because he's omnipresent, omniscient, because he knows the mistakes those people made to get to the place they are at, and he still wants them to be better. Generally, that's God is good, you know.
Can I recommend the Bible verse for you?
Sure.
Not the verse, but
reading the Bible, but I'm not biblical per se.
Isaiah 59.
I'll write that down.
Right. Very good verse. Very, 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 very good verse.
And also, what I wanted to say, when the Bible talks about the beast, like the devil, it says for the number of the beast, it's the number of a man. Let it go.
The number of man.
Yeah.
Well, it's not that it's actually a 666. What it is in the right. So I'll get this out very, very, very quickly because I don't want to bore people. So the thing is with mechanical translation of ancient Hebrew, right? Okay. It's that when you go back to the lexicon, right, and you look at the actual the letterings and the lettering of what it is, right? And you have the various forms of the Hebrew language as well. You have the very old, so you have like the primary, and then you would have the ancient, and then you would have the next part. And so when it translates back over, remember there's a numerical code also to the what do you call it? There's a numerical code also to the Paleo Hebrew. Does that make sense to you? As in, it isn't as clear cut as like, there's numbers that are representative of, like, let's say you have like a tet or a bait or an aleph or a kof or a resh. There are numbers and numerical values that are added to these letters, right? So when we look at like the 666, for instance, right? It's, I think, if I believe correctly, I think it is the upside down early. It's the early, or I think it goes to the 6th century BC, or no, it goes all the way back to Moabite and early Phoenician of the B, and that would be the home as well, and then also the L as well, the mixture of the L and the B. But in pictographic, when you mix these together, it makes up like a 6. Or when you turn together, if you turn the king up, so the resh is the crown, which would be the R, the resh. You turn that upside down, right? You have the thing of man, which would be the kingship of man, then turn upside down, right? So, when you look at the old lettering and what it is, and you turn it upside down and you pervert it, then it starts to make these numerical numbers that look like a 666, for instance. When it's a bit more nuanced, is what I'm trying to get at.
In its most raw form, then, what would you say? Is there a meaning behind those symbols, or is that something you've looked at? Yeah. What are the raw symbols then that 666 is derived from?
Have you ever seen a Monster can? Like, is that energy drink?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, what's that?
Like the Monster drink. Like
3 line.
Yeah, like.
No, I'm sorry, I don't have a context for what you're talking about.
Like, like the energy drink, right? There's an energy drink called Monster.
Oh yeah, of course, sure.
And the symbol for the energy drink, right? If you look at those symbols of those scratches, it actually represents the same symbols that were like characters that are used for the 666 in the Bible. So that's how it looks like, if that makes sense.
And then the back of the can literally says "Unleash the Beast" on it.
Yeah,
it does. Yeah.
Well, it's the Vav, right? So the Vav is like, it looks. So the 6 is, but it's hard because obviously Hebrew numericals are related to language. So that's the Vav, right? So that's why it looks like that, where it's like a line, because the Vav is basically like an eye. It looks like an eye anyway. But that's not like ancient Paleo Hebrew. Ancient Paleo Hebrew, when you go back to the Vav, right? It is different. So I'll try and show you this in a chart, for instance. So I'd have to get up a full-on chart for this. It's got the comparative symbols of all of this in one. So the Vav being basically the W in English, right? So in early though, right? It's more like a Y, right? It's more like a Y sign, like symbol. Okay.
Right.
So really the Vav would be the W, okay? But the Vav is also what is representative of the 6. And I'll show you as simplistically as I can.
Spelled? Or how is Vav? What is that?
I'll show you it right now.
Is it the same, the Monster energy drink symbol? Is that what you're talking about?
I'll show you exactly what he's just spoke about, okay?
All right.
It's just easier for me to like sort of show it how it is.
I gotta get in the voice text here.
I'll show you in the live stream voice text.
I see.
Okay. I also want to just... My point was essentially about the similarities between the nightmares in dreams and the nightmares in real life. Both veil themselves in the grandness and use fear as a means, so they both pretend to be something greater than they are, while they actually are just pathetic little goblins.
Exactly.
Right. And thanks, XO. I see I wasn't in the live stream, so I see your image there.
So, what I'll do is I'll just post the number for you so you can see the Vav. I don't know if XO may have already done it for me, but so as you can see here, look, the number 6 is the Vav, right?
Yeah.
And I took a chart basically, and I screenshotted out the Vav part, and then it goes from the earliest. So the first is Western, right? And then it goes to the earliest Hebrew sign, which is like a Y. Then it goes to like another symbol that looks like a Y. Then it goes to like a line and then another line, right?
Yeah.
So when you look at then the Monster Energy symbol, it's like that line that goes down like that, right? Okay.
Yes.
So the Vav being the reason why it's known as the 6 is because there's a numerical value to each letter, and the Vav is the 6.
Got it.
But there is meaning to this language. For instance, like you have what you would have in the lexicon, for instance, right? You would have a seed, for instance, right, being sprouted, right? So I can show you like the early being used. So like, let's say, right, I'll post it for you just very quickly. Like the inside of a box for holding something always empty, right? Photographic picture of a seed. So I'll try and show you what I mean by this. So the Aleph or the bait would be the house, for instance, right?
Yeah.
And this one I've like the early and the Hebrew to it. A fruit hides the seeds inside of it, right? The pictograph, and then it shows the seed being sprouted out of it is a picture of a seed. Seed is a picture of a tent or a house representing what is inside. Combined, these mean seed inside. Because obviously, if you see there that the top portion, so the top left, right, it shows like a house from the top view.
Yes.
Right? Like a doorway that goes in to a room, right? So there's a door and then a seed, right? So that could be a fruit that hides seeds inside, for instance, right? This is how you translate the pictographic. It's really simple. And then if I was to show that seed inside that house, and then afterwards show that seed show that seed in the doorway of that house, it would mean sun, for instance, or like the seed leaving the doorway of the house, because you would then go, okay, it's a seed that's leaving the doorway of a house. The seed could be the seed of a man, which could be his son, the son typically leaves the home or stays in the threshold of the home, if that makes sense. So like pictographics can be used actually quite accurately to define and depict language.
Well, all first languages were pictographs, so that makes sense.
Thanks, Flatman. Yeah, I see what you're saying. So this is what 666 is. The number of man is derivative of is the seed. Is that where I'm?
No.
We're on a different track now.
No, the seed is right. So the seed, again, that's a different letter to the Vav, right? So, again, I'll get you the whole thing, okay? Right there.
Yeah.
So you have like a whole like a whole way of looking at it from early to modern. I'm trying to think of. There we go. And this can give you some of the better ideas. So, like I said, with the Vav, right? The Vav is the seed one, okay, is the Nun. That would be what would be the name of it, right? So, like, the Nun would be representative of the sort of sound of Nun would be the N sound, right? Which would be in our alphabet, the N, obviously, right? So, the seed itself represents continuation, air, a sun, for instance, right? The line earlier, though, that was spoken of, which is, remember we said was the Vav, right?
Yes.
So the Vav, right, is the V, right? Okay. Which would be to add or secure or hook. So add, secure, hook. So when you have that 3 times, right, it's also a tent peg, the Vav, right? So to secure a tent, for instance, you could use 3 of those to say you're securing a tent, right? Or you could say to hook in man, for instance, right? Because that's why it's not just like 3 lines when you actually look at it properly in the original translation. The monster energy is very similar to the mark of the beast, but it's not exact, right? Because it's more a mixture of a line and then a mixture then of a of like a yoke or so a lamed, right? So to bind or to yoke, and then the way that it sort of works out as well when you look at the resh, for instance, looking actually like a real 6. And then when you turn that upside down as a crown, you turn it upside down, it looks like a 6. And then, there are lots of ways of looking at it and lots of ways of disseminating it. But, like, I'll just send you this so you can sort of get a better idea what I'm talking about. Who am I talking to? Who am I talking to? Is it you, Shinji, or is it? I don't know.
Oh, are you asking me? Golden Lemur?
Oh, it's you, Lima. Okay, right. So this doesn't give you everything, obviously, because when these pictographs, that's like the different stages of the language. When it started to get turned into real alphabetized language is when the Phoenicians got involved. It's when it changed from concepts into a more sort of linearized fashion, whereas pictographic was more not open to interpretation, but flowed more. Do you know what I mean? And actually, I think it's more enriching, in fact, and can be more edifying in certain ways.
Yeah. And that is the whole of the Hebrew alphabet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Got this one here as well that I can send you a link to. So that if you ever want to copy and paste ones, so you can translate words as well if you would like. How do I? Right, so I'll get you this, and then here's something that you can use to, because obviously a lot of them are on charts, but this is a website where you can copy and paste. That's the earliest form of copy and paste that I can get. It's not the earliest form of Hebrew. It's not the early, it's more the middle, mixed with the early. So instead of it being a seed sprouted out, the seed sort of turns into more like a line with like a Y looking thing. And then
Are we looking at the first figure? Are we looking at the first figure in this horseshoe circle, or where are we at? Or on the left side? Sorry, on the left side of the horseshoe. Are you looking at that figure? Which one are we looking at?
Well, I'm saying if you refer back to the chart, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Right. So you look at the chart, right? And then let's say you wanted to write out a word. Yeah. So you wanted to write out brother, for instance, right? You would find on the right side, yeah, you've got the A, B, C, D, E, F, G. You've got all of them going down, right? You've got the Aleph, you've got the Beit, you've got the Gimel, you've got the Dalet, you've got the Hey, the Vav, the Zayin, the Shet,
gotcha,
the Yud, the Kaf, the Lamed. So you've got the different like letters there, right?
Yeah.
And they have different sounds and different things like that to them. So if you wanted to write them out, you could do, or if you wanted to translate, I'll find you a translator from Hebrew into Paleo Hebrew. So you'd have to translate from English into Hebrew, then from the Hebrew into the Paleo Hebrew, and then look at the pictograph and sort of see what you see in it. And then maybe look at a chart to see what some of the words are saying. You know, it's quite difficult at first. Once you get it, though, you get it, and it's really interesting.
So you can see where the modern Hebrew or late Hebrew correlates with its origin. It's the Paleo Hebrew.
Yes, and you can also test the Bible as well, the Old Testament, with this to see whether or not it's accurate, and it pretty much is. It's very interesting.
I gotcha.
It sort of shows how they would have actually translated Dead Sea Scrolls and tablets and stuff like this accurately.
Yeah.
And how you actually end up with what was said there and how it still translates, you know, which is important. Because otherwise, it's sort of when you look at it all as just like one piece of info, you're like, what the hell, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, I got you.
Hebrew to a. Alright. Find your website a second. This is an accurate English to Hebrew translator, which will give you modern Hebrew. And then what I'll do is I'll find you a Hebrew to Paleo Hebrew translator. And then here's just a website that's some information on it all as well, which is good to sort of look into. That's quite hard to find one.
An English to Paleo Hebrew translator?
That's very hard to find. It's usually you have to translate the English into the normal Hebrew and then from the normal Hebrew into the Paleo.
Right.
I'm trying to find you the. Right.
Hey, Crack, I have a question regarding something you were speaking about earlier.
Yeah, dude.
So, I know you talk about Ted Kaczynski quite often, and I haven't fully finished, but I'm in the process of reading Industrial Society and Its Future. And I was wondering if
his manifesto, right?
Yeah.
It's brilliant, right?
It is, and I was wondering, kind of your take on, is this the character of him and what he became, right? Is that to kind of...
That's exactly who he is still to this day.
Like, right, it's so he throws out this major kind of truth drop about how technology can be used as control mechanism, right? Providing our needs very, very easily to us, creates this whole...
could be our downfall and destroy us.
Right. Do you think he was set up in a way to basically anybody that has maybe those opinions or sees the adverse effects of technology can be painted as this sort of
anti so it was to add a violent face to that whole movement, because at the time you had a lot of people saying the same thing as him, environmentalists, right? The hippie movement, yeah? And he became a culthood figure of that movement, right? His face was everywhere in, Art Deco style, in lots of various comic book styles, and because they had one eyewitness of him when he was outside of a certain building when he planted one of his bombs. And effectively that eyewitness, it was the picture of him with the glasses and the hood up, right? And it became an iconic picture that was, I believe, probably placed within the movement by agitators, because they wanted to create a violent face to the idea of environmentalism, right? And in doing so, the FBI using Ted Kaczynski grew by a massive amount, right? And not only that, right? We have the whole idea that I believe they created Ted Kaczynski into the character he actually was. remember they took him and gave him a scholarship into Harvard, bro. Yeah, at an IQ of 170 something, right? Yeah, and he believed he was involved in a debate society between him and this other very gifted student, when actually it was Andrew Murray who was the leader of the creation of this MK Ultra thing, which he sold to the American government. And he used the data that he collected from the work that he did with Ted Kaczynski and this other student. He used that data, and what he did was he would shoot down every single one of their ideas, right? And that was the idea of it, to shoot down all their ideas, right, to make them feel tiny, abysmal, and small, right? And in doing so, to record the effects of the psychological effects of them. And he had people observing them on campus and to see how they changed, how they socially changed. And it's really about the opposite of what this thing was used to undo. So, like, you know, for instance, it was bought for hundreds of millions, this whole data of work that this professor did, right? And then, but you look at the billions that they made using it. Some of the torture techniques that go inside the lines of the Geneva Convention, for instance, right, that he created via these forms of data that he collected from people like Ted Kaczynski through these projects inside of the University of Harvard. You know, they've interrogated people using these techniques where they've received back gold stashes that are worth billions of pounds, for instance. You know, it was a great investment in both ways. But not only did it allow for that to happen, it allowed for the extension of the infringement of an American's rights. You know, postal laws changed. Laws on the Alchemist Cookbook was a book that was banned, right? So now the Americans no longer have the capability either as well. I think the Alchemist Cookbook plays a big part in this as well, toward the propagandization of that movement.
Right.
Of, like, the free thinkers, people that are libertarian who believe that they have the right to hold anything as powerful as any man next to them, right? You can own a nuke, I can own a nuke. If you can own an ICBM, so can I. And people like Ted Kaczynski sort of emanated those values. But I feel like they cultivated him through university into being this violent individual that would purposefully sort of tar the movement's face. That's what a lot of his work's about with his manifesto, I think, is to really lay things out correctly.
Yeah, and also in the future having the ability to tie anybody back to those violent acts that he committed, right, and paint what we would call in this country somebody as a domestic terrorist for sharing the ideals of a quote-unquote known domestic terrorist like Ted Kaczynski.
Yeah, so all of the ideas that he put in that manifesto, that covers a wide array of subjects and topics, they're all extremely true, and they all resonate massively with anyone that will read it. It is an extremely genius masterpiece of work, right? It's a masterpiece. It instantly labels nearly all of every single one of those ideas in conjunction to the name of Ted Kaczynski, the Unabomber. It instantly places all of those ideas under the vernacular of coming out of the mind of a psychopath. They knew his ideas because they tested them all out in college. They had them all written down. And his dreams that he used to have about vividly murdering his professor, right, and his psychologist.
Yeah.
Again, this was working with a guy that created MK Ultra. I feel like he was inculcated in toward a mindset set where he believed the change that was needed for society that he knew to be true. He knew this change needed to happen. But I feel like he was every avenue that he possibly could have exercised in order to change things amicably, I believe, was purposefully cut off by this program so that he would resort to the only means necessary, which would be violence, insurrection, a form of an uprising. And because he was a man on his own, he resorted to doing it in the way he did it.
Right.
Hidden away, using pieces of junk slowly over time. That's why he was undetected for so long. But at the same time, it was used as well to give the FBI credibility because they grew their whole department because of this. When actually a language expert pointed out at the very beginning, based on his handwriting on a couple of the bombs, they pointed out at the very beginning, this is Ted Brzezinski, we can tell it is based on his handwriting in Harvard and his handwriting on, let's say, fragments of the wooden framework for the bombs that he made.
Right, so they basically cultivated and allowed it to get to a point of a huge national scandal, and then you have this picture, which we know that imagery can be very powerful, right, in propaganda. So now you have this visual image of the Unabomber, right? Just like we have visual images of what's currently going on right now to solidify in the minds of people,
yes,
you know, the narrative that is behind it, right? It's very well orchestrated and crafted event or series of events.
They make stuff off of both the antecedent and the post, because they end up with a character that effectively helps them widen the department of the FBI while changing multitudes of laws that were all the antecedent laws needed for the writing of the Patriot Act for that to be passed when the Twin Towers go down, right? Removing every individual little piece of legislation and law that would have been needed for you to enact something like a Patriot Act. Using him, you really think they didn't know where he was for 20 years while he was doing this shit? Come on. That's ridiculous. Of course they knew where he was. He was receiving checks from his family every month from a trust fund. So to tell me they didn't have a clue where he was, right, it's ridiculous. What they would have had to have done is wait at the office for him to go and collect his money each month, and they could have arrested him. You know, I just personally find it hard to believe it's that way.
Yeah, many facets to the scenario or the story, right? Many different avenues that are accomplished via one set of events, or in this case, a collection of events. Many different repercussions and certain things that can, agenda items that can be moved based off of, you know, one set of events. Yeah, I find the manifesto fascinating.
Right. Life changing, actually.
Yeah, it's it really is. And yeah, like with many things, even like you know, people that come into the understanding of what our system of law that's been foisted upon us actually is, right? They have the ability to now paint everybody as a quote unquote sovereign citizen, right? So anybody who questions the law is immediately categorized, right? So they're really good at putting together these narratives and then being able to group anybody who thinks in a specific way into a specific narrative, right? Because anytime I talk to lawyer friends of mine or police friends of mine about anything that goes outside of what the average person's common knowledge is of the system of law that we're under, immediately what comes out of their mouth is the term sovereign citizen. It's amazing how easily they can place into the minds of people within society these little trigger terms, right, based off of narratives. Same with conspiracy theory, right? Immediately, if you question anything, that's what comes to the forefront of most people's minds, right, is conspiracy theory. And then the mind shuts down or immediately categorizes that person into a specific box that you may have in your brain that can contain anything that they say or any information that's coming from an individual, and put up walls because you've already placed that individual into a predetermined, preordained box that our mainstream culture has given you to place them into, if that makes sense.
course it does. Yeah, makes perfect sense. 100%. You know, now they create fault lines basically. So so anytime there's any sort of like what I would like to call real change in terms of political thought or ways of reasoning, of political reasoning, right? They want to keep this divide of like red versus blue, right? And if someone comes up with an alternative sort of thing that could be like life-changing or shocking to the system, they have to instantly create a way of making sure that doesn't ever become in the vernacular of something that is legitimate. So it's like they preemptively struck with Ted Wyszynski's sort of forms of ideas. They knew there were going to be lots of people creating ideas around this directive, right? So this is the whole movement of cannabis kills, you know, the cannabis crazy stuff going on at the same time. The banning of, you know, to add the violent face to it, the banning of the, you know, Alchemist Cookbook. You've got all these different things going on all at the same time, you know. The use of violence against us protesters back then, legitimizing it via the route of, you know, people going, well, these people, their face of this movement is someone like Ted Wyszynski. So people were sympathetic to the police beating on these hippies that would chain themselves to, you know, trees and things like this, right? And it was people seeing the Industrial Revolution really what it was, the new Industrial Revolution. People really seeing what that was and what it was about, and people were protesting against it. And in doing so, they needed a scapegoat or someone to point towards that would be, let's just put it, I guess they're cultivated to the image that they want. That's what they did with Ted. They really did that with Ted very well. They cultivated what he appeared to be to the outside world very well.
Yeah, I agree. They're very good at doing that. Very good at the manipulation tactics that they use. Especially on the masses, the way that they can paint somebody to the masses. And just like most things, anything that initially gets reported, the first report that comes out, right, is typically what people are always going to have an impression of that scenario in their mind, regardless of if proven otherwise or redacted years later, right? It's always the initial presentation of the situation that is interpreted and believed by the mass.
Of course. Of course. Like, I'd say even if he did half the stuff they say that he did, could you still throw out all of his ideas? Like,
Well, I think they did a pretty good job on making sure that the vast majority of people don't look into his ideas or try to stay as far away from associating any information that he would have provided to society.
well, that's kind of what I'm saying, I guess, by myself. I have been saying it for a long time. I don't know, I just find it funny that he was an intellectual and a very ardent intellectual at that, you know, look at what he went in for, and how he got his scholarship, and, you know, how he plugged out of this town. Specifically, I believe it was so he had no support structure around him, so that he was away from home when he was at uni, or your guys' version of a university, which would be something like Harvard. It's a very prestigious school as well. And it just seemed to become a point of making sure that any idea of Ted's is associated with violence.
Yeah, I heard a very good point recently regarding intellectuals, right, and the university systems, where really that's kind of step one in. Most people think that they can affect change through voting politically, right? The average person thinks that that's where change is garnered in society, is through the voting process. But really, the problem is the control mechanism. The political side of it is one of the final steps in actually having cultural change. One of the first steps would be within indoctrinating the youth or the people in specific ideas of culture, right? So step one of affecting change is affecting what goes out via the intellectual channels, right? The university systems, the curriculum. That's where real change is affected. Because if we've learned anything from this topic, it's so hard to get people to reel back in the years and years and years of indoctrination that they've had into the globe, right? Because they take that as second nature. So when it comes to things within culture and society, those things are also being indoctrinated into people via primary school and the university system. So trying to affect change 4 steps down the road through the political apparatus is a very I guess you could say
redundant at best.
Right.
Stupid. Almost. How would I put it?
A futile attempt.
It's a scapegoat. It's like we tried type thing, right?
Right.
When did you really? No.
Cool. Well, hey man, I gotta jump off. Good talking to you. Gotta go get ready for a concert this evening.
All right. Hey, thanks, man.
Yeah. Take care, guys.
Going to see the Backstreet Boys?
No. Bad Religion. Bad Religion. For any of you punk fans out there.
No, I'm a punk fan, so Bad Religion is the name of the band, right?
Yep.
Did you say it was your band, or?
No, not my band. Just going to see them in concert. I am not great.
I hope you have a wicked time, man.
Yeah, I will. Take care, guys. Thanks.
Shoot, brother. Yeah, mate.
Is there anyone on here convinced they live on a spinning ball sitting around through nothing? Nobody. Back to you guys. And now maybe it's time for a 20-minute monologue by Crack Villain. If you want.
No.
10 minutes, 5 minutes. Just fucking with you, man.
So earlier somebody said that Neil deGrasse Tyson claimed that the Earth is hamburger shaped. And yet the NASA Earth fact sheet I just dropped into the live stream voice text claims an equatorial radius and polar radius of 6378 and 6352 kilometers respectively, which have they abandoned this claim, and do we have are we on a brand new spinning ball according to Mr. Tyson?
If you ask me, they keep 3 or 4 different narratives out there just to create confusion. But since you pin them down to the radius numbers, then that's pretty much a perfect sphere, right? Like a 19-mile difference.
There's not enough in it.
Yeah. I mean, one time he'll be talking it's pear-shaped, the next time it's hamburger-shaped, so it could be a cucumber next time, who knows? But it just seems like deliberate obfuscation, just speculating, but who knows?
So he's not talking about some journal article or some new study that's come out someplace. He's just riffing. So it was a pear, now it's a hamburger.
Yeah, I think
it was oblate first, I guess, right?
Yeah. It's oblate, yeah. Chubby's a good word.
It was a perfect.
He may be scripted, but it seems like he makes up some of the shit he says too. I don't know.
I think he's just speaking off the top of his head. First, it was a perfect sphere with the the blue marble and so forth. Then it was oblate, and then we went to pear shaped and now a hamburger. So it's great. Make up your mind. Yeah.
All these different shapes have almost the same radius on the Z and Y axis, so it makes sense, right?
Yeah, it's about the same thing. This is lemur.
They deliberately muddy the waters to keep everybody in states of confusion, listening to different information. They know nobody will ever go below. Most people don't go below the surface. They don't really care what you're saying anyway. So.
Yeah. I would now. Maybe that's his prediction that the Earth is becoming a hamburger, and just as Polaris is going to get replaced in however many thousands of years. It's all these kind of predictive ideas when there's nothing in it, and then people fall in love with the story.
Yep.
So how are you doing, Dave?
Oh, hanging in there. It's a Saturday afternoon here in Kentucky. I'm driving down the road looking for curvature. I see none.
Nowhere is it seen.
No. So, still exist in this realm of existence, whatever it is. I'm still 100% sure it's not what they taught us it is. It's not a spinning ball zipping around through nothing. That makes no sense.
No, everywhere I go, it's there's no curvature. A couple of months ago, we went out to the coast to a local island, and I looked across to another peninsula, which was supposedly 70 miles away, and I could see the whole thing. It was all there. That's 70 miles. Lots of missing curvature there.
So from a globe believer's standpoint, you have two choices there. You're either actually looking at it, or it's being magically refracted up so perfectly in front of you to make it look like you're looking at it. So which one makes more sense?
Yeah, this picture-perfect refraction claim that has no empirical foundation, that's a head-scratcher.
Yeah, they literally make it up and just don't even try to back it up with anything. They just keep obfuscating, you know. Fraction. And they know 90% of the people out there will be like, well, they had an excuse for it, so flat Earth must be stupid.
Yeah, flat Earth is stupid because that's what we see.
Yeah. As long as the people on the globe side had something to say, that's enough for most people. It's frustrating, you know.
Yeah,
they got a reason for that. Like a Selenelian eclipse, for example. They got a reason for it, even though they call it the impossible eclipse, but they still have a reason for it. Okay, it's still a globe.
Well, isn't that refraction too? Everything's refraction.
Yeah.
I hear refraction so much it makes my head spin. You know, heaven forbid you just believe your eyes.
For real. Accept reality as it presents itself. Is such a revolutionary idea?
Right. That's the starting point for understanding. And I you know, people have such a hard time. They had this this woman at the gold and silver precious metals thing, and they have such a difficult time understanding that. Well, let's begin with what we see and experience, and then you prove. I think that was a fellow named Matthew. He was trying to tell us to prove the dome because of the gas pressure we experience. I says, well, you know, you show me where the suspension of the second law of thermodynamics, okay? Because I've never observed that.
Right. Classic burden of proof reversal there, you know.
Yes, sir.
Just because we're pointing out a natural law that always happens, you know, we're not making any claim to any of the substance or what's contained in it. We're just saying it's contained, right? And they flip it around and, you know, prove your dome, you know, whatever. We're not saying that.
Yeah. Really tough to let go of those stories. You know, the disbelief is around, well, I was told all these stories and
right.
Therefore prove my stories wrong.
Yeah, so many people come in here with the globe is the default thing because that's what we were all taught. So you need to prove that wrong. You need to give me not only prove it wrong, you need to replace it. And you know,
yeah, right.
Like we have all the resources and time, and even if we had the resources and the time, we can't independently explore everything to replace everything. And you know, the whole physics of science they're so on the wrong track with all this gravity bullshit that it's going to take generations to fix that, probably. I mean, there's people working on it, the electromagnetism or whatever it is, you know. Whatever's really going on is being investigated. It's just not being publicized, you know.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, and two, you know, the longer I've been at this, the less worried I am about replacing these stories. You just don't have to. All you have is reality. And well, as I think I heard Hank saying yesterday or the day before, you just have this pile of facts, these things that you know that are provable or that there's evidence for, and we have no model. We just absolutely do not have a model, and that's not on us to create a story to fill in the supposed blanks.
Yep. It's literally like somebody realizing there's no Santa Claus and they want us to replace Santa Claus all of a sudden.
Yeah.
But so many people, this is solely deeply ingrained and indoctrinated into them. They're like, well, if this isn't true, then you guys must know what is. And all we're saying reality is true, just accept for what it is, you know, and we don't know all the answers. But for a lot of people, that's just not good enough. You know, they thought they had all the answers before. So somebody said in
the and I do realize we get a lot of kids in there, but somebody says, like, you know, show me a picture of the whole flat Earth. You know, say, come on now.
Yeah.
You have to study the world as it presents itself to you, not in the way that you want. He was asking for a model, is what he was doing.
Yeah. Just frustrating seeing so many of our fellow humans living in various states of delusions, and they don't even realize it. Or some are just happy with it. Ignorance is bliss, right?
Yeah, and it's it's not only the state of suffering and disinformation and lies that people live in. It's also the opportunity cost. Like, if you see the world as it is and you begin to live in that place as it was designed, all of a sudden all these new possibilities open for you. Life changes. All of the suffering some of the suffering that we experience can be at least mitigated by living, according to our nature. Rather than within these lies. I mean, that's what Crack Villain and I forget the name. I didn't see the name of the other fellow we were talking about. Ted Kaczynski. We live in we're subject to this long list of stories, lies that not the least of which is the one that we're having to put up with right now. But yeah.
That was Napalm who was talking to. Napalm who was talking to. Yeah, I know what you're talking about, man.
Oh yeah, Napalm.
It's like humanity in general has just we've been taken from our essence of what it is to be human. That, like you're saying, that a lot of the suffering and injustices that we all perceive in this existence now wouldn't even be there without all these deceptions and delusions, right? People would be more living as natural humans should be living,
Yes, exactly. It like being awake to this is, in my view, preferable to being asleep. Like just knowing that the Earth is not a spinning ball makes a huge difference. Despite the fact that a lot of globe earthers, say, well, it's not going to change my life at all. I mean, that's the opposite in my experience. It's the biggest red pill and truth drop that I have ever experienced in my life that seemed to unravel 1,000 lies at once. I don't understand everything. I understand very little, in the grand scheme of things. But what it does is gives you the opportunity to see that our world is characterized by deception, and that requires you to really, get your stuff in order and think about things, and don't just accept what you're told. Which for supposedly scientifically minded people, should be perfectly acceptable, but Globers don't like that. Now, they say, you stick with our religion. You stay. You don't think independently or exercise critical thought.
Yeah, most people that come in with that attitude, maybe they just are just first contemplating this subject, but it just shows the shallowness of how they're thinking about it. Because they're talking about the very nature of our existence, being deceived about that. That's got to matter on some level, Oh, got to matter.
Absolutely does. I don't think you can understand the world without seeing, the deception. I hate to say it that way. I hate to think that our lives are characterized by having been deceived, but that's true. About the most basic things.
Yep, that's unfortunate, but we can only play the cards we got dealt, right? So,
That's right. You got that's about living now and living inside that truth and letting it shape you and change you in ways that you can't predict. That's been the best part. But one of the best parts is learning how to think and being extremely disciplined about what you say is true. You just can't back up claims that you don't have evidence for. You have to, I find myself being a lot more disciplined and also protected from some error, awoken to some, and that part of it is tremendous as far as I can tell.
yep, I agree. That's a key point. It definitely makes you think twice or even 3 or 4 times before you actually make a claim about what you're saying is a fact, right?
Oh yeah, that's bit me before. You you start making claims about stuff you're not quite sure about, then you're asked to back it up and kind of slink off in the corner and try to act like it never happened.
Something on the list here looks like just a crazy globe deniers on here right now.
We got any Globers here?
No, don't see any. Just in case there's somebody listening to this broadcast right now somewhere out there, you think you live on a globe, you want to come in and discuss it civilly, come on in. The link's somewhere, either below the YouTube video or you should be able to find it. Just DuckDuckGo or Google or whatever 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. You'll find your way here. This is the longest my mic has lasted in a while. I usually robot by now. But am I still coming in clear?
Yeah, you're coming in clear. You did robot just a little bit, I don't know, 10 minutes ago. But you're coming in pretty clear now. If you're on the road, that's pretty good.
Yeah, we're driving around as the satellites tend to lose contact with you somehow just because your vehicle's in motion, right?
You're right, exactly. Spinning overhead,
Yeah. I know the times I've heard you speak up on here, Golden Lemire, you seem to know what you're talking about, and you seem like you got your head in the right place.
Oh, thanks, man. Yeah. Huh?
Congratulate you for spending your free time here trying to help people think for themselves, Anybody that's doing that right now, I appreciate it,
Yes, sir. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it's I kind of showed up too because I knew that I would be confronted, and I would have to strengthen my arguments, and perhaps there would be parts of me that I'd have to let go of, or parts of my argument or my point of view that I would have to let go of. And that's certainly been true. Like I was saying earlier, you have to let go of making claims about things you can't provide evidence for, and that means you're, at least my cosmology, my view of the Earth has changed a ton, and but it's also, really, it's strengthening too, because if you choose to if you choose to allow reality to inform your your point of view, then man, it's crazy.
I mean, it kind of simplifies things, but even though they try to make things seem so complicated, and it's maybe simplifies the wrong word, but I don't know. I have a better sense of inner peace now that I'm okay with not knowing a lot of stuff, and there's probably a lot of stuff I'll never know. But if I do find out, that'd be great, But
yeah,
I may never know what the moon is or how it works or anything like that, but it's okay, It's just the moon. It's just there. It's the moon.
Yeah, that's right, and it's the most responsible thing to do to not, say anything about it beyond what you can know, and the things that you do find out are, well, transformative, true. Yeah, and I just try to learn from people too. When I first showed up, I talked to a few people. This was, I don't know how long. It's been a year, maybe.
Yeah, you've been here for a minute.
There was a guy named Jen, was it? The fellow that lived in Japan.
Jen, CBR1.
Yeah. I talked to him and a couple of other folks. Maybe Truth Prevails. I spoke to her a little bit, and then they started doing precious metals, and I got involved in that a little bit. So just trying to learn, picking little pieces here and there, better ways to communicate and better ways to think. There's just so much about it that I don't understand. Some people, can talk all day long about all the finer points of gravity and theoretical physics and everything, and I can only go so far, but like I like to use, Hank was talking about his how he does the Black Swan, asking people to check out the curvature calculator and provide the radius and the predicted curvature, the predicted horizon and things like that. I find those like really nice ways to communicate the ideas.
Yeah, it's if you can get them to participate in it, actively, even looking up a couple things, it kind of adds to their comprehension of it usually.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, well, and that's the part that took me a long time to figure out the math behind the curvature and the horizon. So I had to, because I was doing it on my own at the time. I was watching videos and then I'd say to a lesser degree using the curvature calculator, but I had to figure those things out on my own, and maybe that provides a chance for somebody to get it quicker.
Yeah. So I know back in early 2015 when I first watched my first video, finally, of course, I was like everybody else when it first showed up in my feed. I just ignored it and laughed at it, and then I was going to take 10 minutes and laugh at it and never look at it again. Here I am 6.5 years later. But anyway, the curvature formula, I never, I was 52 years old. I never once thought about what is the formula for the curvature of the Earth.
Mm-hmm.
And just seeing that formula, it just kind of obviously blew my mind. And, I was pretty much up until I actually went out to a lake over 8.5 mile stretch and did a sunlight flash across the lake. Once I saw that sunlight flash across the lake, I knew the water wasn't bending. It was over for me at that point. The globe is just non-existent. So
yeah.
There's no going back from that,
No, exactly. That's really cool. That's amazing. Well, all you're doing is using their geometry, using the math that is provided to us by NASA, the radius, and it's not as if I think a lot of times people have the impression, as I did, that, oh, you're making something up, or you're just seeing something a certain way. No, it has nothing to do with that. You're like you did. You went and using their ideas, you said, well, that doesn't exist.
Yeah.
Yeah, you've been at this a little while.
The irony of it is the guy that went with me that day and was on the other side of the lake, he still believes in the globe. He just wrote that off as refraction and just never went below the surface. You know what I mean?
Right.
It's crazy. I was
Yeah.
on the ride home from the lake that day. I was telling him, man, that's impossible. We should not have been able to see that sunlight flash across we were like 3 foot above the water. You know, if there was a hump of water, it would have blocked it. And he was agreeing that day, but then I talked to him a couple of weeks later. He's like, "Oh, it's still a globe. I saw this, and this." I was like, "Whatever, dude. You know, whatever you got to justify yourself with."
Right. Well, that refraction argument, you know, that's a trap, because it's it's used so carelessly. I mean, that's kind of why I often, so like when I talk about how I came to it, I'll tell people like, oh, it took me months. You know, well, I kind of understood bits and pieces of it, but I just wouldn't allow myself to say, yeah, this is true. So, you know, it took me a long time to because I knew that I had to answer the refraction questions. I mean, because it's brought up. So I said, okay, well, yes, I do see, say, the Chicago skyline, or I do see across this to another, because I went to, you know, like I said, a couple of times I've gone out and done observations myself. And so, yeah, I do see too far, but then you also I had to unravel. I felt I had a responsibility to answer that refraction question. And of course, it's done in just the way that so many things, you know, we falsify these ideas. There's no evidence for it. Like, there's not an example that anybody can point to, and in fact, you know, if you look at the scientific literature, you notice that in terms of what can be proven, there is no bending of light as they describe. So, you know, you can just dismiss it exactly like you do gravity, as Globers like to talk about.
And even if there were refraction getting in the way or making it so that we can see hundreds of miles, how do you prove that that's what's going on in the first place? Are you at the horizon measuring shit? No, then you can't get to the horizon because it's optical.
Yeah, and
it's just moot.
And is it passing through two isotropic mediums? And did you prove that? How did you prove that?
Right.
Where's the data? And you're exactly right. Yeah, that's true. Because that, of course,
they don't get what we mean by show us. They don't get that. Demonstrate. I don't care what you're saying, chat. You should go out and measure the Earth, film the thing, and come back and talk to us. Guarantee you won't find curvature. Then we can chat. You don't have to get so butthurt. Sorry, go ahead.
No, man. No, that's exactly it. That's you know, people think that we're being hostile, like by asking, okay, well, sure, show me the evidence for that. Do you have the data to back up that claim? And then people just think like, oh, they're attacking me. These flat earthers. Oh,
yeah, like,
gosh,
how about this? Pretty please with sugar on top. I'll pay for the trip. How's that sound? Like, come on, nice or not, Earth's flat. You know what I mean?
Well, it doesn't have that. You know, when you understand the premise, it's not offensive to say, well, okay, well, great. I mean, and I do that frequently. I say, absolutely, show me. Well, really,
how is it offensive to ask somebody to back up their claim? How's that? That can't be offensive in a real world situation.
No. It's part of the truthful exchange. Like, okay,
right.
Sure, I'm open to that, and certainly in the early days when I was here, I'd say, but by all means, bring that. I'd love to see that because I'm here to kind of test this out. And of course, everybody gets butthurt, and they start freaking out and spiraling, and you're just literally, as you're describing, saying, yeah, show me. I'd like to see that.
Well, not only that, dude, it's unfair to them to act that way, right? They're better than having to do that. Go out and do the research, guys. Then come talk. It's not like it's hard to go do. Even with the mirror testing, if you don't trust that, rent for $80 a laser and go do a frozen lake. Like, there's no excuse. Right? I don't know.
No, there is no excuse, and it is respectful to. You're exactly right. It's respectful to yourself and to the person you're speaking to, especially if you're trying to have a conversation about empirical facts. Like, we're not just saying, "Hey, how was your day? What'd you eat for lunch?" We're saying like, "No, show me, like you." Okay, so I made this claim. I backed it up with this evidence. This is what we observe. We never see what you're talking about. So you show me how light is constantly bending at the same rate of the supposed curvature of the Earth. But then they they like to run back to the safety of their little, stories.
Well, here's
and
an
hold on
interesting
to their
one.
teddy bear.
You're right, and they do that sometimes by saying, well, the independent variable is the horizon. You can manipulate the horizon by moving your vantage. And I
what?
Yeah, yep. I've heard that a few times.
Really, you've heard that?
You can manipulate the horizon. Not kidding.
You can manipulate the horizon, huh?
Yeah, I'd say, what's your independent variable? They say horizon. At that point, I find something else to do in the day because I'm just like, what the fuck?
Well, you need to get high. They say you could go up high. You got to get in an airplane, or you got to,
high?
That's not how the geometry of the horizon works. You have a predicted horizon based on your observer height and nothing else.
Right. Visit the horizon and come back and tell me all about it. Get out of here.
Yeah. Well, but that's offensive. That hurts my feelings.
Oh
man.
It's like me saying, like, somebody brings me a thing of mustard, and they're like, "Nah, it's mustard in there. Trust me, don't worry about it. You don't have to test it. You don't have to try. It's mustard." And then I put it on my hot dog, and it's fucking ketchup. Like, I gotta know myself, bro.
Yeah. Exactly. Well, somebody said in the lobby, Kessler. He says, well, wouldn't you trust the eyewitness experts who make this particular claim? And I said, nope, I need to see the evidence.
Mainly because I'm not getting paid to do it. That's really the big reason. I am curious. I want to know stuff. And that's what makes it, to me, valuable. And it should be valuable to other people, even if they don't believe me. Hey, if you really don't believe it, you really think there's curvature, go find it and prove me wrong. Make me look like a dumb shit.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'd sign myself up for that, too. If you have the curvature, if you have a precise measurement, we want to see it. I mean, I've only been here a year and a half, maybe, something like that, 2 years, the most. There's been people here for, like Dave said, 6, I don't know. Show us. Well, I've been waiting.
Yeah. Oh, boy. Well, anyway, no, you're totally right.
Yeah, I hear you, man. That's what we need. That's what we're all about. It's very empowering too, because it raises the level of the discussion. Then all of a sudden, everyone is treated with the kind of respect you're talking about. Because if you have the thing, we want to see it, so show us, and we'll what will we say if you show us the curvature? I mean, it's falsified. We all know that here. But if in this fantasy fairy tale world, where you present the curvature, what am I going to say? I became a flat earther or a level earther. Because I looked at the evidence. I changed. I could change again. Doesn't matter to me.
Sure. Yeah, it's about the truth. So far, it's flat and stationary. So far. So we've got to say, okay, well, that's where we're at right now. We can't be stuck 500 years ago. Copernicus was ostracized because of what he was saying. Okay?
Yeah.
Ostracized. Same with the Jesuit priest that presupposed evolution and the Big Bang and all that. I highly doubt he was even fucking serious. And someone was like, "Wait, that's a really good idea. We need to make that a thing." No. People will believe it for sure. No problem. Look.
Yeah.
We can make up stories. They're like, we can make predictions about the stars. Really? So can I. I can watch them for like a week and then tell you what most of them are going to do. Fucking idiot. Sorry. I'm sorry. I'll take that back.
There's some scar tissue for all of us, bro.
Yeah.
It's so easy just to be.
I gotta calm
you've
down.
said these things so many times. I mean, and you do repeat them over and over again.
Ow!
Huh? Everything all right?
Definitely. Oh, sorry. Yeah, no, I'm good.
Yeah.
I agree. My cat's being weird. He clawed on my knee.
Oh, those cats, you know.
Well,
You want to pet him.
Yeah, well, I'm reluctant to cut his nails because it's kind of like cutting up the tips of his fingers, but he is really destroying my legs.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't
Whatever.
touch my cat. My daughter has a cat. That's how I look at that. We sort of have a respectful distance that we keep because of that very reason. My dog, not so much. I'll pet her. She's cool.
Yeah, well, you're competing for the rest of the family's attention with the animals, or at least with the cat. The cat's like, this son of a bitch might get in the way of me getting fed later.
Yeah, but then she screams at me every time I go to the kitchen because she wants food when her food bowl's full.
For sure.
You know how it is.
Well, you're a staff member. You've got to you got to keep things interesting, okay?
Right.
Sorry, let's get back to Flat Earth. I hate switching to cats. I feel like it's maybe one of the worst topics.
I think it's inevitable, but I think you're right.
Yeah. Nobody wants to hear about it, right? I mean, it's just you and me talking about it.
Right.
No. Everybody's like, all right, I'm tuning out.
About our cats, yeah, exactly.
I'm going to go cook dinner or something. They're talking about cats.
One of the first Flat Earth memes I remember seeing back in 2016 or whatever was, if the Earth was flat, cats would have knocked everything off the edge by now.
So true.
Yeah. Nope, I've been looking for that. I've been looking and waiting for somebody to come in with some brilliant measurement or something. Same thing that Mark Sargent said. And I don't agree with everything he says. But he put his videos out, and he was just waiting for. Obviously somebody was going to come. Some university professor, somebody from NASA was going to tell him, "You're dumb. You missed it." And of course, silence, like all of us experience. Silence or screeching.
Yeah. I find that people in public are a little bit more receptive because they're just kind of like going about their day. They're not really expecting, like people who come here for an argument, right? They come here for like almost a cathartic therapeutic release. Ow, stop. Anyway, sorry. And that's counterproductive to the conversation.
Yeah, the whole anti-flat earther thing. And it's easy to fall into just, yelling.
Well, they have to toe the line on the narrative. They've dug in so deep, there's no way, even if they learn the truth, all of it, which they probably already have by now, let's be honest, they won't say so. No way. No fucking way. Too much pride.
Yeah, that's true. Or you're in a public situation and you have to kind of defend your position. And yeah, no, it is pride. Yeah,
I can't figure out what else it is, right? Because like they're not dumb people. None of these people are dumb. They can argue with the best of them. So what? That means they're smart enough to do something. So that means they're smart enough to at least understand. It's not hard stuff out there. It's not hard to realize it's flat and stationary. But
no, it is not.
So it's a decision to go against the grain. It has to be pride at this point. I don't know what else they're doing.
Yeah, that's the thing that strikes me how easy it is to find out the Earth is flat. It's not hard. I mean, it's really easy. I mean, okay, so granted, person has to dig into a little bit of math, understand the basics of spherical geometry. But beyond that, and you can just go to a curvature calculator, or you can learn the equations, which are any of us would be happy to share with you. Just toss a black swan up there, and that's it. You got it, and you can go verify it. All you have to do is take a Saturday, 4 hours. If you're close to the water, you got a big lake next to you. That's it. That's all you have to do.
If you're not willing to spend 4 to 8 hours on this, you don't deserve to come here and argue with us, plain and simple.
Yeah, but they seem to do that though. Yeah, it just really blows me away how
they won't even fucking get a cursory glance at what they're arguing against, and then they have the balls to come here. Whew.
Yeah. Well, you're gonna fall off the edge.
Fall off
What
the
about
edge.
the moon?
8-9 years of that garbage.
Yeah.
Just it's like it's never worked. So what makes you think it's going to keep working? Because it never did.
Eratosthenes, Alberuni. What about shadows on the moon? Is Mars flat? What about Jupiter?
Pictures from space.
Pictures from
Still
space. Show me a
say
picture of the whole flat Earth. We have
Time
space
zones.
X. What?
Time zones, yeah.
Time zones. Yeah. What about night and day? I mean, no, dude, we're talking about your geometry, okay?
The tides. They don't want to talk about it, sextants.
Mm-hmm.
How what kind of list do we have to get?
Cell phones.
How big does a list have to get of honest truth before people fucking just say, you know what? I'm sorry for being a dick. You're right. It's flat. Let's now take care of the rest of the stuff because there's a lot more important things to be angry about and fixing. Hoping to fix, working to fix. Flat Earth is, to me, I keep saying it, entry level. Once one gets that it's flat and stationary, the mind is open enough to consider what's really happening and what really needs to be done in this world. Straight up.
Yeah, 100%. I agree with that. Yeah, it's the front door.
That's why it's the hardest one to go through, right? First step is the hardest one to take on any journey. It's the most important one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yep. You have to have also, I think it's almost like you need to have been burned or betrayed or have some reason to be skeptical. Like if you're just sort of naively cruising around, I have no reason whatsoever to disbelieve what I've been told by these altruistic government officials and scientists. I mean, you guys are nuts. Why would you question this?
That's a good point. I was raised in an environment where I was lied to a bunch, so then I started being a liar, and it was not good. And yeah, so I feel wronged by liars, and now I want them exposed and punished. Right?
You almost need that. I forget, somebody was talking about that recently, and that they were talking about this subject, and that was it for me. Betrayal. Betrayal. I've been lied to, and it happened once, and it was big. And that one event unraveled me all the way to talking to you here on the Flat Earth 24/7 Discord. And it's you need something like that almost, as hard as it is to say.
I don't disagree. Yeah. I've been cheated on by girls, and I've cheated on people. You know what I mean? Like I've just been through the dishonesty, fucking ringer, all sides of it. And so to me, there's a passion there to at least out people who are benefiting from lying to people, hurting them and killing them. Like that's it. Yeah. That can't fly with me. And I honestly, the people that we have to deal with sometimes, if they don't see it's heartbreaking, to be honest. That's all it is for me now. That kind of stuff. But Flat Earth is still great because we get people learning stuff no matter how many people come against us, right? I think that's amazing.
Yeah.
Move it to a positive note. And it happens every day. At least once we get somebody considering the ideas.
Was somebody else trying to say something?
I just wanted to tell Gladfly, when he eats his peanut butter sandwich, it's really a steak sandwich. Because
I'm fine with that.
Because the experts told us what you're putting on there is not really there. It's something else, and it's really good for you. And it's expensive. So don't worry about it, bro.
This steak came from a meteorite. It didn't come from a cow. Come on, trust us.
I love it.
Be right
Eating
back.
bologna sandwiches. These guys are like, it's great. Eat bologna sandwiches. We're just gonna, rape you, pillage you, and everything. But you stick to your bologna sandwiches and be fucking happy. It's awesome.
Right. Hey, I'll be right back. My pizza's at the door.
Oh, here we go.
Why isn't it
brought up the topic of food?
Yeah.
Bit of synchronicity there.
Yeah, for real. Disc meal.
Yeah. I wonder if the cheese falls off the sides.
The grease falls over the side.
The grease. These people never seem to astound me, bro. It's like, if you can't see this one little thing, you can't see anything else. You know what I mean? If you can't walk out there and you use your, what they call the animalistic five senses, then fucking you got no hope of anything else. Don't worry about math, about this, about that. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, yeah. Well, and we have the benefit of having been beat up by the truth so much, So I mean, like, I went through that. I went through like, what are you talking? I was the guy saying it's inertia, and but you go through that and you realize you're stupid and wrong and you don't know anything, and pretty soon you're here thinking, what in the world? How could you possibly? But it's true. I don't know. And if you don't understand this, you cannot understand the world. Just can't. Not physically and not metaphysically.
Exactly right. I'll tell you something. I never bought into this. I got kicked out of my classes, and when I did, I got made to take an IQ test, and I finished school like 3 years early. But that's because I never believed none of this shit, which is rare. With me, it was stubbornness. When I didn't believe something, somebody told me otherwise. I had this stubbornness that I used to my advantage. I didn't do dumb shit with it. I'd be like, fuck you, I'm going to prove you wrong, and I'd go back and I'd just throw their own crap at them. But yeah, the system doesn't let you go forward if you're correct, because the people that are in the system have been taught by the system, and it's a perpetuation of the system. And if that's not, easy enough to comprehend, I don't know what is.
Yeah. Oh, for sure.
Sense with that bit of monologue.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I was an order follower for much of my life, just cruising along. I didn't, so I wasn't like that. I wish I was. I wish I had, but we all have our own path to take. So, but, one day you wake up and that's it,
Mm-hmm.
And I think
you can't get angry though. That's the problem. It's we all have our emotional things, but it's that thing that Drace was talking about. If you put out that unconditional love and you just give them information, and if you don't sit there yell at them, then I think it's a lot better. But that's just my thoughts.
Yeah, I agree. It's tough. I think one of the struggles we have in the server is, like a lot of us, we want to get our moment. We want to chime in, and so then, the energy goes up. But it's all good. We're all doing the best we can. And I think what amazes me too is, a lot of times what we get from, people say like, oh, flat earthers are religious zealots or whatever. But that's the opposite. The opposite is true. I think, and this astounded me at the beginning, how religious and ideological people who globe earthers are. And when you get down to brass tacks, there's no evidence for it whatsoever.
Yep.
Nothing. There's no foundation. There's lots of stories. We'll give them that. But the foundation of it, the empirical proof, I just couldn't believe how religious the heliocentric model makes people.
Yeah, it was brought about so they can introduce materialism, because at the highest points of the religious groups were crumbling, and they had no forward momentum with certain aspects of people's lives with technologies and stuff. So if you get rid of sentient being, a creator, whatever you want to call him, you introduce this materialism, then people flock to the materialism, make stuff, produce stuff, invent stuff, and it was a means to sort of forward society, but those pricks were still in the system and not letting go of it, and now they've made it, sort of stagnated, and it's gone backwards. It's like going backwards of, human progress, or the progress of mankind.
Yeah, especially lately with all of this ideological stuff getting infused into the culture, and we are witnessing the absolute loss of the capability of the average person to understand what could be true, because everyone's fighting over beliefs and you don't. It's not a scientifically minded, logically minded society. You know, it was after I became a flat earther that I was introduced to, logic and logical fallacies, the Trivium, great book. An ability to think through things and take ownership of ideas and change when I need to. I wasn't given that, and I've had enough education, but I didn't learn that.
Oh, of course, they don't want to give you the Trivium and the Quadrivium because that puts you in the top 1%. Otherwise you just regurgitate it. You just vomit out other people's vomit. It's putrid.
Yeah. They don't want that. They don't want the average person to be that strong.
Yeah, it's like George Carlin said back in the 70s. They don't want people to be critical thinkers. They're not interested in that. That's no good for them. They don't want a nation, a populace of critical thinkers that can question things. Oh no, that's not on their agenda, right?
Yeah,
of course, bro. Yeah, they lose their power. If everybody was at a certain level, then government is null and void. You don't need it. But because you have auto followers and so-called, people who are, lawyers or police or whatever the hierarchy is, believing in this and believing that they can't do whatever it is, that's why you have the structure. Don't have a bit of genius. Just use your brain.
That's why they don't have what? I missed that. Right at the end, you said that's why they. Not important. I understood your basic point.
I think I lost it. I lost it. I think I said I lost it. Just went out.
Yeah, you were just talking. We were talking about how they don't want people to be put together and able to critically think.
Yep. Oh yeah. So that's why you have the people who follow orders and think it's out of their sort of field of knowing that they cannot know, so they rely on another man instead of themselves, which they can do to find out more, whether it's about law or as you said, metaphysical, spiritual things. They have to always turn to another man to give them something that they don't need to go to another man to find out.
Right.
It's inculcated. It's inculcated everywhere, whether it's the system of the laws of nations or religions or whatever it is. It's all there. It's the same thing. You go through me to get to somewhere. Even though you can read right and you're good and you've done all your due diligence and you're as smart as them, they don't want you spouting what is empirical evidence and saying to them, hey, listen, whoever the president or Reverend Bigfoot is talking crap and pull them up. You can't, because they have the sheep behind them. You know what I mean? Even though they're sheep, there's like 1 million of them. How are you going to go through 1 million sheep?
Yeah, that's exactly right. I mean, even the way that the scientific journals are say the scientific articles are discussed, the way that so-called researchers talk to one another, and there's truth to be found, obviously, but you see in the scientific literature, such and such an author indicated this, and this other group suggested that, and then what you have is all this appeal to a consensus. Now, in the best situation, when somebody said this group of researchers found this, you're giving credit to those people, and you also simultaneously know that what they're saying is true. But if you're just appealing, to names, you're not actually talking about the truth itself. I noticed that about the scientific literature myself.
Well, the first thing I look at is when they mention whatever they mention, they have to put in the prima facie evidence. If they don't put in the prima facie evidence, then their article it is just that art form that tickles you in a sense, and it's worthless. So you have to have the prima facie evidence right there. Otherwise, you go to the beginning, non pro tunc. Go back to the beginning and start again. And I don't see why it has to be that hard. It's two simple things. You ask for the first-hand knowledge. If it's not there, then you're talking about absolute rubbish. You're talking about somebody, he said, she said, she sells seashells by the seashore, whatever. You have to go back to the beginning. You know what I mean?
Yes, sir.
It's one of those ones, bro. It's like, fuck.
It is. That's exactly right. You're just patting each other on the back and not talking about what is, which is what makes this. It requires so much discipline to do real science. I mean, it is a monster to say something that is empirically a fact. I mean, and this is what I've always felt like. If you're going to say something, that thing that you say is going to judge you first. Like, that thing will get you. So you better be careful about it. Like, what if you start making claims, if you start saying, the nature of the universe is this, or my spirituality, insert your assertion, like, that thing is going to get you first. So, and I always felt that. That was like when I came to Flat Earth, like, I felt a huge responsibility to work it out, which is why it took so long for me. I had to figure out each little part, and some of it was difficult, and it judges you. Like, it strips away all of these wishes and hopes and assumptions and things you've been told and things that maybe you find comfort in them. I mean, it's a brutal business coming up with what is a fact, what is a truth. Even though Flat Earth is pretty darn easy to sort out, it's not that hard.
To me, it's just like basic level. If you can't, as I said, notice, this fact that is punching you in the face. It's like somebody hitting you in the face and you saying, "Oh, he's not hitting me in the face." You know what I mean? It's to me, it's at that level, and it's really sad, to be honest.
If you're honest with yourself, it's pretty easy to figure out. It's just when you want to try. Once you realize that there is more to learn, of course, that desire to learn gets ignited, and you want to know how things work, and that's a whole other package. That's just an endless discovery.
Oh yeah, and that's the whole point of you being here. Once you have undergone or undertaken that process, and then you get to a certain point, and then you realize once you've gone down to the smallest bit, or the smallest cutting of whatever atoms, whatever abstract thing you want to learn, you realize that you really don't know shit except for what is natural philosophy, which is now called natural science. Observations, phenomenon, and you get your result, and it has to happen every time. You know what I mean? So, everything else is just abstract atoms and all the rest of it. Speed of light. Like, what that doesn't even make any fucking sense. The speed of light. Flick your light off and on and see. Try to capture how fast that thing goes. It's retarded. Like, sorry, bro. I just have to say it always gets me when they mention this thing, and I have to give them a simple example like this. I go, flick your light off and on and tell me how quick that thing goes. Like, it boggles. It's like, kind of frustrates me.
Oh yeah.
So that's the speed of light. What does that even mean? There's no light is light.
Yeah, well, Rupert Sheldrake, his TED Talk was interesting. This is not a subject I'm very well versed in, but I mean, even he said that the scientific, the scientists were fudging the numbers and averaging what they called was the speed of light, over a year, and they would update this constantly. And he asked for the data and found out that the speed of light is always changing. But nobody talks about that because they just accept that it's one thing.
Okay, so you measure the. This is how moronic it is. So you measure the speed of light in years, in time, which is another abstract concept, which years and days and months are for a calendar, and calendar comes from the word calendarium, which is Latin for bookkeeping. So everybody that's using a calendar, you're part of their chattel because you're using their shit. But anyway, that's a whole nother fucking subject.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, yeah. They're not even consistent with their own claims. So the whole thing is start to finish a mess. Not my area.
Yeah. No, I mean, to go forward in something, you have to have a sort of your own thoughts and your own opinions, brother. That's, you're doing the correct thing.
Yes, sir. Yeah,
other
that's
people
right.
don't do it. Other people just take it and go, okay, and that's it.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. You let go of the stories, and you can see the world. You can see the world for the first time.
Yep. It's once you get beyond a certain point, you have to really let go of everything. I had to do it, even though I was at a certain level, and the bit where I had to let go of everything, I was in the worst pain ever, because I didn't just fill myself up with whatever was, comforting to me, or because you're empty, you need to have something in there, and it's the most painful process. But people don't want to undertake that. They don't want to be in pain in any kind of pain. That's the problem.
Yes. Yeah, because those things are a kind. The thing that's hurting you is like this odd comfort.
Better the devil than the one that you don't.
Yeah. That's right. That and letting go of those things is painful. I mean, it was painful for me. And then not only is it the process that you go through, the personal responsibility you take to unravel these ideas down to what is really going on, but then there's also the faith and the risk that you must take to be that with your family, with the people to then live in reality that you have found. And that's also the social pressure is something that people are just not willing to take on.
Exactly. Well, that's the thing. That is what you just said is, to me, proper faith and proper spirituality. Everything else is a question of religion, not a question of faith. People bring up books which are written by men, and they don't ask questions that are outside that bounds, because again, it's a book and it's there, and they don't go past that. If you want to be spiritual, you have to ask about spiritual things. You don't ask about religious things. They're two separate things. People don't want to take that. I think, anyway, that's my thoughts.
Yeah. No, I agree with you, because if you're going, I think Flat Earth is a really beautiful introduction to these ideas, because we all understand the necessity. Flat Earthers understand, more than anyone, maybe, the importance of really getting reality sorted out, having your arguments in place, being able to show evidence, and then the question of spirituality. I think that responsibility should be carried into every area of your life, that you're not saying things that you can't provide evidence for. And I'm not saying there isn't a metaphysical aspect, or that that there is not a spirituality, because I know there is, because of what I found.
Correct. Well, that's the thing. You've got everybody's making claims everywhere, from a pope to a monarch to a fucking president or prime minister to Joe Blow on the street. And not nobody, but most people don't have anything to back up their claims.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, all right, apparently you speak to God. Tell me what's going on. Nobody will tell you nothing. They'll say, look at the book. And that's it. The same book, for 20,000 years. Just, a different name for it. And they'll change whatever inside, a few bits of the pieces, and, the old gods are demons, the new gods are good, and it's the same thing throughout time.
Mm-hmm.
Don't know how the human psyche works. You rebrand it. It's like these, people salesmen. They're salesmen trying to sell you an idea, a concept.
An ideology, a set of ideas, a story, say an internally coherent story like heliocentrism, and they say, here you go, this is the answer, and boy, you have to. I don't know. I think it's brick by brick. Personally, I think you have to build the house brick by brick, and that means you have to pick it up and put the mortar down, and you have to. It's a discipline. The whole thing, piece by piece. You have to, and then, not only are you building something that really has substance, but then it's also doing something in you every time you build something else and put another brick on. Then that brick belongs there, and I don't have to question the foundation, because you start at the foundation and work your way up, and maybe you don't finish it. Life is short. Maybe you don't finish it, but that's okay, and that's the kind of faith that I think you might have been describing, and that really hits me pretty strongly, I think.
Yeah, 100%, bro. What you just said, 100%. I agree with, and that's the allegory behind the Freemasons. They're builders. You build from the bottom up, and you make it, whatever it is, according to your, ideology, your idolatry, whatever you want to call it. It's the same fucking word.
Right? It is. Yeah, it is.
As you said, once you get to a certain point, some things you aren't meant to find out in this life, and if you
that's
don't,
frustrating. Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say, if you don't find them out, you don't find them out, and some things you aren't meant to basically know, and you have to be content with it.
Yeah, that's part of the discipline. Is not knowing. That's work too. Not knowing is a lot of work, because then you have to tell somebody, I don't know. I'm not really sure about that. I haven't sorted that out yet. It's honest.
Yeah, well, how do you describe the infinite to a finite mind?
Yep.
You get what I'm saying?
Oh yeah.
Trying to give this, bird's eye view of, from the dawn of time and pre-time to a mind that can't even distinguish if they're spinning around on a ball or walking straight and level.
Yeah.
How you gonna do it?
Yeah. No, there are limits. You can't. There are more things that you're not going to know than what you do know. I think it's surprising how little we can know. I mean, it's extraordinary. To me, that when you find something that is true, you understand, you build that foundation, you understand the earth is level and flat, and that it's not in motion, and it is contained. You find that's a life's work, especially living in the kind of deception we're subject to now, and maybe throughout history. But that's big. That is big. I am so thankful for that. Like, I feel a sense of wonder at that discovery. Like, just to know that is such a big deal. But then to go beyond that, that's a lot harder.
It's painful. But this is the thing, because you were talking about MK Ultra before. MK Ultra is not nothing new. It's just been there since the dawn of time. Every time they put up an institution that's good, there are some dudes that are going to go inside, infiltrate, and put dumb shit in people's minds, and they corrupt whatever was meant there for the good of the people.
Mm-hmm.
And they've got these books on it, from 2,000 years ago. They've been doing the same sort of, like waterboarding. That's not something you do. They've been using waterboarding for 2,000 years. It's
right.
just come out to the public now. But if you did a little digging, you'd realise that so-called MK Ultra has been going on for a long, long time, bro.
Yes, a long time in a cycle. It repeats itself over and over every generation. I was born in the early 70s, and I had the benefit of living at a time when I didn't question these things. It didn't seem to be the kind of necessity. Maybe I'm naive. But we're living at a time now where everyone's starting to feel the heavy hand, and we go through this cycle. These cycles repeat themselves over and over again, and what blows me away today is most people don't realize this. They still are living in the dying carcass of a once somewhat flourishing society. And man, if you're not hyper vigilant, if you don't pay attention, you're off you go into that cycle of tyranny.
Yeah, and they come here, be a slave, and they open their arms and they give you a smile, and you walk in there and give them a hug and say, "Yes, I'll be your slave. Thank you very much." It's an ingenious, system. It's bad, but you have to give them credit, because
give the devil his due, man. It is something else. I mean, without being too detailed about it, what they're doing is nothing short of ingenious.
I agree with that.
Yeah, it is really something, and people have bought into it, as they always have.
People are scared to breathe in air, bro. Like, this is this is the stuntiness that we've come down to. People are afraid to breathe in air. They think the air that they breathe is going to kill them. So how do you, converse or exchange anything with a person that is scared to live?
Yeah.
Scared to breathe.
Yeah. Who has given up the implicit right to exist and breathe.
Yep.
I just shake my head.
I'm shaking my head as we speak right now.
Yes. Yeah, I do. Yeah, I am too. It's really extraordinary. Yeah. Well, I think I have to go on a walk. I see my family move in that direction.
Oh, you mean as in? You go for it. Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, we're going for a walk and then probably get some dinner and so man, I really appreciate it. It's really nice to IG. Is that it?
Yeah, Iggs. Yep.
Iggs Ed. Really nice to talk to you, man.
You too, brother. I think we've spoken a few times. I'll expect you to. You're cool, bro. Thank you for the conversation, brother. And have a great time with your family too, bro.
I will do, and thank you so much.
Enjoy your family time, man.
Hey, thanks, Dave.
Thanks for chipping in here.
You bet, man. We'll talk to you soon.
Just ignore Iggs. Ignore Iggs. He's antipodal. He's one of them Australian guys. He's upside down.
He doesn't exist or something like that?
Yeah.
We're not even sure if he exists. Yeah.
All right. We'll keep trying to work it out.
I'm a figment of somebody's imagination, apparently.
All right. Good night.
Good night, bro.
Bye.
Yep, every time it rains in Australia, it's literally raining upside down. It's pretty wild.
Yeah, we don't walk on our feet here, we walk on our hands. It's all backwards.
I just flipped through the list again. I don't see any new people on here still. So if you want to do a 20-minute monologue, go for it, Iggs. Start now.
I just, sorry. I spoke to the other brother. I don't know what the monologue about.
You can monologue about your brilliant leader, what's his name? Daniel, what's his name?
Oh, what has he done now?
Your great prime minister in Australia. He's always looking out for y'all. He did something good the other day. I can't think what he did. We're probably not supposed to talk about
Emperor?
it anyway. Yeah.
Emperor, what did he do? Because I don't have a TV, bro. So what great edict did he come up with now? What is it? Everybody has to walk off a cliff, or?
I can't even remember what it was. It was something very tyrannical, so I don't remember what it was. I paid very little attention to it. I mean, I sort of glimpse over headlines just to see what's going on, you know, but it's just like if everybody would just realize we quit paying attention to these people, they would go away, you know. But nobody would do
100%. Yep. No. Well, here we've been under the edict of lockdown for over, 280 days or whatever?
Yeah.
The longest in recorded history. Some to be proud of, yes, an achievement. Wow.
It's speculation, but obviously, you know, it seems like China was the first testing area, but they're using Australia as a testing ground now. See what people have put up with.
Oh, yeah. Well, China went back to normal after 3 weeks. They had open dance parties, people are partying and whatever. We're getting locked down.
Yeah.
So, I don't know.
The time for a pandemic already passed. The pandemic time is 2 years. The Spanish flu lasted 2 years, so we passed that time, so it's over. Finished.
Yeah, it should be over with, right, Goddard?
Totally, already done. Now they're saying they want to learn to live with it.
But we got all the different letters of the Greek alphabet variants and stuff, so who knows how long.
I'm waiting for the epsilon. That one's the shit. The epsilon, that's the one.
Yeah.
Delta, beta, variant, alpha, kappa.
How many different names for the flu can you have? I don't know. We'll find out. Stay tuned.
If you tell people on TV that there's a deadly thing happening, and you got to quarantine, you got to cover yourself, a certain amount of people are going to make them so sick mentally, and if they already are sick, then the next step is dying. So that's going to have an effect on the world at large. And there'll be a certain amount of people, albeit low percentage, that will, get unwell and die. And there's your 0.01%.
Well, the problem is these people need to be told that there is one certainty in life, which is death. So you were born to die. So if you can accept that fact, then the rest is, I don't know, shouldn't really faze you. Because this is not the be-all and end-all. The meat suit is not the be-all and end-all. It's not you. If you think you are a meat suit, then that's a downfall.
Yep, it's like I've said before, the number one cause of death, prove me wrong, is being born.
Exactly. It's the one thing that is guaranteed.
If you're not born, you won't die.
Exactly.
There's a new face on the block here. Maybe he's a Glober. It's Hank Hill. You have any propane or accessories?
Hank, let me explain to you about gravity, why it's fake, okay?
Okay.
See, it's a fallacy for a glober or a globe believer to say stuff falls down. What they need to say is that some stuff falls down, heavy stuff, but some light stuff goes up, upward vector. Helium, fire, smoke, evaporation, all that stuff goes up. So you can't say stuff falls down, you have to say some stuff goes up, light stuff, and heavy stuff falls down. And therefore, there's no downward bias, it's a balance, and no need for gravity.
Well said. I've been saying recently that the entropy law, second law of thermodynamics, tells us that hot goes to cold, high charge goes to low charge, high pressure goes to low pressure, and just like everything else seeking its equilibrium, so does anything in the atmosphere. So if it's very dense, it's going to seek its equilibrium towards the dense ground. If it's very buoyant, it's going to go up like a hot air balloon.
Makes sense to me. You got a citation for that, Hank.
Yeah, I said that. So
you are the citation.
So what I'm thinking makes sense because everything else in the world doesn't. I am the citation.
Yes.
For that one, as far as I know, I haven't heard anyone else say it. So
good citation.
But why do you have hydrostatic pressure like in water? Like as you go deeper, it gets more pressure. Why is that? If the water is seeking its equilibrium.
It's just like when you put a whole bunch of blankets on top of yourself. You got more weight, more pressure.
But isn't more pressure because of gravity?
No, it's because you got a bunch of blankets on top of you.
So the blankets
layer after blanket.
The blankets are falling into the medium, which is more and more blankets, so you get more pressure. And in the same sense, if you have more helium balloons, they'll go up with the upward pressure. The more helium balloons, same thing.
So think about it like this: you're at the bottom of a 12-foot pool, right? There's a little bit of pressure, but that's only one blanket. Now add like 130 pulls to that, right? You know, that's a lot more blankets, right?
We've been joined by like 3 different new people. One of them, I don't want to say their name, but none of them. I don't know if there's a mod who wants to do anything. Well, he just left anyway. The R man just left.
I guess you know what? This should probably work. Thank you.
Hello? Hello, how you
doing?
Dad, I can tag into this right now, and I can just say, this is all the people debating it right now.
Wait, those are people on right now, on live, Flat Earth.
I can say something right now.
We're Flat Earthers.
You are saying something right now. Can you hear us?
Kyle?
Wow.
Yeah, Kyle, pay attention. We're all Flat Earthers.
He's about everyone
here.
Look at how rich! I gotta take a picture of that.
Kind of trying to change it, always stand up and give me
Hey, Kyle, we're going to mute you if you don't talk to us.
Cam the man, you got one chance to respond to us.
Yes.
Cam the man.
Let me.
Muting, by muting.
Seize him. Can't just come in here and continue on with your party, bro. Gotta pay attention.
It sounded like he was, if you can believe what he was saying, he was telling his dad that he was talking to Flat Earthers. Who knows?
Yeah, but he ignored us. So
yeah, he wasn't listening. Not listening to instructions. Yeah. Don't know what his major malfunction was there, pal. What about Sass though? He's no role person too. We'd have to do something with. Can you unmute people, Hank?
Not right this second. I'm gonna work.
We'll quit work.
Maybe in a second. I'll get back in the car.
Just quit work.
Yeah, right. I haven't thought about that before. I can just quit, right? Go home and stay there, right?
Yeah. Don't worry about paying any bills or nothing, man. I don't have to worry about that shit. If there's a moderator around that wants to take a risk on Sasto, feel free to unmute them. You gotta keep it moderated.
He's unmuted.
Why am I muted? I'm typing.
No. You're unmuted.
So
hello,
So how exactly does the day and night cycle work on the flat Earth? Is my question. Does it just like rotate?
Hello, how you doing? You want to get right into it, or you want to say hello?
I don't know. I'm just asking a question, dog.
Okay. How does the day and night cycle work?
Yeah.
The sun goes around. It's up in the sky. We don't know exactly how far away. And it's on one side of the Earth during the day, and it's light. Then when it's on the other side, then it's night on the side it was on. Does that make sense?
Not really.
Look at the yin yang symbol, dude.
What does it have to do with it?
That's the concept. The yin yang symbol. One side is dark, one side is light. You've got it there. Just look at it. The smaller dot representing the sun, the other dot representing the moon. It's not hard.
Yeah, so we observe the sun moving across the sky, so it's in transit above our heads. Keep in mind the burden of proof would be on the other side to prove that the Earth is rotating and the sun is relatively stationary, but I can't find any evidence for that myself.
Hey, your mic is really close to your keyboard.
I'm sorry, I muted myself, sorry.
Is it like on your desk? Yeah, there's one of those.
Yeah.
I'm sure you can set a noise gate or like move your keyboard closer to your mouth or further away from your keyboard.
I gotta download some drivers. I'll be back probably.
Did he leave?
Yep.
Let's try Cam Demand, see if he's still got background noise. Are you there, Cam Demand? Or he might be muted. Yeah, I never thought about that, how the day and night cycles, man. It must be a globe, right, guys?
Yeah, it's.
You would think it would have come.
Sorry, okay.
I was going to say, I would have come across that in like 6 years of research, but I never thought about that one. Anyway.
As soon as people have an image of something, they can't. I don't know why it's hard to let go. They just don't want to let go. Whatever it is, doesn't matter. You don't see no fucking spheres in nature. Ever, anywhere. There's no perfect spheres in nature. They don't exist.
Did he get his question answered, how the sun works? The day and night cycle?
No, he stumped us, Hank. We're getting ready to shut down the server. It's a globe.
Oh, he provided evidence.
No.
Oh, darn. So close this time.
I think he said it didn't make sense to him. Probably should have asked him where he thinks the sun is and how big the sun is. So he can get an idea that the sun is not where he thinks it is and not how big he thinks it is.
Or you could
But he
ask him
knows.
what doesn't make
He
sense.
knows.
Don't really know. He didn't get a chance to elaborate.
Yeah, all he says was, I don't really understand or I don't really get it. And then he left.
It's probably that, though. That trips most people. They're trying to put, a huge ass
Well, at least he...
in front of above a flat fucking space disc.
Yeah. It's ridiculous.
At least he gave it the good old college try, right? At least he really tried.
Yeah.
He did.
30 seconds.
He was probably typing using his lifelines, man.
Is that your final answer?
There's no initiative from these type of people. I mean, yeah, it's fine. Ask questions when you don't know stuff or you're curious, but try and figure a few things out when you're by yourself. No.
Yeah, I only use the walkthrough when I'm good and solid stuck. It's like, okay, obviously I'm not going to be able to think outside the box on this one. I'm stuck. Where's the walkthrough?
It just demonstrates an unseriousness about the topic from the get-go. Yeah. When you treat it as a joke, you come in and you ask these 101 stupid questions that are on every top 10 reasons we know the Earth is not flat article. Yeah. But when you take the topic seriously, even a little bit, you'll find the answer to this real quick for yourself. I never have much faith with people that come in and start with stuff like that.
I had to have a laugh because I was laughing very hard. How does day and night work? It's like like a mechanical car. Like you can pull it apart yourself with your hands to put it into words in a scientific way. It's retarded. This way of thinking is just makes me laugh. Oh God.
It's funny because most people don't know how their car works, right? Like they're unaware of the internal combustion engine, right? Unless they're like, a mechanic or curious, right?
Yep.
Or maybe they took small engine repair, but most people don't know how that works and they just accept it,
Yep.
And they just drive it. And like a lot of people often like to say, they don't read their Bible, but they believe in it, right?
Mm-hmm.
I seem to have noticed, and it's like same thing with the globe Earth model. Like they don't know hardly anything about it, but they believe it, even though they haven't read it.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. But the thing is, there's no manual for that. It's like I don't know much about cars. I know a little bit, I know about other things, but at least with a car, if you want to, you can, take it apart, put it back together. Yeah. You can't go up there, take the world apart, take the sun and the moon and all the rest of the stuff apart, and then put it back together. It doesn't work like that. It's not mechanical.
So I just heard a motorcycle go by, and I could tell by the way it sounded that it was running a little bit lean. Right? And it's like, I know how that shit works because I have one. You know, and it's like, you could hear it, right? Like when he let off the gas, like you could tell, like he pulled forward a little too hard, and the motor was like just a little thirsty. Needed just a little more.
The motor was thirsty.
Yeah, you could hear it. And I know that because my bike was lean when I first got it. And then after I made a few adjustments on the carburetor, it's like everything works great. And you know, that's really cool that I know how it works and everything, right? And it's like I can verify that this is how it works. You just go adjust the idle screw, and when you let off the gas, it shouldn't like jerk you forward. It might pull you forward just a hair, right? Because you're no longer like being pulled back off the bike. So it might feel like you're coming forward just a hair, but it shouldn't like jerk you forward when you let off the gas. And it's like these movers have no idea how any of this shit works.
Can you also tell that he was riding over a flat plane?
Some people like to be jerked around.
Yeah, some people like to be jerked around by these crazy models, for sure.
Now, the way that he was driving, do you suspect a flat earther, a glober, or a normie? We should know if he was either a glober, a flat earther, or a normie by the way he was doing his controlling his pedals, you know, and the angle at which he was driving the motorcycle.
I imagine he's a normie, because if he ain't figured out that his motorcycle's running a little lean yet, you know.
Yeah, I agree. He probably doesn't know the arguments, right?
Right. He probably just upgraded it and hadn't adjusted it yet or something.
Because he thought there was gravity, that's why. But there's not.
Yeah, he was rolling down the curve.
So we've got Cam Demand back with VC Verified. Welcome back, Cam Demand. Can you talk?
Still muted. Server muted.
Did you guys see the new Candyman? I heard it was good.
Oh, Jesus, my bad.
Didn't you beat him one time?
Man, we unmuted you, bro. The last time you were in here, you were hot micing and talking to your people. So, are you around Cam Demand?
She picked up an aggravated speeder. Aggravated speeder is you go over.
Nah.
I deafened him this time. Someone else can handle that shit. Ain't nobody got time for that.
Was that him hot micing?
Yep.
Yeah, I tried to talk to him. Unmuted him. Who joins the server and come here and just like lays their phone down and like who does that, right?
People with no self-awareness.
I suspect Normie on that one.
When I join a server, I'm on mute and I'm kind of listening and looking around and see what people are typing, what they're saying. This dude's got a cell phone in his back pocket and he's probably going to take a dump in a minute and not realize that he's live on 24/7.
That's because you're not a knuckle dragger, Hank.
Well, I guess there's an argument to be had for that. Maybe I'm not.
If you've mastered common decency, Yeah, probably not. So.
Yeah, I think I got that one down. Common decency. Yeah, my grandmother did give me a compliment about that this morning. But she has to be nice, right? She's the grandma. So I'm not a knuckle dragger, but I'm pretty sure I'm a mouth breather. I think I got a deviated septum.
Is there any actual studies behind that? Or it's just
No, but I can breathe through my nose. It's just doesn't work out as good.
no. I meant with the mouth breather thing. You know, is it just something?
Oh yeah,
said, or is it actually backed up by any research?
Yeah, I think there's something to it.
Oh yeah.
What is it? Nitrogen, nitrous oxide. I think you're supposed to, when you breathe through your nose, it creates nitrous oxide. I think.
Really? I did not know that.
Maybe I got the chemical wrong or the compound wrong.
Isn't that what you use in cars? Nitro?
So was I right about that? Did somebody fact check me?
I didn't know I was supposed to. Give me a second.
Oh, well, yeah, I'm full of shit sometimes. Let's see.
Nitric oxide, yeah. Not nitrous.
Told you.
The same. I'm not sure, but yeah. Nitric.
Benefits.
Look, I just sent you a DM, bro. Have a look at that.
All right, cool. Yeah, when the whole mask thing was going on for like a few months in Texas, maybe like a year, I was breathing through my nose, just practicing because I know that you're supposed to like breathe through your nose. So I would just like put it under my lips and breathe through my nose. Like, what? I'm wearing it. What do you want?
Just put like a Batman mask on. Walk around with that.
I saw some really cool LED masks that like change faces.
I
thought about auditing with those things. I thought about getting one and auditing with it. You know, because Karens get so triggered over a man with a camera. You know, LED mask man with a camera. They're gonna be like, "Oh my god, it's Lucifer!"
Optimus Prime. He's come down. God.
Yeah, check out those changing LED masks. Pretty cool. I want one. I ain't gonna lie. I'm kind of a child when it comes to stuff like that. I want to fuck with people. I want to test the boundaries.
That's the only way you can stay sane, bro. I'm telling you. I'm been in this game for a while, and if you don't, make light of the situation, you end up going mental.
So today, there was like a, let's just say an event that I went to. I know, right? I'm an introvert, and I went to an event, a very crowded event. And I filmed the whole time, and nobody said anything to me except for the people that were like, "Hey, Larry," the people that I knew. So I would like pause it and talk to them, and then I walked around, recorded the whole event, like walked all around, recorded everything, and nobody said nothing.
And from that test, what did you extrapolate, bro?
The Texans love their freedom. Maybe not all of them. I bet if I go to the east end of Dallas and try some shit like that, I bet it wouldn't work out the same way. So yeah, I got 20 minutes of footage on my phone that I'm probably not going to upload because there was no Karens, no cops, nothing. So my son got me to try some new tea, and I've been drinking like fresh squeezed lemon and honey, like raw unfiltered honey. And then I did like a packet of lemon honey. And now my son's got me trying chamomile and vanilla, I think is what it is. It's like I never had chamomile before. It's good. Yeah, I was gonna say it doesn't need sugar. It doesn't need it at all. I usually put honey or stevia, the sweet leaf, and it doesn't need either one.
Yeah, it's one of the best teas. It's good for de-stressing and stuff, to fall asleep or to be relaxed.
So I guess maybe next time I go to an event, I should strap a pistol to my hip. See if that doesn't get anybody's attention. It's a little more dangerous doing a Second Amendment audit, but probably worth it.
So isn't there a lot of people in Texas open carry anyway?
Well, they got the concealed carry license, which changed to conceal or open carry license. And then now it's just and certain private places, but no government places for sure. No post office, no anywhere they're voting. Avoid that like the plague. Okay. City Hall, avoid that. But yeah, I thought since nobody said anything, and there was a lot of people out there when I went. There was a lot of people. You had to walk to get there. I'll put it that way. You had to walk a few blocks. And nobody said anything.
So you didn't see any cops, or none of them harassed you?
Yeah, there was cops there. Cops don't care if you record. It's usually Karen that sicks the cops on you.
Right.
And I was thinking about naming my YouTube channel something like Karen's Tractor Beam, or because what they do is the Karen or Darren, whichever one, they'll like do like a beeline, like 50 feet. They'll walk straight over to you and tell you that they don't want to be on camera. And then they're like, get the camera out of my face. It's like, didn't you just walk 50 feet to get over here and I'm sticking the camera in your face? It's like, you don't want to be on camera, huh? So why are you over here talking to me, genius? That's usually how it works.
Yep, what you just said literally happened.
Didn't meet any Karens or Darrens today.
But what you just said literally happened to Whitson in Houston. As soon as he set up the other night on the sidewalk, this guy walks up to him. You can't record here. Nah, 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 nah. I'm going to call the cops.
I've also heard them called Beeline Beckies, because they just like walk out of nowhere, like straight up to you, get right in front of your camera, and they're like, hey, I don't want to be on camera. It's like, well, why are you talking to me then, stupid?
There's no expectation of privacy in the public, bro. They can't do nothing.
So I guess today and tomorrow there's at least a few hundred flat earthers gathered in South Carolina at the flat.
So no new people, huh?
My mic not working.
PC was full when I got here.
No, Dave, you're coming through, bro.
I am. I don't think Hank can hear me though. Can you hear me, Hank? I don't think Hank's hearing me. Maybe he blocked me.
No, I don't know. I don't know what happened.
Your many honey. Yeah, I was arguing the best in the world. Yeah, I was getting shot at on the way out.
Oh my God! Who unmuted that guy again?
Wow.
I was just checking.
He's gonna sit there all night with his mic open.
Wow.
What the hell?
What? Fuck. What is? Oh, please forgive me, God.
In a world.
Oh, it's like I'm living
told all his friends, watch this, I'm going to join a Flat Earth server and not say anything, just leave my mic open. Then they all laugh, whatever.
It's like I'm living in the world of fucking The Simpsons. I just see Homer everywhere.
Let's see how long he stays. What if he's on for like the next 3 days? Just connected to, and periodically we can like peer into his life. Like, oh, he's in the shower this morning. Oh, now he's getting ready for work. I think that's an electric razor.
I think he's with his boyfriend now.
Hopefully they're at the gym.
Well, Hank, he claims in the text that he accidentally had his mic open and stuff. That's why he made noises. I don't know. If you want to talk to him, you can try. But...
He accidentally had it open 3 times. We can try a 4th, I guess.
Hey, Cam Demand. Hey, Cameron.
Talk to me.
What's up, bro?
What's going on?
What brought you to the server?
I've been in this server for a while.
Oh, yeah? So, is it flat or is it a sphere?
It's flat.
Oh, okay. What makes you think that?
Listen, I'm not here to investigate or debate. I'm here to listen.
Right, but you said it's flat. I mean, surely you've come across some information that makes you think that it's flat. I'm not trying to debate.
Correct. That's correct. Yeah, no, that's correct. And I'm not here to debate or anything. I'm here to listen.
Okay. Well, feel free to listen. Listen away. If you do have anything to say, just take yourself off mute and
I will say this.
speak up.
I mean, I will say this. There's a lot of things. What are you guys' honest thoughts about? What are you guys' honest thoughts about NASA?
What is my honest thoughts about NASA?
Yeah.
Well, I'm just here to listen, bro. I'm just here to learn. I don't really want to debate with you. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's how you guys get. You get petty and just throw it right back.
No, bro. Here's the deal, man. If you can't verify it and you can't falsify it, then it's just poetry, right? Because what is truth? What is truth, sir?
Get him. This guy's a genius.
He asked you a simple question, dude. What's truth?
What is truth, sir?
Well, I can't tell you what truth is because how can you really know something?
If you can verify it, right? Like you have 2 testicles, right? So you can verify that, can't you?
Yes, there, kid. Do you have 2 testicles? I would argue that you might not be able to even know anything.
Put your balls in a vice, tighten it as tight as you can, and then try to make that argument again.
That is actually true. That is true. I guess that's kind of actually a good answer to that you can verify it. You ever hear that philosophical argument, though, about knowledge?
Sophistry.
That's sophistry. Yeah, bro. It's not even...
Yeah. No,
it's not even real.
That's a philosophical argument, though. Or that's something I learned about, though. In philosophy.
Not logical.
Solipsism is stupid, bro.
Yeah, I'd actually agree with that. That's just kind of fucking questioning rant. Things that don't even need to be questioned.
Yeah, I mean, everything needs to be questioned, but do you really exist? That's one of those questions that...
Yeah.
Like, yeah, you ask it once, right? That's not like something you do over and over again.
Yeah, I don't want to keep investing. Yeah, I get that. I feel the same way.
So truth is that which is verifiable, right? And falsifiable. Correct?
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
So basically, they say that science is never settled, right? And if science is never settled, then everything's open for investigation, right? So we proved real fast that, as a human race, that you can add heat to water and it boils, right? And then we learned later on that if you take away atmospheric pressure, it also causes it to boil, right? So the science is never settled for that reason, right? But we thought we knew for sure.
Science is ongoing. Yes.
Right.
Here's
right.
the thing. I agree with that. Science is always ongoing.
But cosmology and theoretical astrophysics, that's not a natural science. Would you agree to that?
Oh, wait.
Because you have to do the scientific method for it to be natural science, right? Hypothesis testing, experiments.
Brother, I told you, I'm not here to talk. I'm here to listen.
Right, I'm just talking with you. I'm not really debating you.
Exactly. I've done this. I've been in here 3 times where I've said the same exact thing, and you just keep questioning me. I'm here to listen. Talk to someone else. I'm here to talk.
All right, that's fine. Who's here to talk? Yeah, debates don't really happen until you say that you know something, right? And I say, well, is this what you meant? And you say, yeah, that's what I meant. I know it to be true. And I say, okay, show me the evidence.
Listen, I'm here with my brother, actually. Here, talk to my brother. Because I think you guys can actually convince me of the truth. Here's my brother.
All right.
Hey, how's it going, man? How you doing?
Good, bro. Peace. What's up?
Peace. Sup? Hold on a sec.
So we're talking about... Oh, he said, hold on.
I had a quick question. Am I being recorded?
I believe this is going live stream to YouTube twice.
Oh, right here. Well, I wasn't aware. I wanted open format where I didn't feel the pressure. So I apologize, but I'm not going to be able to ask any questions at this time.
Okay.
I know that's why I said.
If somebody wanted to go into another room with you where you feel more free to speak, we can do that. You want to arrange that to another room that's not recorded? Or not? So here's the thing. I mean, nobody's going to know who you are. I mean, unless you're like uber famous.
He's a rounder, so please tell him the truth.
He's a rounder. Okay, so here's the thing. The physics of water is always the same. No matter what container you put it in, it takes the shape of the container and it's level on top. That's why we say sea level. And they give us the dimensions of the Earth. They tell us the radius is 3959 miles. So you can Google this and see where the horizon would be when you put it into the Earth curve calculator. 1 foot observer height will tell you the horizon will be 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So at 1 foot, it'll be 1.225 miles. So we've tested this claim that the curvature rate is this, and we've falsified this claim. And we've been doing it for 6 years all over the world. We go out to a large body of water that's at rest,
I apologize
and we
for
get
interrupting.
landmarks and see what we can see.
I'm digesting what I can. I'm trying to digest what I can. You're throwing a lot at me. So when you said falsified for the past 6 years, could you elaborate on that?
We're like, no, this is bullshit. I'm going to go debunk it. And they go out and they measure the curvature rate of the Earth, and they can't find the curve. So,
well, what about NASA?
And to measure yourself, and at 10 miles, there should be 66 feet of curvature, and we can't find it. We've seen photographs like the Guinness Book of World Records, longest photograph ever taken. I believe it was like 273 miles. So I went to Corpus Christi, North Beach, and there's that big ass ship right there. They turned into a hotel. I think it's like a battleship. They turned into a hotel. But if you look across the way, and it's 10 miles, you can see the buildings at 1 foot above the water. So I'm in the water. I'm in the ocean, right? And the water's coming up to about my chest. I'm pretty deep. And I'm looking across, and I can see the buildings. They should have been covered by like 60 feet of curvature. But they were only like 2-story buildings. They weren't 6-story, because the major part of the city is behind you in North Beach. Right?
Okay.
And I'm looking out into like...
Checks out. That definitely checks out. I'm trying to get a fresh understanding of this, but what about the sorry, excuse me. What about the pictures from NASA?
Well, see, that's the thing. You said picture as if like it's a photograph. But I can show you Robert Simmons.
Stuck on the,
Sorry, hold on.
the pictures they took of Earth from the moon. He's stuck on that. He thinks that those are real.
Okay, well, the thing is that they faked the moon landing, and you can see that it's faked pretty easily. There's a documentary called American Moon, 3.5 hours in one documentary of evidence showing you that the moon landing was faked, including professional photographers.
We all know the pictures of the Earth. Those pictures they took on those bullshit pictures they took on the moon. He's stuck on those being real.
Who cares?
Okay, well, the film wouldn't survive in those kind of conditions.
American. What is it?
Now, can I say something for a second?
Link it in live stream.
So Hank just mentioned physical reality that you can go test, and you're like, put pictures.
What?
How do you test the authenticity of an image, right?
That's what I'm trying to tell my brother.
How do you test the authenticity of an image?
You can't, dude. That's what I'm telling him.
Okay. No, you can.
The brother here.
Portray something, right? And someone's going to say, this image portrays XYZ. Well, you can go to where they say they took that image and test it, right?
But isn't it on you guys to disprove the photo's authenticity as opposed to he trying to prove the authenticity of the photo?
You he did. Hank just told you he did, because images purporting to be from space show curving water. Right? They show the
Let's not get contentious here.
Right?
I want him to understand. But your tone of voice, it's a little aggressive. I'm not gonna lie. But I agree with you. Keep going.
Look, it's real simple. The images portray curving water, a curving ocean. Now, if we go check to see if the ocean's actually curving and it's not, the image is fake. Just like if someone said, hey, this is a picture of my beach house, and then I go down to the beach and there's no house there, I know the image is fake. I don't need to inquire any further.
Yeah, but he's
I don't
stuck
need to know
on
why the image is
he's
fake.
stuck on NASA being a legitimate organization.
It can be, doesn't matter. What they say portrays reality. Those images, when we go test it in the physical world, it's not there.
Tell them about the wires on that one video.
Doesn't matter what they show. Doesn't matter what they show. He can go out himself and test the flat Earth and see if Earth is flat or curved. He can test it himself. Doesn't matter what the stars do, what the lights in the sky do, what images are shown. What the physical world is what it is.
So, I'm not trying to
take mental contortions. Listen, it doesn't take mental contortions. You don't. It's not really even a thought process.
Let's not get aggressive here. Let's not get aggressive.
No one's aggressive.
Your tone is aggressive.
No, you're just.
So, I have a serious question. But how do you explain the horizon? How do you explain the horizon?
What about the horizon? What do you think? There's no horizon on a flat Earth?
Well, I always imagine it's because of the curvature of the Earth that I can't see.
Okay, well, that's your imagination. Because the horizon is where the sky appears to meet the ground. And if there was no horizon on the flat Earth, then you would have to see either 100% sky or 100% ground. Do you know how ridiculous that sounds?
That sounds ridiculous.
Yeah, exactly. Like I'm standing on a flat Earth and all I see is ground or all I see is sky. No, there's always going to be a horizon because your head is above the ground and the sky is dividing from the ground. And where the ground
seems to appear to end is your angular resolution limit.
Okay.
Right? Just like think about a checkerboard, an infinite checkerboard. At some point, the checkers, right, as they get further and further away, they go from square at your feet to trapezoids, to stretch, to stretch, to stretch. But then when they get far enough away, you only see them as a line. That is where the horizon is. It's because your angle to the surface is too shallow.
So I have to ask, I kind of usurped my brother's phone. I thought it was a very interesting conversation, and I kind of wanted to partake. But I actually just got off the plane last night. We were flying at, I believe the pilot said 39,000 feet. And if you look out at night taking a red eye, you can kind of see what looks like to me as a curvature, when you're that high up.
Maybe check your math, buddy. You should check your math. Okay? Because if you could see curvature from a plane at 49,000 feet, right, you would live on a ball whose circumference was 300 kilometers.
I'm sorry, can you say that out there?
Here's what's happening. You were looking through bulges.
There's no way you can see curvature from an airplane on an 8,000 mile diameter ball. Okay? You are not nowhere near high enough. Okay? 120,000, 8,000 feet is nowhere near high enough. An airplane certainly is not high enough.
But I saw it.
Well, you're deluded.
But how do you figure?
No, you didn't. Because
if you think that what you saw,
listen
to me. Listen, slow down. If you think that what you saw is Earth curvature, then you live on a ball that's 1/100th the size of the ball they say it is.
You gotta listen to me as well. I've listened to
no math, and we already listened to this. We don't need to listen to it again.
Simple.
Hey, listen, I'm on your guys' side.
School. I'm gonna mute you.
You guys get too aggressive and you start over talking each other.
Nobody's aggressive. You're not listening and you're not addressing my point. You're trying to just say, I saw it. Real simple. The math says it is impossible for you to see a curve. You just disproved the radius. If you think that you saw Earth curve, you disproved the radius. The radius is supposed to be 3,959 miles. If you do the math, 39,000 feet, and you saw curvature, you live on a ball whose radius is 300 kilometers.
So here's the thing. We're not being aggressive against you. We're attacking the idea, right? The argument, the model. Right, so Indio has a shitty mic because he's out with his headphones and he's having to raise his voice in order to be heard. That's it.
I do got a shitty mic. I got bad connection, quite honestly. But that ain't the point. The point is, if you do the math, right? You think the math is lying? Jesus Christ.
You guys, without interruption, I would just ask the same respect in return.
Then, listen, if you want respect, address the issue. Address the mathematics. Address the mathematics. If you're seeing curvature at 47,000 feet on a ball that's 3,959 miles in radius, how is that possible? How is that possible?
You're throwing out numbers. And
knowing the numbers, you don't even know the numbers.
But nevertheless,
because you don't know the numbers,
you can do the math. The curvature of the Earth is then my question.
He needs to be
not
muted.
Seeing the curvature of the Earth.
He needs to be muted. He's not even listening to at anything. He's just talking right now. He's literally just talking right now. While he's muted, he doesn't even know he's muted, and he's still talking. Fucking awesome.
That's hilarious.
It's so awesome.
I just want you to address the mathematics, man. It's real simple.
He's not addressing any kind of math at all. He's actually saying, we're just throwing out numbers. No, these are the numbers for the globe. Thank you.
Well, listen, this is even what Globers say, right? So there's a paper titled Visually Discerning the Curvature of the Earth by David Lynch. And and he even says it. So with the mathematics, it's like pretty simple, man. No one sees curvature from an airplane.
India, is it 1/8? Is it 1/8
They sent me the
the diameter to see the curve?
Some graph.
You would need to be like 1/8 the rate. No, 1/8 the diameter to see curvature. You have to be sufficiently far enough away.
You know what's really disappointing is that
You have the miles.
no. You know what's really disappointing is that we're here to have a conversation, and then we get muted. And now you are
the one just yelling over everyone.
Mathematics. We want you to address the
Please
issues and not talk
address
about
the
your
math.
feelings.
All of you, go fuck
The math is what we are talking about. We're not talking about feelings.
We didn't even call you out on lying because you know you lied.
We show you the math and you say it's wrong. It's awesome.
Listen, he didn't take a plane last night and see curvature. It's another bullshit lie they come in here and say. But when
they're going to see curvature at night.
The math don't.
But because NASA.
Yeah, I want to know that one too. I guess he saw like the fucking city streetlights curving.
Dude, I was in the red eye, okay?
Yeah, you can't see the horizon at nighttime, bro. Only thing you can see is city lights. The cabin is way too illuminated.
It's so funny that they say
I was in the red eye and I saw the horizon.
Hey, but why would they lie? Why did I come in and lie and say I took an airplane flight I never took?
Yeah, I also posted 2 videos of the world's most famous astrophysicist, according to National Geographic, telling him that he's wrong, but I guess he doesn't want to see that.
Even Matthew Learns would come in here and tell him he's wrong.
Yeah, Matthew would be sad.
We need like an official globe or standby to check their own people.
To protect the globe, yeah. Holy shit. These guys are just saying whatever the hell they want and just, it just goes.
Look, the fuselage is curved. The glass that he was looking through is curved, but unfortunately you can't see the curvature at night. So I don't know what he's talking about. You'd only be able to see the horizon during the day. And the thing is, I play guitar. If you want to see how curved the neck is, you don't just hold it to somebody like it's a sword, right? You take it and you put it up to your eye like it's a rifle, and you look down the neck of the guitar, right? Like you're trying to hit a target, like you're sighting a target. That's how you check to see if it's curved.
An airplane is equivalent to being 1/100th of an inch above a 6-foot beach ball. Not seeing curve from 1/100th of an inch above a 6-foot beach ball.
Did you say 35,000 miles? 39,000 miles? 39,000 feet.
I just go by 47,000 feet, which is the top, which is where the top altitude of commercial aircraft. They do not fly above that. They barely fly even at that altitude. I just go by that. That's 1/100th of an inch above a 6-foot, 6.5 foot technically beach ball.
So divide an inch into 100 pieces, go that high off of a 6-foot beach ball, and tell me that you can see the curve at night.
Yeah, exactly. That's what it's at night. From inside a little, like from a point, right? Basically, which the equivalent of a point inside the plane window, right? Which is basically like a, what would they call it? A point camera. But we all know he never took that flight, so whatever.
If you count 2,000 miles times 5,280 feet per mile, I get 10,500,000 feet.
Well, here's like, listen. When you really think about it, you can like rescale this and use scales and just like rescale everything, right? So rescale the miles down to inches, right? And get it in a size that people are familiar with. So the International Space Station is like 1.5 inches above a 6.5 foot beach ball. Now think about what that would look like if you put your eye 1.5 inches above a 6-foot tall beach ball. Now think of the images they show and how far the Earth is away from the pictures they show. They look like they're at least, half a foot, maybe a full foot away from the ball, right?
How far does the ISS claim to be from the Earth?
250 miles or 400 kilometers.
It's 250 miles. I get 1,320,000 feet.
Yeah, just rescale it. Just refactor it. You know how to rescale stuff, right? Divide it by 1 million or divide it by 5 million. What you do is, what's the ratio of the altitude to the diameter? Okay, and you take that ratio and you change it to any scale you want. So if you want the ball to be 6 feet, you make that 6 feet ball and the altitude that same ratio. So say the ratio of the ball to the altitude is 1 millionth. You make the ball and you want to change to a 6-foot ball, you go 1 millionth of a 6-foot ball. It's not 1 millionth. I'm just throwing a number out there. It's more like 120,000 or something. This is simple math, dude. This is like 7th grade math.
If you do 8,000 miles diameter and you put that to 250 miles, I get 1/32. Is that right? 32 times 250 is 8,000. Is that right?
You think 250 miles to 8,000 miles? I don't know, in my head. You think it's 32 times 250 is 8,000? That might sound about right.
Yes.
Yeah, so that might sound about right.
Yeah, but we did the math at like 30, and it was like over 300,000
So
miles.
take a 6-foot ball and divide that by 32.
I remember we had like a whole session in here with Quantum, and he was like doing the math too.
Yeah, that's essentially where we got these sizes for the globe.
Maybe also the ISS can teach us when the Earth begins to spin away from the things in the sky. Also, that would be a good thing to learn. At what point does the Earth spin under the things in the sky? Because it does spin under the ISS. On at least on the green screen, it does.
Flat earthers are just too real. You're so aggressive. Your testosterone is so high. I bet you're man spreading right now, aren't you, Indio?
Dude, I take a red eye, and you guys are just throwing out numbers.
Your facts are just too aggressive. We just need less facts, so we're less aggressive.
Probably volunteers to get teabagged in Call of Duty.
But honestly, tone police. Sorry.
The tone police.
Yeah.
What you're saying is not true because you're rude. That's got to be some sort of a logical fallacy.
Yeah, what you're saying just it's wrong because I don't like the way you sound when you say it, even though like anything you say, like I haven't actually looked into it, it just sounds like that you don't like me, so I'm just gonna ignore all that.
That's the librarian fallacy. You didn't speak in a library tone, so I'm gonna ignore what you said.
Yeah, I don't know what the fallacy is for it, but I know that it's used as a discrediting tactic and used by narcissists and abusers, so I don't like it at all.
Don't you take that tone with me.
You can also say Catholic Church fallacy. You can't talk. You can't raise your voice inside the church.
Yeah, it either goes like he's being so aggressive that he's focusing on what he imagines is the emotion behind the tones, or he's either like, oh, it makes me feel like bad when you speak with these tones, so I can't listen to the contents of what you're saying. Both are just illogical.
It's like, hit me with your best facts. Okay? Stop hitting me, you're hurting me. You're killing me. I mean, they said they didn't want to debate. I mean, there never would have been really a debate unless, they made a claim. And if you make a claim, back it up. If you got a belief, we don't care about your beliefs. Believe whatever the fuck you want. You can believe in Santa Claus is the tooth fairy, or maybe they're cross-dressers. Maybe they switch jobs sometimes. We don't care about any of that shit.
Hey, could I ask a question?
Please.
Could someone explain like the meteorite that like blew up in the sky in Siberia?
You mean the one
that they're just like lights in the sky? Like what exactly was that?
The event of like 1918? Is that what you're talking about?
No, 2013 over Siberia. It was like a Chelyabinsk meteor.
Yeah, the thing that was detonated above a Russian city.
Okay, so
detonate, bro.
So it was
rockets.
Actually.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Okay, so
we don't know what it was.
Meteorite. It was like a.
We don't know what it was, right?
Okay. Okay.
It was an unverified projectile in the air. Might as well call it a UFO. We don't know what it is. What's the point in making a claim about it if you can't prove it?
Can you show us some of that meteorite? It was pretty big. Someone has a piece of it. Can you show that to us?
True. I guess you make a fair point. Yeah, someone would probably have to have a piece of it.
What they said was it landed in a frozen lake and sunk to the bottom, so they couldn't recover it.
Yeah,
smashed through the ice.
That does sound kind of fishy.
You're a robot, and dude, disconnect and come back. And I would just think if you had some kind of a meteorite from other planets, some other place in the solar system, that you have minerals on there that were not found on Earth. That just would make sense to me. And we haven't found any new minerals. Any of these meteorites that are coming to Earth, they're all the same stuff. So I doubt the whole thing is true.
Did you hear about the ones that from the moon rocks? They said had a mineral only found on the moon. And then they found it in Australia. Someone did.
And then they found it in Antarctica as well.
Yeah. And you know what they said? A meteor hit the moon and blasted it back to Earth. This is what they said. That's how it got back. That's how it's on Earth. That's the only way. Because this is, unique to the moon, and it had to stay unique, so it had to be blasted back to Earth. There's no way it could be here.
Didn't they find the moon rocks were petrified wood?
Yes, in
only the official ones.
It was Europe or whatever. But isn't it a piece of the moon broke off and hit Earth? Is that one of the stories?
Who knows? Who knows at this point? They'll say anything.
Like a meteor hit the moon and then it broke off and then hit us. Yeah.
I just got the s'mores out. Okay, tell me more stories. I like these stories.
It's Thea the Wayward
Yeah, they were
Planet,
very awesome.
who hit us with a glancing blow and deposited its molten iron core into ours, replenishing it, saving all of life.
Tell me more about directed panspermia.
That sounds like planetary rape.
Pretty much.
Was the original Earth consenting when it had like that, material deposited in it?
It's too young to consent.
Yeah.
Come on, 4.3 million years is just a number.
Nah, bro. Can't contract until 4.8.
I think it was Tiamat, right? The ball planet rock, whatever, that collided with whatever the main Earth part was, and then it made it because it collided with us. Then it became the smaller ball known as the moon.
Tiamat Marduk, according to Zachariah Sitchin. Can't believe I read that stupid shit.
I know. I bought it too. I was all scared. 12th planet and shit. I thought, oh no, it's gonna come, man. It's gonna come into our orbit. It's gonna throw us off our orbit.
Hey, listen, guys. If there's gravity, wouldn't the asteroid belt form back into a planet?
Yeah. Well, none of it makes any sense. It's all like random.
Oh, that's the firmament, according to Zachariah Sitchin. The asteroid belt's the firmament.
There's another guy that does a really good job of spinning this tale, and he's got some good information in as well. It seems, I don't know, but what's his name? Come to me. But he talked about how there was an alien spaceship came here, and they were being chased, and then they came down to Earth and seeded the Earth and all that, and then they were being chased by this other faction of aliens, and that's the faction of aliens that put the force field around the Earth, and that's the reason we can't go anywhere now. And he's got this whole story that goes along with it, the Adamic race, as opposed to it's the Adams and the Eves, and that there was a first try that they gave half their DNA to, and they were maybe the Jews or the whatever the people were, and there was too much of their DNA, so they were too smart and they couldn't be controlled, so they gave us dumbed down DNA. And then it was the serpent race that was the first one, right? So that was like the serpent that came and convinced the Eves to convince the Adams to not be controlled by God anymore. And that whole thing, it's kind of like a cultural thing he puts it in. And then we realized that there was the lizard or the reptile didn't try to protect its young or eat its own young or something, and it had like this cold-blooded lizard quality. And then they made another race with this DNA that added the reptilian DNA to it, so that they would be more controllable and more less of a soul, I guess, or less caring than anything else. So it kind of like puts all these different factions of people and how they might have been created to identify all the fucked up shit we deal with. What's his name? I don't know. Anybody know what I'm talking about?
The evidence. Yeah. What exactly is the evidence for an asteroid belt?
Exactly.
All I've ever seen is artists' renditions.
Gotta have faith. George Michael says you got to have faith in you.
I lost my faith. Maybe I can reborn in cancer or something.
That's the day the Earth became a woman, when that hot iron injection happened?
That was so hot.
Yeah, if you want to know about that hot iron injection, you just ask Crack. He knows all about it.
If no one was there, did there have to be consent, or?
Well, supposedly the Earth-chan was so young that she hadn't developed life yet, so...
The Earth took it dry that day.
I am so tempted to tell you why smoking marijuana is like smoking pussy juice. I'm not gonna.
Cut out. What'd you say?
I'm tempted to tell y'all why smoking marijuana is like smoking pussy juice.
Ah.
Okay, so think of plant sex. What is the resin of a marijuana plant? What's its purpose? To catch pollen. And once it catches pollen, it has the seed. Because there's no male plants around, the resin, which gets you high in the trichomes of a marijuana plant, gets stickier and stickier.
Exactly.
And they become more and more engorged, right? Until they burst.
It sticks to the wall.
Right? And you guys decide to smoke it. You're getting high off pussy juice of a marijuana plant.
And that's why it tastes so fresh.
Precious.
It smells kind of fresh, too. Out panties.
Now, does a marijuana plant get high off female? I don't know. Guess I'm going to have to try and grow my marijuana plant in there.
Tasty flower.
There's somebody stoned right now throwing away all their weed, going, that's gross.
I got a garbage can. I got a garbage can. They can put it in. Women, you are now lesbians. If you smoke weed. I don't judge, ladies. But if you need some help, I'm always there.
About time to smoke some weed, I think. For some reason that sounds good right now.
I don't know what I hate worse. The stupidity I hear from bowlers or the stupidity from this conversation right here.
Good. To pick a topic, get it, lead us to something better.
Yeah.
It's just a mirage.
Indio, I sent you a cool video a little bit ago.
I'll check it out.
I'll put it in this chat so no one's just like wondering what I sent. Oh, okay, flat Earth philosophy. This guy thinks he's got it figured out.
You guys are just throwing out. How come NASA pictures aren't evidence?
Well, they are to the globetards. But then I can just show them, giants in space. And the fourth wall shown by the newscasters. It wasn't a fake shot. It was just them faking everything. A live newscaster sent it to, she was so excited. Pushed that button, and they sent it to the fourth wall camera that was out of place.
Can you put that in live stream?
Yeah, give me just a moment. Here's the still shot of it, and then here's the video of it. And then here's the Giants in space, and a still shot with my, of course, my writing on there to make sure that you understand it's not a shadow. Yeah, that's not a shadow on his face, right? And you clearly see the shadow from the spacecraft on his face. There's only one way that can happen, is if the light is on the back side of the camera, shining downwards, and he is on the other side of the spacecraft. It's the only way it can happen.
What is it you're talking about? Is there a picture or something that you're referencing by shadow? I just came back. Michael Tessarian, by the way, is the one I was thinking of, but I put a link in the chat.
Scroll up to 59 after the hour. My first two clips there is the NASA Challenger. Oh, wait. Sorry, my bad. I was in the wrong lobby. 601. 601 says NASA
Okay.
Challenger cartoon Giants in Space.
Oh, yeah.
The still shot picture right underneath it.
Yeah.
You see the picture. Well, the shadow, if we watch the video, you can watch it clearly. You can clearly see him come into the clip, and the shadow does not move. It stays on his face in a still position. When he's moving, it moves around his face because it's the shadow of the spacecraft. You get what I'm saying?
Right.
And then you actually get to see all of the background start moving. And as soon as the background starts moving, they cut and go to another shot.
Yeah.
They have 10 seconds to kind of get out of the way, basically, but they suck. They suck so bad. And then the newscaster one, it's up above there. If you go up to 601, it shows you a still shot. News crew accidentally goes live to the prop team preparing a spacewalk shot in a studio. And if you can clearly see that they're working on the spacecraft, okay? And then to the right of the shot there is the globe.
Yeah, I remember seeing that. That was really damning.
It's just so detrimental, man. How are you going to ever like say something about it? What is this place? No one actually said a word about this place that they're at. No one. So what is that place that we're seeing? Oh, well, we'll just put it in the conspiracy's hands now because no one wants to talk about it. They can't
It's like
talk
they do these
about
on
it.
purpose. It's like
They did it on purpose. Oh, yeah. Someone messed up big time.
Yeah, it was especially blatant there because she is like, we're cutting over to like the spaceman.
Really fast.
Yeah. And just all of a sudden, oops.
And then she's like, oh, those aren't spacemen. Where are their spacesuits? She was like so excited to send all of us to the space station. And then that happens. and she just like flips out. That was real. That was real. I mean, her tone, her voice, everything. That was real. You know?
Don't you think they could have edited it? It wasn't live, was it?
Oh, that was live. It was 100% live. That was the only way it could be recorded. It was live. They would have edited that a lot. They probably edited it for other cities, other states when it got broadcasted.
Or they make these mistakes on purpose, so then they can justify the lie. They do that and show it to you. So then they're like, well, if you believe that, we showed you it was fake this whole time, so we don't feel bad if you believe it. You know? There's no way all of those harness videos just happened to leak, you know, come on.
It's just so crazy every time I watch
Elon said it looks so impossible and so fake.
Yeah, it looks so fake. It looks so fake. It must be real. It's gaslighting, guys. It's gaslighting.
So he's giving us a big hint on what it really is.
Yeah, they do that on purpose, and then they don't. And then they lower people's standards, and they cause the conflict because we start calling it out, and the people that want to believe it are stuck with having to believe stupid shit, and it causes the whole thing they want. But I don't know why they would do it so blatantly so many times, unless maybe the whole idea is to eventually, you know, create a new paradigm based on flat Earth or whatever. You know, like it was like built to spill. You know, I mean, even the moon stuff was so shoddy. If they really wanted people to believe it, they could have done a better job. Especially if it was Stanley Kubrick, who already made 2001: A Space Odyssey before that.
Yep.
Could have made it look like that. It would look way better.
Considering most of this comes from Jesuits or Catholic priests, I'm pretty sure the plan is to eventually hoodwink people all back into the main church.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Now that God is real because it's flat Earth, you have to do everything that we say God said.
I think it's going to be more like they're going to pretend the second coming is aliens and Jesus, and then this alien Jesus is going to tell us, no, it's flat all along. They all lied, and everybody's going to be like, oh my God.
There you go. The big truth to sell all our lives, yeah. And it'll be an outer ponder Jesus, you know? Just an ancient alien Jesus, not an ancient human Jesus that has longer lifespan.
You can just throw out the Bible and all this stuff. I got new stuff for you.
Yeah. Here's the version. Here's the new world order version of the Bible that you all bow down to, because that's the real version. I'm the outer ponder Jesus that's telling you the truth.
Can't be any crappier than the original Bible, though, can it really?
I don't think their mistakes are actually mistakes. I think they do it on purpose.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
It's a create cognitive dissonance. You know anything about MK Ultra and the way what they found out from the MK Ultra program is that what you do is you flood somebody with contradictory ideas and make them believe both are true. And then whichever one you decide to arbitrarily pick, they'll die for that one. They'll die to protect it, even though they have that other contradictory information.
Or like flat Earth.
Looking at exactly. But the crazy, it makes them, if they have to believe in one or the other so much and ignore the contradictory information, because the contradictory information causes pain, psychological pain. So they flee to the good. Exactly. So they flee to the good, man.
Yeah. And they
good in quotations. It's not really good.
That's what we're dealing with, the cult of chaos. They just want confusion more than anything, and they can always rule that way.
Yeah, couldn't say it better myself. Cult of chaos. That should be a T-shirt.
Yep. I think that's what they call themselves. I think that's actually what they call themselves.
That spells cock.
Mic check.
Good job.
All right, thank you. So I heard the other day that in the MK Ultra thing, one of the other things they discovered is that if they can traumatize you and then implant information about that trauma, like you'll believe that trauma for like several years after, or you'll believe that information for several years after that. So, like the trauma-based mind control thing, that's the way it works. They traumatize you, they feed you information, and then you'll believe that information because that trauma sticks with you. And like, okay, if you have a memory that's older than 6 months old, it's some sort of trauma that you need to work with, right? If it's just a mundane memory. Now, if it's like your childbirth, obviously that was trauma. But if you're the man, then not so much, right? But other than like childbirth and stuff like that, like if you remember an event from 6 months ago, it was trauma, and then you're going to remember because of that trauma what you learned right after that. That's how they do it with the trauma-based mind control.
I think they have like the different levels of psyops all the way up. Like they have the people that are at the top that we think are at the top. They're under another psyop, another paradigm that they're convinced is true by the people that we don't even know about. And they're convinced that the outer ponders are controlling everything, and that's why we had to fake the fake the ballers and everything. And they think they're in on something that's also a psyop on their minds to get them to bow down to this like omnipotent, story of these beings that they are controlled by, that they've been given demonstrations of, and the flat Earth truth or whatever works as a way of being in on something and making all these other possibly not true things seem possible to them, and they just fall in line. It's always passing the buck. You never really blame somebody that way. You just say it's the outer ponders eventually, and no one knows who they are and can't prove that they're not real. Don't you think that would be the best way to work it? If you were really at the very top, the ones that really are in control of the people that we think are in control, you get them to really believe in something that scares the fuck out of them, and then you have total control.
Makes sense.
Welcome to the show. So the funniest thing to do to ballers, I figured out, is that you get them to try to confirm that the Coriolis effect is caused by the west to east movement of the Earth underneath the plane that would deviate if it was going north to south. And once they confirm that, you tell them, okay, so why don't we just stick a camera on the bottom of a plane and we can show this west to east movement of the Earth moving if it has a wide angle lens and a really good zoom, and you can see the Earth below as it's traveling in another direction. And as soon as you mention that a plane could be able to take footage of this moving Earth, they start saying, no, that wouldn't be possible. There's no way to detect this movement of Earth underneath the plane. Oh no, it's detectable. You just can't see it because it's so minimal. They come up with all these ways of trying to make it seem like the plane's locked into this reference frame that it's not, because it can go whichever direction as fast as it wants. It would be able to see the Earth turn. That's what makes their model totally falsifiable, and they have to run around trying to find ways of saying that wouldn't be possible, but then saying it's detectable at the same time. That it would throw them off course, but you can't ever measure it or see it.
It's also when they say that it's very slow, it's generally because they don't think about scale. They imagine the globe as being very tiny, and therefore, you're looking at it from very far away, and therefore it appears to move very slowly. But this is just relative motion.
And they just say relativity, and somehow that has to be. It's just the same thing. It's like the whole gaslighting. They have to believe in the ridiculous and commit to it, even though if they really thought about it objectively, they'd realize how ridiculous it is. But now they're locked into this image in their head of it being slow but so fast, and it's all relative, so it doesn't matter, and the plane could always just be locked in and not notice the Earth moving below it somehow magically because relativity. Just a one-word answer, but it doesn't solve it for them, because you can give them all the conservation of momentum that they want. You can give them all of the adjustments that the atmosphere is trying to make the plane do, but they can never say there's no difference between the Earth movement and the plane movement in an opposite direction. They can't say it's not there, because then they're saying there's no Coriolis there. So if it's there, and you suggest that you could actually put a camera on the plane and show it's moving, they come up with all these ways of saying that would be impossible. But it totally would be possible, and they know it.
Yeah, if
maybe that's what.
Well, you can go, Hank.
Maybe that's why drones are so heavily regulated, because we have drone technology that can go up like really, really high.
Yeah.
But we're regulated and limited like crazy.
It can cross different latitudes. It goes far distance too, with different tangential speeds and different conserved speeds. And once you have a difference between the conserved speed and the tangential speed, higher or lower, there's going to be a difference of ground to plane movement. It won't be locked into this illusion that it's stationary. And you can prove it every time you fly.
Yeah, the higher you go,
in the vast majority of places in the world, drone usage isn't regulated properly. It is in America, it is in Europe.
The higher you go on a globe, the further the distance would have to be, because you're making a bigger arc.
Right, that too. Yeah, you wouldn't be in sync with the Earth automatically because you're not at the ground conserved speed. As soon as you go up in the air, you have a greater circle.
Yep, and the problem is here that things rise up and fall straight back down if there's no wind pushing it around. So that would be impossible on a orb rotating with everything being rotated with the rotation, making it appear stationary, because it would lag, like you say, or there would be some kind of other force increasing the acceleration as it rises and then decreasing the acceleration as it falls to make it match the rotation.
Right, and that's what fucks it up though for them too. It's so funny because when they have to stick to that conservation of momentum idea, even though that's, I guess, technically what it would be, but it wouldn't really work that way with the open atmosphere and everything. But if they don't say that a hot air balloon can go up and travel by just letting the Earth spin below it, they can't we could test that like easily, and we see it every day, right? So they have to stick to that, but by sticking to the conservation of momentum idea, once it moves across different latitudes with different tangential speeds, it doesn't have that speed as its conserved original speed. So it would be moving faster sideways than the Earth below it. And so there's never a way to say that it would always be perfectly in this illusion of a stationary Earth. But we all know that the Earth is stationary relative to the plane's motion, no matter where we go, no matter what angle the runway's at. And that's what ruins it for them. So they have to think it's just this conservation of momentum that works perfectly so that you can never tell that the Earth moves. But it doesn't work according to their model.
When they say conservation of momentum, they're actually in a category error. They're not actually talking about Coriolis, because the only conservation of momentum in Coriolis is the ball conserving its momentum forward over the rotating reference frame. The Coriolis effect is just an optical effect from being within the rotating frame and rotating away from the traveling object.
Well, it's not just an optical; it's a physical displacement.
No,
because if the plane stays in a straight.
In Coriolis.
No. If the plane stays on it's like if the plane were just to stay in a straight line, then the Earth would move below the plane, and that's why it would be off course physically, literally off course. It's not just a visual outside apparent deviation. It's an actual displacement that would occur if it didn't correct the Coriolis.
Yeah, there's no displacement of the plane. There's displacement of the ground that they claim is rotating. Just like in the rotating reference frame of the roundabout, it's the ground that's rotating, therefore that's deviating. It's not the ball that's deviating. There's no force on the ball.
Well, it's the plane that deviates because the ground moves.
See, the problem with these people is the Earth doesn't curve, therefore lasers have to, right? And the Earth doesn't spin, therefore the Coriolis has one reference frame, right? And because you can't have gas pressure without a container, they have to say, well, gravity does it, right?
But that's not a good answer. None of their answers work. None of them.
Yeah, I know, bro. Lasers shoot straight.
I mean, even if it worked the way they wanted to, it doesn't work. That's the beauty of this one. They could say the horizon is refraction or whatever they want, and that can just be a satisfying answer because somehow it can work out that way. but they can't even work this one. There's no way for them to say it would always be in this illusion of a stationary Earth, no matter how fast it flies or what latitude it's gone over. They can't say that. They could say there's a difference. But then if you talk about wanting to show that difference from a plane with a camera, they start freaking out and saying it's impossible. Which they should be excited, right? If they think the Earth turns, why not be all excited about this idea of a camera that could catch this proof that the Earth spins? It just shows that they know it doesn't spin. When they start arguing that would be impossible. They want it both ways.
Where would this camera be mounted?
Underneath the plane. Right underneath the plane, a camera with a wide-angle lens that can zoom in on the Earth and show all these, just show the whole picture of Earth, at all these different latitudes. As it travels thousands of miles, you would see a west to east movement perpendicular to a north to south plane movement, and you would show it moving. By the laws of the ball, it would necessarily be able to be shown.
Their model states that the plane moves in a reference frame with the rotating globe, doesn't it?
Just the original conserved speed, though. When it goes to a different tangential speed at a different latitude with a smaller circle, it doesn't have that same conserved speed. So they can't claim that it always will be so in sync with the Earth that it would never be observable. They would love us to think that because they want an unfalsifiable model. But it's totally falsifiable if you were to do this.
The plane would conserve all the motion of the planet if it took off from the planet, though, wouldn't it? If in their model,
it's just the original latitude speed, right? So if it takes off at the equator at 1,000 miles per hour, they can claim that it has 1,000 miles per hour conserved speed. But then if it goes to a latitude that's only moving 800 miles per hour, it's going to be technically going 200 miles per hour faster if it conserves the speed.
See, in order to understand a clown world, you have to put on your clown shoes, right? So they're saying that this is happening, right? And the conservation of momentum is constantly being conserved. But what about when the plane takes a bank to the left or uses its thrusters to speed up? Or what about when it slows down? Wouldn't all that, right? Wouldn't it affect it? And they're going to say no. Well, then you say, well, how about Newton's laws? For every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction. So, yeah, you can conserve momentum until an outside force acts upon it. And what would that outside force be? Gravity.
What if it took off from the North Pole where there was no conserved speed to have? And then it started flying into these latitudes where it's got, 200 mile, 300 mile, tangential speeds that supposedly this Velcroed atmosphere would be working on the side of the plane to make it move sideways when it never had that conserved speed to begin with. The planes aren't meant to take that kind of whatever that force would be. It would just flip over. You think it would. It's not meant to do linear acceleration. It doesn't work that way. The planes they don't move sideways because the atmosphere moves them. In fact, they can go against the atmosphere. They can fly into the wind. They can fly against the spin. It's a machine designed to do all of these things. It's not bound by the wind that supposedly makes it magically have this illusion of a stationary Earth. There's no way that this plane is confined to those kind of conditions. And they wouldn't be consistent enough anyway.
In their model, the entire atmosphere is as one with the surface, though.
Right, but they're not. But the plane only conserves its original takeoff latitude speed, right? It doesn't. It would be faster or slower depending on which direction it went, because it moves into a latitude with a different tangential speed. So they can't say it's always seeing the Earth as stationary because it would have a differential between the speed of the Earth in one direction and the plane speed in a different direction. So you would necessarily see a west to east movement underneath the plane. Anytime you fly, you can see some of that. Yeah.
In their model, if a helicopter takes off from one spot and hovers 10 meters above the ground for an hour, it will still be under the same spot.
That's what I'm saying. That ruins it for them. They have to hold on to that idea. But then once the helicopter moves into a different latitudinal area with a smaller circle that has a different speed to it, the circles get smaller towards the North Pole, right? And eventually at the North Pole, there's no spin, according to their model. So as it goes towards the North Pole, there's less and less speed of the ground below them, but it still conserved its original 1,000 miles per hour speed. So that means it's moving faster. Now, they can claim the atmosphere tries to slow it down to be the same as the Earth, but that doesn't work because it goes west to east with the spin, and it wouldn't slow it down if it's pushing the plane in that direction. And the plane can resist the push anyway. The plane can fly against all these conditions that they want to have it be affected by. The plane's not affected by that if it doesn't want to be. It doesn't have to correct for Coriolis. It can just deviate and show the Earth spin if it was spinning.
I don't think that necessarily picks a hole in their model from their perspective.
Absolutely does.
Right.
No, they love it. No, they know it. It totally picks apart their model. I was just over there, and RC Meisty he can't admit that the plane would be able to capture this. He says there is a differential, and somehow the plane corrects for it with this in plane. Like somehow there's a plane function that corrects for Coriolis automatically, which doesn't exist. There's no proof. The pilots are never trained to deal with Coriolis. You'd be 450 miles off course after 5 hours. That's not small. That's nothing. That's the lowest. That's the lowest they can get it. And it still would be recorded.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
So I don't know anything about flat Earth, and I've come to this server to research. No, this is serious. I've come to this server, I'm not even trolling or nothing. I promise you. I've come here because I've got a college project, right? And it's about different people's beliefs and different people what they can prove and what makes their beliefs.
We don't believe the Earth is flat.
No, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, and what makes why their beliefs can also be true. If that makes sense. So basically, opinions that go against what society says.
All we did was stop believing in the globe Earth.
Go ahead, bro.
Flat Earth is about giving up the belief that we live on a spinning ball, right? Okay. So if you were born on this Earth and you were never told anything about spinning and flying around the sun, you would just think that your reality is as it seems. A stationary plane is all you ever observed, all anyone has ever experienced. It's not a belief because it's just your reality. There's no reason to believe in that. If you're sitting in a chair, you don't have to say, "I believe I'm sitting in a chair." You just are. So the belief comes when people start telling you that you're spinning when you have no sense of it. You're flying around the sun when it's a totally different vector in a different direction. All those things are the beliefs that they did to invert our reality.
Okay.
So they could control our minds.
I get you.
And once you give it up, you're just left with your default reality of a stationary plane, just like all of us ever experience.
Okay. I've seen the word Coriolis. How do you say it? Coriolis?
Coriolis.
I've seen the term thrown around a lot whilst I've been in this call. I just wondered, what is that?
Well, it's when a plane, think about the Earth spinning, right? West to east, right?
Okay, got you.
And it has smaller circles, right? As the circles get smaller around the North Pole, right? Those, when you have a racetrack, and you know how they have the people on the race start at different points on the racetrack? Because the inside circle is smaller than the outside circle, right?
Got you.
That's why they have a head start on the outside, because they have to go a longer distance than the people on the inside. You get that? See the difference in the circles, bigger and bigger and smaller? So the reason that, you understand? It's like a racetrack. So if you're going 200 miles per hour around a racetrack, and it takes you a certain amount of time to go around the outside, it's going to take you less time to go around the inside, right? But to keep that speed consistent, you'd have to go a lot faster around the outside to match the inside circle that started at the same point, because it's less area to travel. So let me explain it. So then if they say it spins at the equator at 1,040 miles per hour, and then if you went up a different latitude, it's only spinning at 900 miles per hour or 800 or 700, and it keeps tapering down, right? So what their claim is about a plane or any helicopter or hot air balloon, if it goes up in the air, a flat earther might say, well, why is this still spinning with the Earth? Why couldn't it just let this Earth spin below it and travel to Paris by just floating in the air, right? So they have to say, well, it's the motion is completely conserved, and it's spinning at 1,000 miles per hour, but this hot air balloon is stuck to the Earth with this conserved speed. So it just seems like it's stationary, but it's actually traveling with everything, right, at the same speed, right? So the Coriolis effect is if this plane were able to go, or it does, planes can go north and south and west and east and travel against the spin or with the spin. And so if they have this conserved original speed, they're saying it stays conserved, right? And then they're going to say
You're not answering
atmospheric.
his question, though.
The question, the Coriolis effect is the deviation that would be caused if the plane didn't correct for this Coriolis effect, because the Earth spins below it, which would knock it off course.
So
as it goes north or south.
My next question is, right? So as you're saying, the Earth is flat, right? So say I'm at one point, I'm at point A, and I want to see point B. Why can't I see point B? What's behind that?
Do you have human eyes or do you have owl eyes?
Okay, but like, I don't know, say I'm to use technology, right? I use a really good, like, I don't know.
Right, which will increase your viewing distance, but then you gotta increase it again with a more expensive device, right?
Correct.
And then there's a limit to that. So what the flat earthers are telling
you can't see through the atmosphere.
Yeah, what the flat earthers are telling you is you can't see forever, even if there was no atmosphere. Then you add atmosphere and fog and rain and clouds and snow, right? You can't see as far as you would think, right? But what the ball earthers are telling you is that you can see for quintillions of miles, light years, when you look up. But there's no way to prove that, right? So what
they're actually saying the light reaches you. The light comes to you, though, right?
Right. So what we're all about in here is, it's not about what you know. It's about what you can prove, or it's not about what you believe. It's about what you can verify. So do you understand what I mean by verifying something?
Yeah, like, just like to be able to prove that it's correct.
Right.
Bear in mind that when the flat earthers tell you that even if you had the most sophisticated piece of equipment you can imagine, there's a limit to how far you can see. Yeah, that's just a proposition. There's no proof of that.
Okay.
They haven't got a model. They haven't got a mathematical model or a model that proves that. They're just asserting that at that point.
No, that's not true. If you look at the criterion and the diffraction limit, all optics are diffraction limited. You claiming otherwise is just a baseless assertion.
That's gibberish. Diffraction limited means nothing in the real world. It's gibberish.
What are you talking
about? I'm not gonna sit here and take sides.
You can make it.
Yeah.
You can.
Wait, are you arguing for the ball?
I'm here for the research.
Okay, hold on, researcher guy. Hold on, just 1 second. How come you've been in here this whole time, and then as soon as we get someone who's asking us questions, you think you're a flat earther and you can answer flat earth questions?
The assertion that there's a limit to how far you can see with the optical instruments. Okay, right? It's an assertion. It's not being proved.
So you think you can see forever?
No. I'm suggesting that no one has proved there's a limit on.
Yeah, but he's saying, please do not answer for flat earthers, okay? Because that actually looks really bad for us. So please do not do it.
What he's saying is wrong. What he's saying is totally wrong. You can take a telescope and see that you can't see forever. I don't know why he thinks it's unproven. You can test it tomorrow with a telescope that doesn't see through the atmosphere.
All right, well, we're going to deal with him when we're done with the guy who's just here asking questions. We're going to answer his questions to the best of our ability. Sir, do you have another question? Or would you like to ask that question again?
No, I've understood what you was trying to get, what you was telling me. I understood that you can't see forever, regardless of the technology you use, due to different factors such as the atmosphere, fog, rain, etc., etc. But
I would say one of the hardest things to get out of your mind when you start figuring out this concept. I don't know how much you've looked into it. I'll send you a bunch of links.
I'll be honest with you, I haven't.
Okay, I'll send you some links that really help. You can't really get a lot of the really helpful good links anymore because they've hidden them with the algorithms on YouTube. So, but one of the biggest things is that people say, well, if the sun was just this close and it's only going into the horizon, how could we not see daylight all the time if the sun was that close? Well, the sun's a lot smaller and local, and it actually can disappear, and there's an attenuation of light. Mm-hmm. And there's actual proof of this. We can show you. There's they call the twilight zone, where you can see that the light only goes so far, and then there's night on the other side.
How far light bounces, yeah.
Yeah, so it's not, you have to just get the idea that there's this huge sun that we're dealing with. It's a small local sun that could only really work the way it works on the flat Earth, because when you think about how far away they're trying to say the sun is, like if it's 93 million miles away, and then you notice in the afternoon when it moves just a few degrees in the sky, you notice a huge difference in the heat, right? When you have the sun, just a few degrees makes a big difference in the amount of heat you feel. Well, how could just a few degrees make that much of a difference if it's coming from 93 million miles away? The heat would have to be so extreme that those 2 degrees shouldn't make that much of a difference.
I got you.
So another thing about perspective, right, and why we can't see forever. So let's say you got a coin, right? You hold up a quarter.
Yeah.
You hold it in front of your eye and you can block out the sun. Well, they say the sun is like several hundred times or 100 times bigger than the Earth, right?
Correct.
So when things get farther, do they shrink? They appear to shrink. They don't actually shrink, right?
No, yeah, of course. They look more distant. Yeah, they shrink.
Right.
They don't actually shrink, but yeah.
So they appear to get smaller, right? So when a female is right in front of you, she's quite voluptuous. But the further she gets away, right?
The less you can see them.
Right. So this guy in here that was saying you could see forever, can you see her cleavage from 100 miles away? No, she's going to be far too small. Has nothing to do with the curvature. She's just going to be too small. You're not going to be able to resolve her. You don't have enough, let's just say pixels in your eyes to resolve that.
No, I get exactly what you mean. As you look further, your vision gets more and more distorted, kind of thing.
Here's another good exercise as far as the distance. I'm sorry, go ahead, Drace. I was going to say, I was going to give him the example of if you see it like, okay, let's say you have a one-story building. Imagine it's a flat Earth, right? Let's say, just to guess, like how far away that one-story building needs to go before you couldn't see it at all anymore, right? Like say 10 miles, right? You couldn't see that one-story building after 10 miles on a flat Earth, right? Let's just say 10 miles. You can't see it at all, right? Now there's another one-story building right next to it that you also can't see. It moved back just at the same distance, right? Now you can't see either one-story building at all. But now you add 10 stories to that one-story building, and you can see the building again. You can't see the bottom story, but you can see the building again because of your angle of view, right? So when anyone tries to tell you that the reason that it's a ball is because there's bottom to top, that the ship disappears from the bottom to top, and that wouldn't happen on a flat Earth. You can prove them wrong right there by saying, look, if you have that distance, right, you can't see the building, but then you make the building taller, you can see it again, right? Just like the top of a ship.
Yeah, I got you.
All about perspective.
Yeah.
Yeah, and also one thing I wanted to note on that is that there's a lot of things to consider when you're looking at 10 miles plus. Like there's particles, there's a lot of things that corrupt vision, refraction, that make you not see clearly. Like that's why we can't see infinity, because there's a lot of things that far.
We should not be seeing that far when we are at 1 foot observer height. We should not be seeing 30 miles at 1 foot observer height. End of story.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with that. And you could actually see like some mountains if you're like I believe it was Alaska. You could actually see the shore of Russia.
I
which you shouldn't be able to see. So there's a lot of things like that just kind of make it hard.
You're saying you could see the shore of Russia from where?
So my next, are we finished with this? I don't want to interrupt.
If you have another question, go for it.
So the Earth is flat, right? What shape is the Earth then? Is it a circle? Is it, I don't know.
We can't tell you that. We can't tell you
don't
that.
know that.
I'm sorry.
It's not an object.
It's limited.
It's not a thing. They made you think
we are
it was
limited
a thing floating in space.
All right. So
they made you think it has to be like a flip, like a disc or something. It could be an infinite plane. They made you think that you could see the whole thing. And that's probably not even possible. But that's not even the
general
question.
term is the ground level of the universe. When you say it like that, you are so open to anything, pretty much.
Okay.
I mean, because of the fact that you don't know anything about the universe, right? So there's no shape to the universe, so there's no shape to the ground level of it either.
Okay.
Of our known universe, because there could be other ground levels somewhere that we don't know about.
What I was wondering then, so regarding like when people go to the moon, you know, when they take pictures of the Earth, right? Would you say that those are edited then to hide the truth
Like
from us?
NASA from the
Yes.
sky?
They admit to it.
Okay, yeah, that is.
They admit to it. They even tell us
They
that all
truly
of the images
admit to it.
are graphic compositions. They don't even try to say they're real pictures. I think they claim to have two real pictures of Earth.
Yeah,
they admit everything.
For you.
Everything's artist rendition.
Have you got any resources on that? That's very interesting.
I'm sending you. I'm sending you a bunch of links.
Thank you.
You're 532.
That's it. Yes.
Can I say something?
There you go.
I posted Trial by Fire, a video from NASA, where they will tell you that they cannot go beyond low Earth orbit.
Yeah.
And there's deadly radiation that will kill anyone who tries to go there. So they haven't solved those problems yet. So why do you think they went to the moon back in 1960 something?
Well, now they're saying that the moon is actually inside the Earth's atmosphere.
No, that's even like that's been proven.
Isn't that weird? They are saying that right now, today.
That's proven that it's not. What?
No, they just said no. They said that they augmented it and said no. Now the Earth is actually the moon is actually within the
like an order. I got you.
Yeah, right. Because they had problems with the whole like okay, then how is it? Well, the biggest problem for them you'll find out is that you can't have gas pressure without a container, and they're claiming that this atmosphere just dissipates like indefinitely into the space, which is 10 to the negative 17 torr, a lot lower pressure. And if we have a pressure gradient, we can't have that without some kind of container. We don't know if it's a dome or something, but there's some kind of containment is necessary. Otherwise, the gas would fill the space, and we wouldn't have an atmosphere.
I got you. No, that's actually enlightened me quite a lot more than you'd think.
Can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead, buddy.
Okay. So you say NASA's like the big thing, like they were lying about a bunch of stuff and like
well, that's what the propaganda is, isn't it?
Yeah. So basically, there's roughly about 130 space agencies around the world, and they use like all those.
Yes, but they all deal with NASA. You have to speak to NASA. NASA is the top, and you have to go through NASA before you go anywhere in space. Thank you.
Well, that's one of the big. That's one of the big realizations this is all about.
Hold on.
We're all on the same team.
There's like 70.
Hold on, bro. Hold on. If there's that many different space stations, then how could they all be like or space agencies? How could they all be like on the same side, like all agreeing with each other? And how come they wouldn't like turn each other in?
Yeah, there's like about 75,000 people working for each space, like working like in.
Most of them think it's all real. It's all compartmentalized. They think it's all real too. Most of the people working there have no idea that it's fake.
So 75,000 people working.
You're throwing out numbers, but I want to see stats on that. Please.
Yeah, he's got a point though.
No. Hello.
Are you saying that because it's wrong? Question mark.
Hello. So here's the thing.
Is it wrong?
Here's the thing.
Sure.
You can talk up a billion people. Say a billion people work for all of these agencies, right? But the bottom line is this, right? This simple thing about the radius, equaling out to the Earth being from 1 foot, 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet will give you the distance to the horizon. That's given that this is the size that they claim. So all of the orbital mechanics for them to jot down all of these calculations to put man in space in the first place is predicated on that being right. So if that's wrong, your question is actually correct. Wait a minute. How many agencies are there? How many of them are dependent on this number that I know is incorrect based on my reality? What does that really mean to me? That's what you should be asking yourself.
Yeah, I just want to say I didn't get to finish taking off my clown shoes. So yeah, there's no way that this many people could be on a, like lying, right? Because most people are good and they wouldn't just lie to people about Santa Claus, right? They wouldn't lie, especially to the youngest, the most naive, the children, right? They wouldn't lie to the children. Oh, wait, shit. People do lie about Santa Claus. And children believe it because they're naive. Fuck. I was so close. I thought I was onto something, bro. Thanks for asking, though.
All right.
And another thing I want to mention about that note is that there's a lot of implications when it comes to, okay, let's just say somebody who does want to speak out. There's a lot of professors in schools that got fired because they speak out. Like there's implications to talking about a subject like this, and there's risks to it. So people know this. Like even if somebody wants to speak out, they won't be heard because there's a lot of censorship on the internet right now, and it's really hard for that to happen.
Yeah, you can get blackballed. If you look at Ben Stein's movie Expelled, you'll see what we're talking about.
Not to mention, there's departmentalization, there's compartmentalization, and you're assuming that the janitor knows that it's all a scam. That's just absurd.
One of the points I like to make is that there was plenty of scientists, doctors, PhDs, all sorts, mathematicians on the train on their way to Auschwitz in the Second World War, and I'm pretty sure that they didn't have a clue where they were heading.
Well, are you guys finished with this discussion? I don't want to.
He interrupted, and it was really your floor, bro. Go ahead and ask your next question.
All right. So, concerning the sun, right? So, there's this belief around that as the Earth rotates, different countries have, I don't know, so like in Australia it's 2, and over here it's like, I don't know, 12, for example, right? How does that work then, saying that the Earth is flat?
Right. So you think the sun is like 93 million miles away and it's really big, like much bigger than the Earth.
But yeah.
Right? But if you look at how your house is designed to have a really big house, and the light only needs to be big enough to light one room at a time. So if you were to, I guess, assume that maybe the Earth is bigger than the sun, right? And it only lights up portions of the Earth that it needs to light up at one time. Imagine if you could walk around in your backyard with your cell phone light on at night. And as you walk in a circle in your backyard, part of your backyard's lit up while the other part is not, right? Because light doesn't go forever. See, they want you to believe that light can travel at 13.8 billion light years away, which is like a ridiculous amount of miles, right? But there's this thing called the inverse square law, right? And light doesn't travel at the same intensity forever. In fact, every time you double the distance, it loses intensity 4 times. Exactly. You lose Wi-Fi signal when you take out the trash, but when you go down the road, you lose it completely, right?
Got ya.
Right. So light attenuation, right, the way that it acts with the atmosphere, makes it even worse.
Got you. So, saying that this is like saying that, right? So, like, I don't know, like concerning around like weather, right? I don't know if this actually comes into play, but how does the weather work concerning a flat Earth?
It's the system where there's high pressure and low pressure systems. It's dynamic and it changes based on all sorts of things. But, most people will tell you that humans cause climate change. I'm going to go out on a limb and say, okay, that may or may not be true, but I think the sun causes it more.
Oh, I got you. Okay, that's really explained a lot. I'm just going to ask a question quickly. Am I allowed to record this to keep it as research? I don't want to.
This is actually live on YouTube, on 2 different channels on YouTube 24/7. This is streamed.
Okay, I see. So it is okay if I do record this, right?
You're fine.
Alright, perfect. Because I want it, and I've got your proof to include this in my college project.
Yeah, bro. We're trying to share information Right?
Okay.
So just when you leave here, we want you to be brainwashed into thinking for yourself and questioning authority. And we want you to actually go out into the world and measure it yourself, because you can do it with a mirror and like a 10-mile lake.
He kind of needs that understanding too. I don't think it's not that we haven't told you yet. You haven't asked that question, or we need to present it to you.
Present it to me. I mean,
the measurements of the Earth, basically.
Yeah, how do you get the measurements of the Earth? How does that work?
Google it, they'll tell you.
Okay.
Google the radius of the Earth.
Yeah, there's a simple mathematic form of just getting the diameter, and you could actually do it yourself if you don't want to take the word of Google or whatever. But Google will tell you a good method of. It could actually give you a calculator of curvature of the Earth.
It's come up here 6,371 kilometers, right?
Right. Now, if you go to Earth Curve Calculator and you type in 1 foot observer height, it's going to tell you where the horizon should be. 1.22 miles away.
Okay.
And if you do that, and then you see the horizon, and it's actually further than the object that you've laid out, right? You got like a landmark, like we've done over and over and over again, then you will be able to either prove the globe Earth model correct or disprove it. And that's the thing, science is never settled. So no matter how much you've heard the Earth's a globe, right, and that's settled, knowledge is never settled. Knowledge isn't like religion. It doesn't fear investigation. In fact, you're supposed to try to prove it wrong.
Oh yeah, no, of course. So would you say there is a war, like not a war, but like almost like a dispute against flat earthers, and what would you call someone that believes it's like the traditional
globalist, a ball earther, or a normie, right? There's like different levels of these people. So you seem like a normal guy. So you're what we call a normie. You haven't done the research yet. Some people do the research and they go and measure it themselves. And then some people refuse to measure it and they kind of get militant. And we call them ballers or globalists, depending on how retarded they go with it.
So,
right. But the thing is, go ahead, bro.
No, go carry on. I'm listening.
Yeah, the thing is that if you measure it yourself, you don't have to, go in belief and everything. Like at that point, it becomes knowledge. Right. And that's what we want people to do. See, if you go to the Globe Earth server, right, they're going to tell you to look at the sun, moon, and stars, and that's how you know the Earth is a sphere. We're telling you to directly measure the Earth itself. That's how you know if it's a sphere.
I got you.
Can I add something, Hank?
Of course, please.
I think the best thing to do is go away and try your best to find evidence, solid evidence, to prove the globe to yourself, so you know you got a solid argument. Prove it scientifically and observationally. Everything that you know to be real, you know it to be real because you can observe it in your physical nature. Try and go off and do that with the globe and see where you head out, see where you end up.
Okay.
And I want you to make sure that you understand what I said. We want to brainwash you to think for yourself.
Yeah, no,
and to question authority.
No,
we don't want you to believe us at all, right? We may be a bunch of eggheads, right?
Well, yeah, for all I know, do you know what I mean? Like, for all I know, I've just come in here and I just have loads of information thrown at me. At the end of the day, it's up to me if I want to, believe in it or try to prove it, etc., etc. I understand what you mean, yeah.
And what you leave with.
Oh yeah, no, of course. Thing. That's the product.
So has your mind been blown just a little bit?
Well, I've had a lot of words thrown at me. I'll be honest with you.
So my whole thing when I first got into it, I just thought everyone in here was just dumb and retarded. Do you think that about us at all?
I wouldn't say that, no, because it's very informative.
That's all we want.
Very informative.
But I think that's okay if he does, because I thought all you guys were retarded. And I thought I was retarded for thinking it. You know? I thought I was retarded for even questioning it.
Yep.
And I just wanted to smash you guys into the ground and prove you wrong.
There's
And that's
literally
how you
like
gotta approach
5
things.
stages that you actually need to go through from coming from the globe logic. And I think someone posted it before. There's like and a couple of them are pretty much the exact same, just more intense. But yeah, it starts out as just such denial of what you're actually looking at and not actually understanding what you're looking at. You just deny it in your head. 7 stages. Oh, that's a good one too. Okay. Shock, denial, anger, bargaining, depression, testing, and acceptance.
Don't you like mine? That's specifically tailored to the Globers. I'll find that for you if you'd like to see it.
No, I'm saving it right now.
I haven't even put it up there yet.
There's
Would you
a
like to see it or
pyramid
not?
one too. I think there's like 5 in the pyramid stage or something like that. It was pretty good too. But yeah, no, those are awesome.
I need it, Dandelion, so please post it.
Okay, I'll find it. Thank you.
And what you're going to find out, bro, is when you go out there and you talk to people, like a lot of people, like are solipsists. Solipsists? How do you say that word?
I don't know.
But, yeah, solipsists. Yeah.
What does that mean?
They say that. How do I know that I exist? How do I know you exist? How do I know anything?
They
I
kind of
don't
just
know anything.
keep it, kind of thing.
Right, they're off on the deep end, bro. Those people, like, I call them relative truthers because truth is relative. Like, you know, they're the type of person to argue 2 + 2 = 5, right? Or the sky is not blue sometimes. It's only because of the refraction and you think that it's blue or whatever. Like, there are people that will speak out of both sides of their mouth, right? And we call them like narcissists or sociopaths or psychopaths or gaslighters, whatever you want to call them. Like, they're not going to want to be that guy out there with you on the other side of the lake going, hey, hold the mirror, bro. Right? Try to point the sun in my eyes. Right? Put the mirror down in the water. Okay, I got my binoculars out. Wiggle the mirror. Right? They're not going to do that with you. So you got to find someone that's going to go, okay, let's go check this out. Because, like, if you don't know anything about a subject and then you open your mouth, like, you're going to expose yourself as a fool because you don't know anything. But if you go out and actually test things and then you speak about them, like, people are going to know that you know what you're talking about because people have actually tested shit. So I would say go out and test stuff and don't really talk about it to anyone. Just be like, hey, come out here and do this with me. Let's go make some observations. Because most people they lack the capacity and they can't handle the cognitive dissonance. And they lack the ability to look at something on both sides of the coins without judging it. You know, like some people say, like, conspiracy theory. Oh, I'm not listening to any of that. It's like, wait a minute. You can't just dismiss someone's argument just because you used like a word magic dismissal word, right? Oh, it's a conspiracy theory. Okay. Well, what about the conspiracy theories that were true? Do you know about those?
Well, I've heard a few. I don't know why. If they're true, but I've heard a lot of conspiracy theories.
So Operation Northwoods, the Tuskegee experiments, what was the one in Vietnam? The Gulf of Tonkin. Anyway, all these things, we know that they were like fake, right? They were false flags, right? It was someone else. So you got to look into everything, like, really carefully and like take your time and use your own discernment, right? You got a bullshit, detector. It's usually pretty good, as long as you're sober and you got a little life experience.
Got ya.
The funny thing is people hear the word conspiracy and automatically say it must be bullshit because it's got the word conspiracy in it. But the only thing conspiracy means is it's more than one person in a group, company, of organization of more than 2 people that are being complicit tacit or complicit, lying or being deceitful. That's actually what conspiracy means. And a conspiracy theory is somebody who believes that somebody else is doing that. So when you think about it, when you hear the word conspiracy and you think, somebody's making something up, not necessarily. You know, in a court of law, you can get done for conspiracy to murder. You know, it's not it doesn't necessarily mean bullshit. Only a conspiracy theory can be bullshit until it's verified.
So detectives, like people that work at the police station that solve crimes, like murders, they're conspiracy theorists. They theorize, well, maybe it was the cook, right? Maybe it was the butler. You know what I'm talking about?
Exactly.
So that leads me to like another question. I've actually read it out of the chat, but it's very interesting actually. And they asked, but why haven't we explored anything else past the edge of the Earth?
It's illegal.
Okay, that's fair. That's very fair, actually. I mean, I didn't know it was illegal, but
it's actually really hard to get to. Like, if you want to go to Antarctica, there's a lot of paperwork you have to fill out. There's a lot of surveillance, and it is not that practical to organize something like that. It's just really hard.
Yeah, no, it costs, first of all, you need to get accepted, and then you need to pay for environmental studies and get those through, and once all of that has been accepted, they can still deny you. And when people have gone there not according to the rules, then people have disappeared and gone missing. So it's not something that's viable as it stands, because all of the countries are in agreement that you're not allowed to travel independently below the 60th south parallel.
But here's the thing. People that are fact checkers, they'll take that, right? And they'll go debunk a straw man version of it. So if you find out that you can take a cruise there for like $10,000 to see some penguins at the edge of Antarctica, right? Then they'll say, "Oh, look, it says right here you can go to Antarctica for like $10,000 a person or whatever the price is," right? And they'll debunk the straw man version of what we're saying and be like, "See, I've debunked the whole flat Earth." So, do you understand what a straw man is?
it's like a version of that, but it's like a shortcut kind of thing. But it doesn't really it's weak.
It's like you misrepresent their argument to make it weak. Exactly. So if I say, "Hey, we should decriminalize marijuana," and you say, "You think we should legalize all drugs? Methamphetamine kills," that's not what I said. I didn't say anything about methamphetamine. That's what they do.
I got you. Okay.
And even if you could freely traverse out there in Antarctica, just the natural elements alone make it extremely difficult. Even if no one was guarding it, even if there was no treaty.
Yeah, and on top of that, they have rules like you're not allowed to bring any motor vehicles or dogs or anything like that. And if you poop,
no extra fuel.
Take that poop with you. You're not allowed to leave anything, any trace. and I want to add to the tourist trips are just down to this one little spot, and you're not allowed to go anywhere unaccompanied. And you might be able to go to Deception Island, that's literally the name of the island, and see some penguins, but that's about it.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but they give you a time limit too. You can't be there all day. It's a very controlled situation.
Yeah.
Okay. So what's your thoughts on how normies, globalists, and I forget the other term. What was the other term you used?
Baltards or ballers.
Got ya. So all these
we say different things. We have
So like you've got these different groups. Yeah, he's lagging. So you've got these different groups of people, right? How would you say that? Because these people, so I don't know, the government, for example, right? You've got the government. What is your opinion on them having this propaganda and control over the situation? What's your opinion on that?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, my opinion, right now, I heard you said, my opinion is that according to the head of the CIA in 1982 or 83, he said, our disinformation campaign is complete when everything the American people believe is false. So I think we're in the middle of an information war. Like, if you look at all the stuff that's going on, the United States has pretty much been at war since 9/11. But yet no one acknowledges we're in the middle of World War III, right?
Well, yeah.
Yeah, it's
Isn't
not.
that
It's
funny?
biological. It's science. It's everything. Everything is at war right now. Everything.
So there's no lines drawn between civilian and military participation. Like, we are all in an information war because we want to know. You sound Australian, right?
No, I'm actually from the UK.
I'm sorry, bro. I always get those confused. But you know what's going on around the world? That thing that we can't talk about, or our YouTube channel gets shut down.
Right.
Like, if it was true, wouldn't people be able to openly talk about it? And the truth is like a ravaged lion; it would defend itself.
Are you able to PM me or something?
What?
Would you be able to PM, like, direct message me?
No. I'm just saying that thing that we can't talk about that's going on around the world right now with the face nappy, right?
Hang on, wait. I got to think. I'm quite slow.
The face nappy.
Let me search that up. Wait, face nappy.
The face coverings.
Oh, okay. Yes.
That thing that's going on around the world right now that we're not allowed to talk about.
COVID, right? Yeah, I got ya.
Yeah, we can't talk about it on the live stream or we'll get shut down. So, we're right in the middle of an information war because doctors are being blackballed and
that's the truth. That's what it is.
Right. So we're kind of in a spot right now. We're kind of in a spot to where you have to decide: do you want to work and feed your family, or do you want to tell the truth?
I got you. That makes a lot more sense to me. So it's almost like a blackmail kind of thing, but with a lot more extreme and a lot more other factors involved.
Yeah, and this isn't a conspiracy either. It's pretty open about censoring on websites, on YouTube, on Twitter.
No. I study computer science, and then I do psychology on the side, and I can already say, just in my knowledge of cybersecurity, that a lot of things do get censored on the internet, and there's never really a reason given for it. It's just to protect something or information, because information is worth a lot of money these days. So governments try to hide a lot of the truth to other people.
Also, think about this for a second. Only 2% of all books in the world is supposedly on the internet, and people are led to believe that they have all the information at their fingertips.
No, the internet is so much. The internet's so much deeper. There's so many different portions of the internet that it's impossible to say that you've got all this knowledge, because some of the internet, normal people like us cannot access it. So I understand what you mean. Yes, everything theoretically.
Just literally, the books haven't been scanned, so they're not on the internet.
Oh yeah, I understand what you mean. The off the grid kind of thing. But the point I'm trying to get into here is that where the internet is so big, right, you could say, oh yeah, I have access to like everything because I'm on the internet, right? But I think that's utter, I just think that's bullcrap. Because, I know this is going on to a different topic, and I mean, if you don't want me to talk about it, I can stop, that's fine. I don't want to, go off the topic, if that makes sense.
Just go for it, my man.
It's fine, just go for it.
So, where the internet is so big, there are different, sectors of the internet. So, you've got, obviously, your, just normal internet. And you've got dark web, deep web, and then you've got all the government encrypted ones. We don't know if there's actually anything like us, normal people, because we're not high up in society and hierarchy. We don't actually know if there's anything past the government's internet, if that makes sense. Their network.
Yeah,
so
we don't know how deep their cooperation goes and what information they're sharing.
Exactly. That's exactly where I'm going. Because, they say, alright, 2% of the internet is, your normal internet, and then you got, 80% is dark web or whatever. That, I think that's bullshit. I think there are so many different internets. Like the internet is basically one big network of computers connected together, right? So they can easily be made like another network, like another internet. Like it's not difficult at all. Like I can set up an internet within my house, if that makes sense, between three computers communicating to each other. So I think that there's infinite amounts, not infinite, but like not a set amount either. There's so many different types of internets that there's so much information out there that we don't know about, that governments are talking about that we don't know about.
Yeah, just look at China, how China cuts off its access.
Did you see their recent law about video games on the weekends? I think that's just, well, they just want to control everybody. They want to like censor everybody from everything and make it a normal thing. Because I don't know, I don't understand why, but I think it's just stupid. I think it's a bit excessive, way too excessive. Because what we already have in the traditional world is already excessive as it is. China's just gone over the top, personally, I think.
Yeah, well, before the current crisis, we had a bunch of riots all over the world, and especially in China. So that's a funny coincidence.
Well, like the Muslim camps they've got. I think that's like really bad. There's so much going on in the world. Like, we don't even know half of it, yeah? It might come up on the news, but how much of it is true? It's all propaganda at the end of the day. They're going to say what they want you to believe.
Yeah, exactly. Most of it you don't even see on the news. Most of the real protests and